بخير شكرا.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, aziz ko'ringanlar, Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Dünya Uygur Qurultiyi tarafidan tasdiqlangan To'g'ri televiziyasining Naq maydon programmasiga tekrar xush keldinglar aziz qarindoshlar. Men Ferhat Yurunqash. Bu yanımda o'tirgan efendim Baxtiyor Ömer, merkezli Oslo'daki Uygur Adliya Arxiv Ambirininki direktori ve Norvegiya Uygur Komitetininki reisi Baxtiyor Ömer efendim. Qarindoshlar mush fursatdan foydalanib turib, hammalarga Janob Allohning salomatlik, xotirjamlik, baxt, saodat va barakat tilaymiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, 6-ayninki 4-kuni boshlangan xalqaro Uygur Sot'ninki 6-ayning 4-kuni boshlangan tunji qitimliq guvohlik berish yig'ini, ya'ni tunji qitimliq soti bugun oxirgi kuniga qadam qo'ydi aziz qarindoshlar. Yani sotning 4-kuni bugun mustabid kommunistik hokimiyatning shunday qattiq hujumlarga, ta'diddlarga, ziyonkashliklariga qaramasdan bu sot nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli boshlandi va muvaffaqiyatli davomlashdi va mana bugun 4-kuniga qadam qo'ydi aziz qarindoshlar. Bu munosabat bilan mushu sotning moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan qo'llagan mushu sotga kelgan, sotda guvohlik berayotgan shohidlarimizga, bo'lib lager shohidlarimizga kuch-quvvat tilab duo qilgan bütün qarindoshlarımızdan Allah razı olsun. Shundaqla mana shu sotga ko'ngil bilib ekran oldida o'tirgan aziz qarindoshlarga tekrar minnatdorligimizni bildiramiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, dastlabda sot boshlangan vaqtda ba'zi texnik sabablar tufaylidan programmalarımızda qisman uzilib ketish, kesilib ketish ahvollari ko'rildi. Inshaalloh bugun undaq bo'lmas deb o'ylaymiz. Texnik jihatdagi ba'zi yetersizliklarni davomli o'ngshab turyapmiz va unga g'ayrat qilyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Mana sot bugun 4-chi kuni sotda, masalan bu sotni anglagan qarindoshlarimiz bor. Sizlar his qilgansizlar, sotdagi shohidlarimizdan bo'lib lager shohidlarininki bu sotga bergan guvohliklari haqiqatan yuragimizni larzaga soldi, hammamizni yuragini laqt qildi. Mustabid kommunist hokimiyati bo'lgan g'azab nafratimizni yanama oshirdi. Bu lager shohidlariga bo'lgan hurmatimiz yanama oshdi, yanama cho'nqirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, Xitoyninki albatta bu 4 kundan buyon davom qilayotgan xalqaro Uygur Soti haqidagi xabarlar, ya'ni G'arb matbuotining, Angliya matbuotining bo'libmi qiziq temasi hozir har kundagidek mushu xalqaro Uygur Soti haqida xabarlar keyin-keyindan uzilmay davom qilyotdi. Albatta Xitoy hokimiyati bu sotga qaratgan hujumlarni to'xtatib qo'ygani yo'q. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, masalan, Tunug'immi Xitoy har kundagidek sot boshlangandan tortib Xitoy tashqi ishlar ministrligi har kundagidek udulliq bayonot berib, bu sotga va sotda guvohlik berish berayotgan bu yerda shohidlarimizga shundaqla bu sotning qurilishiga sababchi bo'lgan va bu sotninki bosh arzdori Dunyo Uyg'ur politiki bo'lgan hujumlarni izdiksiz tuhmatlarni kuchaytirib kelyapti. Masalan, Baxtiyor efendim sizin bilisizlar, masalan, Xitoy tashqi ishlar ministrligining e'lon qilgan bayonotida Xitoyning yer shari vaqti gazetida e'lon qilingan maqolalarda bo'lsin, masalan, bu sotning tashabbuskori va bosh arzdori Dunyo Uyg'ur politikining raisi Dolqin Aysa efendimga va lager shohidi Shvetsiyadan ataytan bu Londonga kelib guvohlik bergan bizningki Sayragul Savodbay xonimga va boshqa lager shohidlarimizga nihoyatda og'ir darajada hujum va tuhmatlarni qildi va bu tuhmatlar albatta davomlashyapti. Bu normal Xitoyninki bu sotga hujum qilishi, buningdan lager shohidlarimiz cho'chib ketgani yo'q, qo'rqib ketgani yo'q. Hammasi jasorat bilan, qaysarlik bilan bu yerda kelib lager guvohlik beryapti va kelmaganlarmi tunug'imni ko'rdinglar, tor orqali o'zining guvohligini sotga taqdim qilyapti aziz qarindoshlar. Sotning ichilish marosimida sotninki raisi, hozir sotninki raisi hurmatli Jeffrey Nice bosh sotchi va yordamchisi kirib o'tdi zalga, sot zaliga eng burun kelibdi. Muxbirlar asosida kelib o'zininki o'rinlarini elayotdi. Bizningki Uyghur lager shohidlarimi asosida zalga kirib o'zininki o'rinni egallashga boshladi aziz qarindoshlar. Bugungi sotninki oxirgi kunida ya'ni 9 nafar guvohchi shohid guvohlik berdi. Baxtiyor efendim mumkin tartibga qarasak, chunki ba'zi shohidlarning bexatarligini ko'z tutib turib, bu bizga berilgan kun tartibda ba'zi shohidlarningki ismi kirgizilmagan va nomer qo'yilgan. Shunga bizmi ularning bexatarligini ko'z tutib turib, toki ular guvohlik bergan daqiqaga qadar ularningki ismini maxfiy tutdik. Masalan, Tunug'un Erkin Osiyo radiosiningki muxbir Shuhrat Ushir efendimning ismi maxfiy tutilgan va Tunug'un chiqib guvohlikni berdi. Bugun guvohlik bergan 9 nafar ya'ni shohidlikni yutadigan 9 nafar guvohchi. Bularningki 4 nafari bu chet ellik mutaxassis va tadqiqotchi. Bularning ichida hammalar tunishlik bo'lgan germaniyalik tadqiqotchi Adrian Sies efendim bor. Uyg'urlardan masalan 5 nafar Uyg'ur guvohlik berdi. Bularningki 3 nafar Turkiyadan masalan Nursimon Abdurishid xonim guvohlik berdi. Yana Turkiyadan Malikzod Habibullah efendim guvohlik berdi va Malikzod uningdan yana Turkiyadan Mahmud Tavakkul efendim guvohlik berdi. Uningdan Kanadadan hammalar tunishdik siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Ruqiya Turdish xonim guvohlik berdi va Shvetsiyadan Elima xonim Nirola Elima xonim bu yerda Shvetsiyadan guvohlik berdi va bugungi sotning eng oxirgi guvohchisi bu yerda Xitoyninki jazo lagerlari tuzumi, majburiy emgak tuzumini dunyoga oshkorlashda zo'r tarixiy rol o'ynagan germaniyalik tadqiqotchi Uyg'ur xalqining qadrli va samimiy do'sti Adrian Zesninki guvohlik bilan bugungi sud oxirlashdi. Az qarindoshlar, bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sotninki tunji qatimliq soti bu. 9 ayninki 11 kuni, ya'ni ikkinchi qatim sot ichildi va bu ikkinchi qatimliq sotda yana yangi shohidlar, guvohchilar belki London'da bo'lishi mumkin va yoki boshqa o'rinda bo'lishi mumkin, yana kelib guvohlik beradi va bu sud bu yil 12-oygacha, bu yilning oxirigacha o'zining hukmini, o'zining xulosasini chiqarib dunyoga oshkorlaydi. Az qarindoshlar, bu sotga ayt qattiq hujum boshlagan mustabid kommunist Xitoy hukumati bu haqda masalan oldingi kuni sot bağlash shayti Jeffrey Nice efendimninki riyosatchiligida qisqa bir muxbirlarni kutilish yig'inini chaqirdi va muxbirlarni kutilish yig'inida bu sotning hech qanday bir oldin hukmga tayanmaganligini va dalil isbotni asos qilib turib xalqaro qonun bo'yicha bu sotning hukm chiqarganligini aytdi va Xitoyninki bu xil hujumlaridan cho'chib ketmaydiganligini va o'zlarininki irodasini yana kuchaytganligini bu yerda qayta ta'kidlab o'tdi. Shundaqla bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sotninki dunyo Uyg'ur kollekiyasininki raisi To'lqin Aysa efendimninki arz taklifi bilan qurilganligini yana qayta bu yerda eskartib o'tgan bo'ldi. Bu sabab bilan hozirgacha shu sotga moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan butun qarindoshlarimizga takrar minnatdorligimizni, rahmatimizni izhor qilamiz aziz qarindoshlar. Hurmatli Baxtiyor efendim, sizning qo'shimcha qilgan so'zlaringiz bormi?
Boshqa qo'shimcha qilgan, izoh qilgan narsalar yo'q, lekin shu butun Uyg'urlarning ko'zi shu 4 kunlik sotda bo'tadi bugun oxirgi kuni. Shuningga Uyg'urlarniki bugun yana bir qatim g'ayrat qilib butun tor dunyosini shu Uyg'ur soti bilan qoplashni, butun sotsial medialarniki shu tarqalish bilan to'lishni men umid qilaman, chunki bu bizning tarixiy xarakterlik bir harakatimiz ham bir burilish nuqtasi bo'lib qolishi mumkin. Bundan keyin davlatlarniki irqiy qirg'inchilik to'g'risida qaror elishiga shu bir qonuniy ispat, moddiy ispat bilan ta'minlaydi ham qonuniy bir asos yaratadi.
Rahmat Baxtiyor efendim, hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, biz shu sotninki oralig'idagi damlash vaqtlarida, qisqa damlash vaqtlarida biz yana ba'zi mutaxassislarni va guvohchilarni bu vaqtlar ta'sis qilgan, bu sotning ikkinchi qavatidagi ta'sis qilingan vaqtliq studiyamizni taklif qilib, sizlar qiziqayotgan ba'zi muhim nuqtalar haqida sizlarga ma'lumot berishimiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, yana bu sotninki masalan bu xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tunji qatimliq bu sotida 4 kunlik davom qilgan sotida o jami 40 nafarga yaqin chet ellik va Uyg'ur guvohchi shohidlar guvohlik berdi. Bularning ichida bir nafar Xitoy guvohchi va uning ismini maxfiy tutgan hozirgacha. Bu guvohchimi burun Xitoyda soqchi bo'lgan, o'zi soqchi bo'lgankan u shu Xitoyninki Uyg'urlarga qaratgan qonun jihatdagi qo'sh o'lcham siyosati va bostirish siyosatlari Uyg'urlarga qaratgan. Bu jihatdagi va ishki jihat tushagan ba'zi Uyg'urlarni bostirish jihatdagi ba'zi hujjat nimalari haqida guvohlik berganligini aytibdi, sotga murojaat qildi va sud tekshirish, uni oq ko'rishini tekshirish orqali uningki guvohlik berishini qabul qildi. Bugun bu Xitoymi bugun birozdan keyin guvohlik berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Aziz qarindoshlar, shuni eslatib qo'yaylik, bu bexatarlik nuqtasidan endi bu Londonga kelgan shohidlarimizning, guvohchilarimizningki bexatarligimi bu Germaniya organlari, amallik organlarining yuksak darajada ahamiyat beryapti va guvohlik berib bo'lgan lager shohidlari udulliq darhol aballık saqlash xodimlarining hamrohligida udulluq o'zi kelgan davlatlarga qaytarildi va salomat, masalan Sayragul Savutbay va ba'zi lager shohidlarimiz salomat o'z davlatlariga salomat qaytib ketdi. Bugun faqatla shu oxirgi kuni guvohlik beradigan ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz va biz qolib qoldik aziz qarindoshlar bu yerda. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot boshlang'ili qopti. Sotchilar, bosh sotchi Jeffrey Nice bağlash shayti hammasi o'zininki yerini ilishga boshladi aziz qarindoshlar.
Mr. Sabi, before the first witness, a couple of things I think that need to be clarified arising from matters I've heard expressed. And the first thing that may not be fully understood is that the witnesses of fact giving evidence about what happened in the various institutions are volunteers in the sense that, of course, we have no power to get any witness to come unless they want to come. And in fact, these witnesses have all wanted actively to give evidence, and they've all been checked in advance as to whether they are content to give evidence of detail, and they are all content to give evidence of detail as they have.
That's correct.
Second, despite the fact, of course, many of them have given evidence on many previous occasions, recorded or otherwise, on television, radio, and in books and so on. That has allowed us from time to time to test their evidence by inconsistencies. It has also allowed the PRC or those seeming to reflect its interests to make allegations against them. And where those allegations are capable of being put to the witness and are not just merely offensive or general, that's been done, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Despite all that, it was forecast in advance that the witnesses might find the experience distressing, and so there have been and are in this building experienced counsellors to help them before and after they give evidence, and in the remote locations, to the extent possible, that has been done.
That's right, sir.
Another issue of some importance for it to be properly understood: politics is clearly part of the background, and it's relevant when witnesses deal with how it has impacted on their experience or how it has affected what's happened to them. So far as the foreground is concerned, that is the politics of today, it is irrelevant. And therefore, you in the preparation of witness statements and we in the asking of questions and attending to volunteered answers exclude political commentary because it would be unhelpful to the tribunal, whose function is simply to deal with facts.
That's correct. In witness statements, all the political statements were expunged.
And finally, there was a question I asked yesterday that may have been misunderstood about whether there was resistance to what was done to women in detention, or however one describes in a neutral term the establishments they've described. The question was aimed not just at sexual offences, in respect of which resistance is not a relevant matter, but in respect of forced abortions and sexual offences. And its effect was to reveal the environment in which they lived, where compliance with state orders was universal and unavoidable. The witness concerned had effectively said that in the witness statement to those who may have read it, for those who may have read it, because they're all online. But she hadn't spelt out that concept in detail. And so the answer she gave to the effect that there was some resistance, she described it, but otherwise there was no resistance, was a statement that was in line with evidence that's been given by other witnesses about the power of the state to obtain compliance with its demands, however expressed.
That's right.
Thank you. Your first witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first witness is Nairola Elima. Nairola was born in 1985 in Xinjiang. Today she appears here to give evidence on behalf of her family, her relatives, and in particular her cousin, Maila Yakaf. Nairola is now is a national of Sweden, where she has immigrated there. In her own right, Nairola is a scholar and a co-author of the report that you have in your possession in broad daylight in your addendum. She had co-authored this with Laura Murphy, Professor Laura Murphy, but today she's solely here as a witness of fact. And at another stage, hopefully, we'll discuss her other experiences. Ms. Elima, your cousin, Maila, tried in 2013 to transfer a substantial amount of money, that is 130,000 Australian dollar, to her mother who was living in Australia to assist her in buying a house there. Because of the size of transaction, she couldn't transfer it, so she tried to split it into 3 transfers using the help and assistance of your parents in making this transfer. The transfer was completed and the house was purchased. However, 5 years later, in March 2018, your cousin was arrested for this transaction, being charged with financing terrorist activities. Can you elaborate how that charge had come about?
How's that charge of?
How did they charge her with financing terrorist activity where she simply made a legal transfer to assist her mother?
In 2019, April, and the Public Security Bureau arrested her for this crime, and they state that her money transfer is abetting terrorist activity. And however, this transfer happened in 2013. The law they used is only coming to power in 2015 November. We have been submit all the evidence to the Chinese government, Xinjiang government, to show them this is not for financing terrorist activities, but we never received any response for them. The prosecutor document from the Ili Kazakh prefecture prosecutor document is it was given to my mother by a government representative. So that's how we know she was charged by this crime.
Do you have any information how she has been treated during her arrest and whether she was sent to any of the recreational camps or vocational camps?
In 2018, in 2018 March 2nd, she was taken to an internment camp, concentration camp. She was stayed in this re-education camp for 10 months. In 2018, December 24th, Christmas Eve, she was released. And In few days, she was hospitalized and she was diagnosed by a doctor. She had liver damage. And she was stayed at home around 100 days. She wasn't dare to tell me too much about her condition in the camp. However, one time I asked about her, how was that life condition in that 10 months? She took a long pause. She asked me the question, do you remember we used to throw the leftover on the second day if we didn't finish? But now, if I drop a slice of corn on the table or on the floor, I will pick it up and eat it because it was a luxury thing for me for the last 10 months. And second time, she mentioned for those 10 months in re-education camp, she has to sing gratitude song, communist song, to show her gratitude to Communist Party. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part is she has to sing gratitude song about mother. So she has to sing that song, and then the song reminds her of her mother and her kids. So she couldn't stop crying. She feels so wronged with being placed there. And then they will punish her, said, why are you crying? Do you feel wronged with being placed here? And then ask her sing that song again and again and again and again. That is the mental torment she has been suffering during that last 10 months. Apart from that, we barely had any conversation about her life condition in the re-education camp. Once she released, she was lost around 13 kilo weight. And because of that, my mother was really worried about her health condition. So they took her to the hospital. And then she was diagnosed by the doctor, liver damage.
She has now been condemned to 6.5 years imprisonment.
Yes.
Who would be looking after her children?
What?
Who will be looking after her children while she's in
Now
prison?
it's my mother. Since 2018, it was my mother taking care of her 3 kids. There were several occasions the local community was asking to take the kids away. But my mother begged them again and again, and then she insists she has a pension, she can't afford to raise these 3 kids, and she has been living with this kid for years. So somehow the kids stayed with her and now still stay with her. But I want to point out, my parents also under house arrest. The Chinese government can take my parents anytime. Once they take my parents, these 3 kids, I don't know where they're gonna end it.
Thank you, Ms. Halima. The tribunal may have more questions for you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just describe the background about how your cousin's parents ended in Australia when they left China, when they left PRC?
I think it's 2007 May. They got a visiting family visa to their son in Australia. And in 6 months, their son, my cousin, died in an accident on New Year's Eve. He died in the ocean, drowning in ocean, and then left 2 kids behind. At that time, I think the elder one is 3 years old. The youngest one is around 1 year old. So Maila's parents stayed in Australia for those 2 kids. So that's how they ended in Australia. And in 2011, the Australian government issued the family union visa to Maila's sister, Marhaba, and that's how she ended in Australia. We all leave the country legally.
I was going to ask you, as far as the PRC authorities were concerned, that was a regular and...
Yes, in fact, Chinese government issued not only issued the Chinese passport to my uncle and aunt. My aunt was back to Xinjiang two times. Once it was 2014, and the second time was 2015, after the money transactions happened. And she was never being detained or arrested. They didn't even question her. She back to Australia without any incident.
And could you also describe, you've mentioned how you became aware of the experiences of Maila's two detentions and also your parents' house arrest. How did you first learn about them?
The first time when she was taken to the detention center, I found out after few weeks, because at that time we were not allowed to contact each other. But we will search her social media account name to check whether she updated. That's the signal we know. So if she updated that day, we know she's safe, she's at home. But on March 2nd, she disappeared. And then I couldn't contact with my mother either. So I asked around friends, asked them to help me. And then eventually, after a few weeks, we find out she was taken to re-education camp. The second time was Australia government, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They confirmed my cousin was arrested in 2019, May, but she was taken in April.
And they had presumably learnt that through official channels, had they?
Through the embassy in Australia, Chinese embassy in Australia. That's the government official claim, yeah.
Can I just ask a bit more about the money transfers and that? Is it, in your understanding, quite usual for PRC citizens, whether in Xinjiang or otherwise, to make major money transfers out of the country?
It's it's a normal thing. They have the limit. They have the money transfer limit, but that match with every citizen in China. I want to point it out. The bank approved this transaction is a state-run bank.
Bank of China.
Bank of China. Yeah. That's state-run bank, and if the Chinese government, Xinjiang government, believe my aunt, my uncle, my family members are illegal or acting some terrorist activities, they would tell the Bank of China, they would tell them to monitoring every penny they have been spent on their bank account. But no, that money transferred out of the bank of state-run bank, nothing happened.
And do you think they were aware of the linkage between the various transfers which made up the payment that went to your cousin's parents in Australia? Were they aware that they'd been separated, and in fact it was one transaction, but reduced in order to come within the limits?
They know it's the same amount, separate to 3%, because they told us, they told my cousin, and my cousin said, you cannot transfer this huge amount of money, but separate to 3, so we can approve this. So that's how my cousin did. It was they told her to separate.
It was the Bank of China official who told them?
Yes, otherwise we won't come up with this idea. It's they told us to do that.
And do you know whether technically that was legal to do that the bank had the authority to give that consent?
Yes, it's legal because Mayra transferred to her mother. My mother transferred to Marhaba, Mayla's sister.
Yes.
My father transferred to Mayla's father's. So 3 individual transactions under the limitation, so it's legal.
Right. Do you have any understanding of why your cousin was first detained in 2018? As you said, it was 5 years after these money transactions had gone through.
The first time to the re-education camp, they did not give any explanation. At that time, they were taking almost every Uyghur in each household to re-education camp. In 2019, when they arrest her, they didn't give any explanation. But in May, when the Australia government approached to the Chinese government, then they gave the reason said is this financing terrorist activity.
And that was on the second
That's the second
detention,
time,
the rearrest.
yeah.
And their attempt.
Yeah.
And did they provide, to your knowledge, any evidence of financing terrorists? Buying a house in Australia would not conventionally be terrorist activities.
They didn't provide any evidence to prove that's a terrorist activity. They didn't have the court, no lawyer, no verdict, nothing. They didn't even give the arrest warrant. Nothing. There's nothing on the document for Mayra's case.
And as you say, she had no legal representation, no process, was simply arrested and detained.
No, I did ask my mom, can't you find a lawyer? Can't we find a lawyer? Because I have a very good social net in China. I can help find a lawyer. Then my mother said, when the state said you're a terrorist, which lawyer will represent you?
Yeah.
When the state coming after you, which lawyer will represent you? I haven't seen any Uyghur has been represented by any lawyer. No one will represent us. We did try it, but no one.
No, I understand. Thank you. Can you just explain a bit more about what is meant by house arrest in the context of Xinjiang at the moment?
My mother can leave the house to purchase grocery. She can go to city, but she's not allowed to call her, for example, her youngest sister in another city. She's not allowed to do that.
Sorry, not allowed to telephone?
No, she's not allowed to call telephone. She's not allowed to leave outside the city. In fact, my mother has severe health condition. She begged them several times, I really need to do the operation for my legs. Can I please go to Urumqi, the capital of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region? Can I go to there to do my operation? They said no. And my father has severe health condition too. He was not allowed to leave the city, go to hospital in a bigger city.
And the allegation was that they were in possession of extremist items, which I understand was alleged to be some photographs which had been taken on holiday.
The police told my parents that items are 66 pictures they took in Malaysia. However, in few days ago, a journalist from Associated Press, AP, when he arrived my cousin's case to the Xinjiang Autonomous Region Propaganda Bureau, they changed the number. They changed to 129, and it's still the picture. Those picture was taken in Malaysia as a tourist.
Have you seen those pictures?
Yes, when they were traveled in Malaysia in 2014 and 2015. 2015 and 2016. They sent all the pictures, and it's just they're taking picture with kid in some, visiting area. They were so happy. Nothing with terrorist activity, nothing extremists. And in fact, I just recall the police framed my mom, said, "You are wearing burqa." My mom doesn't wear burqa. She wear expensive foundation. She loves to show her face and her makeup. There's no way she's gonna wear burqa. They framed her. And she asked the police, "I don't wear burqa. What is burqa?" They said, "You covered your face, you covered your eyes." My mom said, "I wear makeup here. Why I'm gonna cover my face?" And all that picture, only the very simple scarf, which is required also in Malaysia. If you enter into some area, they ask you to wear the scarf.
And when you refer to the police, is that local police, regional police?
Yining police. Yining Public Security Bureau.
Public Security Bureau. And do you have any idea where the decision was made, either to detain your sister twice or to put your parents under house arrest? Do you know where that decision came from?
I would believe it's from the Yining local Public Security Bureau, because I don't think Xinjiang Autonomous Region even know who is my cousin. I would believe if they give the general directives to prosecute Uyghur, but when it's come the person who individual target my cousin, I believe it's from the local.
Yeah. And sorry, just going back to the photographs, one other question. How were the photographs discovered by the authorities? Was it because they were monitoring your parents?
When they arrest Mahira the second time, they confiscated my mother's telephone, their computer, Mahira's telephone, and then they found out those pictures in their computer.
But your parents have never been subject to any formal proceedings or charges. They've just been told that they're being held under house arrest for these activities, for holding extremist items.
No lawyer, no due process. They just said you're under house arrest.
Now, you explain in your statement that subsequently you sent all the documents on the bank transfer and the property purchase in Australia to the Chinese government authorities. Which authorities did you send those documents to?
As I recall, we sent it to Xinjiang Propaganda Bureau, but I didn't send it personally. I asked the journalists from Washington Post, they sent it. The journalists from the CNN sent it, and several Australia journalists who contact with the Chinese embassy, they also sent it to ask, here's the evidence. Yes.
And they received no reply?
I believe Zhang Ming, the ambassador in Chinese mission in EU, he also have this document. I don't want to reveal the member of the parliament who did this, but he sent the document to Zhang Ming too, said this is black and white, very clear evidence to prove this Mayela is innocent. However, no. So they have our document. They know we're innocent.
My last question is, you said that you've made various efforts to contact the Chinese authorities. Could you say a bit more about those efforts, what you've done to try and get in touch, to reach your sister and parents?
When we contact with when Marhaba tried to Marhaba called us several times to the Chinese ambassador in Australia. When she raised this case, they either said still under investigation, or we don't know, we want nothing comment, or they just hung up the phone. And when I tried to call the Chinese ambassador in Sweden, I didn't get any information back. That's why eventually we asked for the journalist who has the right, who can have access to the Xinjiang Autonomous Region.
The journalist who sent the documents?
Yes, we did try several times, nothing happened, so we asked the journalist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a contextual question, but could you just explain the level of education that you have? Are you university educated? And yep.
I studied the retail management in Lund University in Sweden. Yeah.
Thank you. And I appreciate that you left Xinjiang in 2011, but you are, as you've indicated, well connected, well educated. Could you give the tribunal some sense of how people in Xinjiang, your parents maybe, would understand how policies might be made at a local level? In other words, is there an understanding that direction may come from Beijing or from regional power structures? Do you have any insight into that? And I appreciate this is only contextual, but it would nonetheless be interesting.
The local government, local government will receive the directives from the autonomous region government, and the autonomous region government received the order or directives from the central government. But when they give the orders, they give general order. But the local government, from the local government to the local public security bureau, to the local community, to the local small unit police station, they will use that general order or directives, then turn into the individual, and then they will make this process to individual person. So it's like a triangle, retrieval triangle, the big, and then going to there and going to the individual, and that's how they destroy individual.
Okay, and would that be generally well understood by people living in the region?
I cannot speak for all the people, but for my own case, that's how we understand it. Like I said, I don't think the central government know who is Maila Yakub. The autonomous region knows who is the Maila Yakub, but the local know, and local community know, local police know. So then this is how they do. I want to point out the general order is to destroy Uyghur people. And when the local do that, they destroy individual. When they arrest my cousin, they did not only destroy my cousin alone. I am in Sweden, I get affected. My mother, my father, they get affected. Her kids get affected. Maila's sister, Marhaba, she's in Australia. She get affected. The reason I am doing this testimony today, not her, because she's suffering deep depressed. Only for getting up from the bed is a challenge to her. We all get affected. You put one innocent person in prison, you destroy several households, no matter where you are. As long as you're Uyghur, you're under their attack.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Harvey.
So, thank you very much, and thank you for telling us a story. Can I just ask one or two questions? When your cousin's case was covered by the Washington Post and CNN, how did it get to them? How did they know about it?
When you said Z, who is the Z? What do you mean Z?
Well, you said her case was covered by the Washington Post and CNN. How did they find out about it?
Oh, okay. I reach out to the journalist from the Washington Post. I showed her the arrest warrant, not arrest warrant, sorry. I showed her the prosecutor document. I showed her the bank transfer. And she knows very well about this case because I showed her all the things I have. And in addition, she went to the Yining city. She observed, and she contacted with the Xinjiang Autonomous Region to ask about the Mayres case. So she's fully aware the background and every detail about our case. But I reach out to her. CNN is also the same. I reach out to them, and then they examine every evidence I present. They make sure everything I said is not made it up. It's clear evidence. It's clear arrest. It's clear prosecution. So they report about our case.
And did this have any repercussions on her?
I beg your pardon?
Having seen this in the papers, did she have any problems locally?
You mean the journalist?
No, not the journalist, your cousin.
My cousin?
Yeah, so I just wonder whether there were any repercussions from it to your cousin. In other words, did they put her back into jail, or what do they do?
My cousin now is in prison, but I don't know where she is. When the Xinjiang when the Propaganda Bureau confirmed her sentence to the journalist from AP, they only said she was sentenced. They didn't reveal where she is, which prison, nothing. But we know she's sentenced because that's from the Xinjiang government.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Could I just ask, she was first put into a vocational training center and then also called concentration camp, then the Yining City Detention Center, and now she's in for 6 years. What was the difference between all those three?
Re-education camp, they held person without any reason. There's no judicial process. They just take person to the camp and held them there. The detention facility is more like they were detained person. They assumed they made a crime, and they're not going to charge them, and they will put them there for a really long time to decide whether they're going to press charges or not. And the prison is, they will send the person after they decide, okay, we're going to give them the sentence. So this is the difference. However, in Xinjiang, this detention facility, whether it's prison or pre-prison, there's no court. So I would say all of this is illegal detain. My cousin is in prison, but there's no court, no verdict, no arrest warrant, nothing. And then they just give her a sentence.
Right. Is the treatment different in, for example, the detention center when no sentence has been passed?
I don't know, but based on the information based on the conversation I had with my cousin, in both cases, I don't know her condition in prison now, but in a re-education camp and in detention center, she lost a lot of weight. The second time, the night she released in September 4th, she arrested in 5th again. But on that night, we had a very short video conversation. She looks It's like a skin covered a skull. She showed me her rib bean. I forgot the English name. The bone is here. Rib bean. She showed me there.
Yeah, so the ribs. Yeah.
Ribs, and I didn't recognize her. And that night we were so thrilled to see her come back to home. None of us thought about she will be arrested second day again. So I couldn't even ask. We didn't have the time to ask her what's going on. I was just so happy she's home. That's it. But both times she lost a lot of weight.
And sorry, my last question. You said she had liver damage. What were her symptoms? And do we know what the diagnosis was?
The diagnosis is liver damage. It's diagnosed by a doctor from Bingtuan Hospital, ex-PCC hospital. I don't know her symptoms, but she doesn't look well. The reason my mother took her to the hospital to do that medical examination because she lost a tremendous weight. Anybody who has someone just back from a detention, from an internment camp would worry about that. So that's how we found out. And we know this liver damage was caused in detention, internment camp because before she was arrested, that was around 2017, she had a medical exam. At that time, she only had some problem with her breast. No liver damage. But after she released from the camp, the liver damage is caused. So that's how we know it is caused by the internment camp.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending. You said that the local community tried to take her children away. What is that local community? Who are you referring to? And where would they have taken the children?
They haven't taken the children yet, but they had several conversations about, well, the mother is gone.
Who's they?
Local community officers. Well, the mother is gone. You're not the legal, you're not the parents to these three kids. You're not immediate family members to this kid. And
so who are these officers?
You want their name?
No, are they police? Are they?
No, they're not police. They're more like local officers, but they're not belong to security bureau. They're not belong to any police force department. They're just a regular local officers. But I want to let me explain like this. Every community or every street, they will have a corresponding local community. They in charge for all these people's activity, where they go, what they do, who should we take, who should we let them stay at home. They have a quite big power, although they're a very small union, but they have a very strong power.
And if they had taken the children, where would they have gone?
State-run orphan.
And how do you know this? How do you know?
We have heard, we have seen, and during my conversation with my mother, I asked, where are they gonna take her? Orphanage. That's how she said. And you have to understand, everything is under surveillance. She cannot give me too much information, but that's what she said, orphanage.
So if a parent is alive, you know that they're alive, and they're detained, the children would still be possibly taken to an orphanage. Is that the term they use, orphanage, which implies no parents?
Yes. They have a like nursing home, nursing house, orphanage. All of them is with same purpose. Nursing home is more for the elder people's kid, their daughter's son has been detained. Orphanage is more for the kids' parents still alive, but for the detainees.
So that word orphanage is different from boarding school.
It's the same because you still need the kids to study. So
it's the same.
Yeah.
And another point of clarification. So you mentioned that the documents of the transfer of the property and others have been sent to the propaganda bureau via the journalist and the Chinese embassy in Australia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And how were they sent? Were they sent via email or post?
By fax.
By fax, and you have proof of postage or faxing?
I didn't did that. It was a journalist did that. So I do believe if I ask a journalist, they may can confirm this.
And it was they were both received. All the documents were received with silence.
Everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence on this topic. Is there anything else on this subject that you want to tell us?
Yes, I want panel to understand. I take a lot of risk to speaking this here. Once I left here, the Chinese government can't take my parents away because I did testimony here. We're debating or we're trying to make understand the word this is the genocide, and this has been taking really long time. I just hope this will finish as quickly as possible because I don't think my cousin can survive in the prison with her this severe health condition.
So far, requests to the government have received no response.
Ever since I present, and I don't think I missed anything, and I think you covered all the questions.
Do you have a view on whether any request from this tribunal as a whole would help or harm?
I don't know what will happen, but I'm scared. I am afraid. I can feel that threat is closer and closer. They're not happy we speak up. That's why so many Uyghur are afraid to speak up. But I have to say it because the person I love serving sentence for something she did not commit it.
Yeah, I understand.
I have to speak up.
So, but I understand that, and thank you for explaining it. But you would regard our asking a question specifically of the government as not helpful. It might make things worse. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it will make things worse, but still need to speak.
Yeah.
That's my what I want to say.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you so
and giving
much,
it.
and thank you for all your time.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Can I leave now?
Yes, of course you can.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, can you give me a page reference for the next witness?
Sorry?
Can you give me a page reference for the next witness?
Yes, 317.
Thank you.
Our next witness is giving evidence remotely and anonymously. He's been granted protection by the tribunal for his identity.
And so that that's quite clear, Mr. Sabi, I think he's giving evidence with a voice distortion.
Yes, sir.
Very well. And so it may be slightly hard for us to hear, and we'll, if necessary, take more time.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us this morning. The witness, for ease of reference, I call him Mr. Jiang, has been a policeman for over 10 years. He trained at military police academy in mainland China. He was tasked with investigating political and religious suspects. He served in Xinjiang from 2018. In 2020, he left China and he now resides in Germany, where he had been granted asylum. Mr. Yang, you're trained as a policeman and were posted to Xinjiang in 2018. How long did you serve in Xinjiang?
张先生，你是在
So is there a translation?
Yes.
张先生，您可以听到我吗？张先生，你可以听到我的声音吗？
How long did you serve in Xinjiang from 2018?
你到新疆以后，就是从2018年，你在那里待了多长时间？就作为警察多长时间？
One moment.
I'm sorry, I think there is some technical problems here.
Can you hear us, Mr. Jiang?
Yeah, I can hear, but I'm looking for the translator.
Actually, I cannot hear clearly because of the voice distortion.
My question is how long you were in Xinjiang as a serving policeman?
就是作为警察在新疆待了多长时间？
这个几个月的时间。
Several months. I am really sorry, I can't hear clearly.
Sorry, he cannot hear?
It's me, the interpreter.
Mr. Sabi, I think I heard the witness say something about the machinery. I'm not sure.
Yes.
And what I suggest we do is, if he hasn't done it already, to see if he can communicate over non-consequential matters, day of the week, the weather, with the interpreter, and we'll just take a break for a bit, because she obviously can't hear him. Could you try and speak to the interpreter, please?
您可以跟我就是谈一下吗？说几句话。
那听见我说吗？
哎，我可以听到现在。您可以听到我说的吗？
我可以听您说话。刚才那个接着这个回答，就是说有几个月的时间，我们这个叫援疆就是说公安援疆战斗。然后呢，有长期的，有1年的，有2年的，有3年的。我是去了几个月的时间在新疆工作。
I was there for several months. There are police who were assigned to be there for a year or 2 or some much longer than that, but I was there for several months.
In that period, you learned about hiring of 150,000 policemen for Xinjiang. You mentioned that they did not receive proper training. Is that correct?
您谈到就是你的口供里面谈到，你说这些警察没有受到正式的训练，对吗？
他们不是警察，他们是临时招募，从全国招募的一些没有工作的人，叫巡抚警，不是正式警察。
They are actually not police. They are assistant police. And those people were recruited all over China. And majority didn't have a job, never had a job.
You also refer to a secret committee deciding on the warrants of arrest. Can you explain more about this committee or anything you know about it?
你谈到就是说这个委员会，就是您可不可以就针对这个委员会给我们解释一下？
这个就是说思想有问题的人呢，有敌对意识的人呢，就把他这个由当地政府或者司法人员或者是有几个法院的人员组成的一个委员会，都是当地政府的干部，就是简易的委员会就可以决定这个人两者花多少时间，然后呢不是司法机关，因为呢中国共产党这个政权呢它不是党政不分的。是这个有党领导一些的，所以说这个司法呢，所有的这个包括学习，所有的人员都是归党领导，都是党委书记领导。从这些单位呢，所有的公职人员当中出一些人，比如说你是什么局的，劳动局啊，或者是你不是司法人员，司法局啊，就是说还有可能有警察几个人，这就是一个简易委员会，都是政府工作人员，然后就决定这个人是敌对分子。
等一下，
思想转化15年，可以这样。
请等一下，让我翻译。
好。
The committee consisted of the local government officials. Most of them are some from the Department of Work, and there's non officials from the judicial system. So the committee, the main purpose is to how to convert or correct the political view, the so-called incorrect political view, or people who had the problem with their thoughts.
Thank you. Have you heard of a computer program called Integrated Joint Operations Platform?
您有没有听说过这个一体化平台？
一体化平台什么意思呢？是我理解是我们有公安网，公安网有大情报系统，就是说，而且是这个意思吧？就是说，我用公安网大情报系统呢，我就可以查所有人的这个你的上网记录。你的这个交通坐火车、旅店业记录，所有的什么都可以查。然后呢，我可以把这个，我可以就是把这个监控人员、积极监控人员，比如说总上访的，然后新疆少数民族这种这些人，全都纳入这个系统。一旦你使用了身份证，我就知道这个人，比如你到了北京，我就是你买的票，我就知道你这个是不是这个意思，就是这个系统化。
好的，我解释一下。Yes, the integrated joint platform is used as a major database that collect the data of the Uyghur people, and so all the information, including their driving license and any information related to their daily life, is collected in this system. So if someone, for example, went to Beijing, then we can detect the person is in Beijing. As soon as they touch their ID card anywhere, we know that what they're doing. The purpose of this is to complete control and surveil of individuals.
Does this computer program also order arrest of the Uyghurs?
Pardon me, could you repeat the question?
Does this program, Integrated Joint Platform, also flags out the name of the persons that should be arrested?
就是这个一体化平台也是通过那个电脑把那些应该被抓的这些人的名单会在电脑里面列出来吗？
身份证号，你的身份证号输进去，你就被监控了。你是几级监控啊？你是什么样的？如果你在我这辖区一住店，你买票到我这个，比如说我是铁路警察， 我是航空站的警察、机场警察，一旦这个我的系统里面有维吾尔族人或者有上访反对这个共产党倾向的人，我监控对象吧，我这个就会报警，在我这个指挥中心就会对我下达一个任务，然后我就到这个地方去进行盘查，就是用身份证全国用身份证数字管理。
Well, the system management is through the ID card number. So when you go to a train station, buy ticket, or at airport, as soon as you use your ID card, immediately who you are, and if you are a suspect or if you are someone who has this tendency that you are against the government, and that will be shown on the system, and the police can arrest there and then.
During your short tour of duty in Xinjiang, you say that there were 300,000 arrests of Uyghurs. Can you give an idea how this huge number was handled? How many a day on average arrests? Thank you.
在您的口供中，您说到就是在您在新疆期间，30万人被捕。那么您能不能给我们解释一下，这么多的人，你们是怎么样，就是说逮捕，然后拘捕这个过程？
就是说呢，平时各个单位呢，包括社区，包括这个所有的学校，所有的这些单位呢，都报一些就是危险人的名单，他们都平时有这种倾向思想的人，然后平时呢对他们的网络、对他们上网全都是打电话，全都是进行监控的。
好，请等一下哈，我一点一点的解释。All the neighborhood committee, including schools, all the departments, they must provide the names of the suspects or the people who considered to have problems in their thoughts. 可以继续，就一点一点说，所以我就
他们的通讯呢，他们这个维族人的通讯，包括打电话，包括上网，都是被监控的。
And all the activities, including using their telephone and using the internet, every movement is all completely under surveillance control.
然后呢，就是说我们进行这种叫战役，就是把这些人都拉好名单，在各个地区、各个县，然后各个区域分成派出所，到派出所下达任务。然后分成很多组了，然后同时在一个期间之内，我们叫战役，把他们全部逮捕。
And the police in all the different neighborhood or county level or city level, and then they go to those houses and arrest them. So they to target the names. And that was provided, and they would be arrested and detained. 您可以继续。
Mr. Sari.
长期对他们进行监视了，对那些人的每个单位、每个地区、每个村子都有相应的报告。他们认为呢，比如村长认为哪个人有倾向说某句话，我不喜欢政府。学校呢，认为这个学生就是说我对这个也不喜欢，我要出国，这些都是作为这个，就是有这个倾向的。那么这些人呢，就是说，或者是有一些他们不喜欢的人，民族人，都可以一块全都定位就是我们要打成一个恐怖团伙，3个人3个团伙，然后进行这种战役吧，就是一个战役，我们公安部战役把他们就是说全都抓住。
OK， 等一下。So through this complete surveillance control system, using the data, and also with the information that was provided by different committees, village level, town level, including schools. If a student said something that it gives a kind of information that there is a tendency of, needs thought reform. Or there are information provided by other sources that if we believe that these people has the thought problems, then we decide that these are their tendency to commit terrorism, and in that we arrest them and treat them as terrorists.
Mr. Sabi, it's a matter entirely for you, but this is a very important witness, clearly. The witness statement is comprehensive but quite short. The interpreter and the witness have now negotiated a method, but it's probably quite tiring. And so for them, it may be quite tiring for those listening. Were you to want to read out chunks of the text to ensure that it's all in public and easily understood, and simply to get him to confirm that he has approved of this statement in his own language, I would be content. I know that there will be questions from Professor Lynch in due course, and it may be might be best, it's up to you, to reserve our capacity for interpreting through this process to that stage of it. But it's up to you, because we are not moving necessarily very fast.
Yes, but there, as you mentioned, there are very important issues that we would like to discuss with this witness. Would it help both the translator and the speed of this if we lose the camera so the witness can take off his mask?
I have been thinking the same thing.
And speaking freely to, or easier to the interpreter, because although there is voice distortion, there is double distortion because of the mask.
I'm happy with that.
You're happy if there is no...
For the time being, and he can always put it back at the very end.
有关就是下一步该怎么进行，因为您已经提供了您的口供，所以呢，就是说，因为我们已经这个翻译和您之间有点困难，因为这个声音还有其他的问题，所以他们的这个谈话跟您不是说问您问题，就只是在谈论下一步该怎么更好的进行。
好的。
Okay, so I just explained to him what was discussed.
So, can you hear us now, Mr. Jian?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned that 300,000 arrests were made during your short stay in Xinjiang. Can you confirm that?
您听懂了哈？
听懂了。
Yes, yes, I can confirm.
You explained that the Uyghurs were treated differently, in your opinion, from Han Chinese.
Mr. Sabi, he has not removed the mask, and we still have the camera on.
So 您谈到就是说维吾尔人和其他的人，他们对待他们的时候很有区别。
有区别。
Yes.
因为维吾尔人呢是怎么说呢？是政治方面的，就是政治方面不安全，有别于刑事方面的不安全。所以所谓的维吾尔人呢，就是说是政治方面的这种危害政权的这种人，这种行为，就是被列为这种危害政权的这种人群。所以说打他们呢，说警察的态度的参与措施就是说非常打人的门槛非常低。随便就可以打人们。
好的。
然后不像是一般刑事犯，不像是这种刑事犯的普通人群，不能普通人群。
好的。All the Uyghurs were considered as politically incorrect and also the threat to the state. And therefore the treatment, they were all treated like the political prisoners. They are very different from the ordinary criminals. So the police are always ready to attack them because they were considered to be the danger and the threat to the state.
Thanks. You witnessed that Uyghurs were being tortured by the police. Can you confirm that?
您说您目睹这些苦刑，就是维吾尔人受到苦刑，您可以就是证实您所说的吗？
可以证实。
Yes, I can confirm.
Can you let the tribunal know what is in your training the guideline for torturing witnesses or criminals?
就是您可不可以给我们解释一下，就是犯罪人们，就是罪犯，一般的罪犯，你们的这个正常的警察就是应该怎么样对待他们？就是说，尤其是实行苦刑的时候，对这些罪犯，你们是应该按照常识应该怎么样对待他们？
因为中国警察呢打人是非常严重的，在过去20年之前随便打人，但是呢现在就是说对这个违法犯罪嫌疑人呢要经过执法办案中心，有一个执法办案中心进行审讯，全程都相互一。然后呢，这是普通的刑事犯罪，这个就不是很重要，所以说警察打人的这种情况就比较少了。但是呢，新疆维吾尔人是国家敌人，他有这个颠覆政权嘛，他有实现民主的理想，实现平等的，就是说有很多诉求，这一方面都被纳入到政治犯罪。
好的。
属于国家安全保卫的这个管辖范围和国家安全的这个范围，可以不在这个执法办案中心去这个审讯，就是不动录像和录音。
好的。
可以用任何的手段取得这个就是防止妨碍国家安全的行为出现。打他们了，打迷醒电装了，给他们用双手铐了，也没有录音录像，不用在执法办案中心。
好的，让我翻译。先生让我翻译。In the past, especially 20 years ago, it was quite common to beat up any detainees, regardless criminals or any kind of prisoners. But later they have regularized, and there is a inspection department, that after the interrogation, they must have the video of the interrogation, video records submitted to this department, and then they will check. But for the Uyghurs, and because they are considered to be the political, and they are considered to be the ones that try to overthrow the party, and therefore there is no such procedure. So the police doesn't have to do any recording of their behavior and the interrogation process. Therefore, the police has the complete power to interrogate, to torture, and also force them to confess.
My question is, when you were trained some 10 years ago, did they mention that you can or cannot torture the criminals for obtaining their evidence?
就是很简单，我的问题是，就是10年之前你受这个警察培训的时候，你有没有就是他们有没有说你不能毒打这些囚犯？
肯定有这个，但是这个法律工作是工作，你要听党委书记的话，要听那个党委政法委的话才行。
可以再重复一下吗？我没有听清楚。
所有的警校都是不能刑讯逼供的，但是工作当中的，比如说严重的刑事犯罪，可以这个采取手段让他说。不让他吃饭，给他喝盐水，然后不让他睡觉， 轮番审讯，可以不在执法中心来弄这个事儿。尤其是呢，就是说政治方面的犯罪呢，可以不在这个不按照法律来做。
Well, it completely depends. In general, they say that we are not supposed to torture prisoners, detainees. But if the prisoners are considered to be political, then we have different methods. For example, depriving them from food, from water, from sleeping, and in some cases use various methods for them to confess the accused crimes.
Madam Translator, please do not debate with the witness. Just translate whatever he says, even if it's not really clear, just whatever you understand, and then we will ask the question again. The question is, what type of tortures are you allowed to inflict to obtain the confession?
就是对不同的囚犯，那些苦刑，就是什么样的苦刑，你们是按照他们的规定是允许的？
按照他们规定都不允许，这个就是都不在规定里。然后呢，就是这些都不在规定里。规定里是肯定是不能拿到明面上面，但是危害国家安全的这个犯罪呢，可以给他绑起来过凉水，把水管子把它四肢封起来，把它这个水管子插嘴里过凉水呛上，让它这个肺呛，然后呢用手铐铐住他腹口，然后把桌子上抬，然后呢不让他这个睡觉，这都非常大事，把所有的垃圾都头上。但是呢，你看这个
先等一下哈，先等一下。I don't think he understood the question, but would you like me to just interpret what he said?
Yes.
So basically, there is no written order how to torture these prisoners. However, the police had the complete power to torture them, as listed in my statement, that these people were tortured severely, forced to forcing the water pipe into their lungs, and all the methods that was listed in the statement is mentioned.
When you were being trained, Mr. Jiang, were you also trained for methods of torture?
你们在这个到新疆的时候呢，他们有没有就是训练你们，就是教你们怎么样毒打，就是苦刑？
这个呢，就是说属于非常保密了，就是说这个，怎么说呢？我们是老警察，我们不需要这个，我这种老警察不需要这种全年轻人的培训，我简单说一说我就明白了。用的我们可以不去打人，我可以看一看新疆那个同事他们是怎么打人的，我就明白怎么做了。
Well, it's quite secret. I am an old policeman, but after arriving Xinjiang, what I witnessed then, I realized it is a kind of unwritten rules that they are allowed. Police has the power to torture prisoners, and you don't need to learn to be trained to how to torture prisoners. But when you watch what happened, you will know what to do.
Mr. Sabi, you might think, given that he's referred to the detail in his paragraphs in the statement, you might think it worth reading out paragraphs 8 and 9 so that the detail is given. But otherwise we're going to take a long time getting it out item by item. No criticism of anyone, but he has mentioned the paragraph.
Yes, sir. My line of questioning is to establish what are the rules for Han Chinese. I know that the witness says that they fall below the standard, but it's only to establish what those standards are. And in that respect, so there may be worse in Xinjiang, but we do not know what the standards that the witness is referring to are.
Very well.
Mr. Jiang, in your training, are you permitted to beat the prisoner in order to extract confession?
He himself, is that the question?
The question is whether during the training he was told that he is allowed to beat the prisoner in order to extract confession from the prisoner.
就是说您那个训练过程中，就是作为警察，这个过程中您有没有受到培训？就是说怎么样毒打犯人，为了得到这个他们的就是承认，为了让他们逼他们承认罪行过程中，就是说怎么样毒打这样的训练？
我能解释一下吗？因为这个。我们比如说侦查部门还有专门审讯部门，有专门是审讯警察，他不侦查。有比如说有预审大队，有预审中队，所有的这个侦查员抓获的人，他们是专门审讯的。专门审讯的有很多方法的，特别多的方法。他们是要学习那个特别细，而我们就不需要这么细。我们就是说到当地以后，注意不要乱说话，不要让这个维族人掌握话柄，不要同情维族人。注意国家安全，不要维族人聚集将去，就是这些，然后其他的你就随着这个当地人员办案，然后再说。就是说，如果专门审讯的人有预审中队，比如说一个刑侦大队有预审中队，专门预审中队的人他会用这个东西。
Well, 等一下哈，就是the police, their ranks are different. And the police who in charge of the interrogation is a medium level, and I was not the interrogation. My job or my role as a police is not as police who in charge interrogation. Therefore, I didn't receive such training. 就是说，因为您不是审讯警察，所以您没有接受这个训练，对吗？ Yes, yeah. So I didn't receive the training because I wasn't the police trained to interrogate prisoners.
而且我还要解释一下，就是这个呢，新疆有特殊部门。新疆的警察呢有这个特殊部门，就像做特战队啊、特侦部门呐，它都属于侦查国保系统的。他们这种东西呢就是保密，比如说他们抓的人，他们不送到看守所，他们比如说他们有自己的一个基地，他们自己有一些秘密的东西他们在搞，然后呢，他们让普通的人去。
In Xinjiang, the situation is very different. A lot of things is done very secretly, and the state security police has the power, total power, to arrest the Uyghurs and to carry out their own, according to their own rules. So it is very different.
So you witnessed that Uyghur prisoners were forced to kneel, punched, a plastic bag would be tied over their head in order to induce suffocation, and the bag would only be moved when they begin to struggle for breath. Can you confirm that?
您在口供里面谈到，就是说维吾尔囚犯呢，就是把塑料袋绑在他们的头上。等到一直他们就是说呼吸不了的时候，才把这个塑料袋就是拿掉。您可以就是证明这是您说的吗？
是的。
Yes, I can confirm.
You also mentioned that sometimes their limbs were tied and water pipes were inserted in their mouth to force water into their lungs. Can you confirm that?
您也说，就是说他们把那个水管子，强迫的，就是灌在他们的那个肺里面，就是水呢，强迫的灌肺。您可以证实您是这样说的，对吗？
对的。
Yes.
You also witnessed that the police was using electric rods, which were connected to a male's penis in order to electrocute those parts. Correct?
您也谈到，就是说，用这个电这个男人的性器官，这是对的吗？
是的。
Yes, correct.
Also, prisoners were left to starve, and some food was offered in order to taunt them. Correct?
Could you please just repeat again?
That sometimes they let the prisoners starve, and from time to time they offered them some food in order to tease them. As part of the torture.
Pardon, I couldn't hear clearly for some reason.
I think the word starve may have not been audible quite.
So the prisoners were starved. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Is that the question? Yeah.
Yes, the prisoners were starved.
Okay. 有些时候的他们就是不给犯人吃饭，让他们就是受这个饥饿的痛苦，对吗？
是的。
Correct.
Did you witness any of the prisoners going crazy or mad as a result of the torture?
因为这个苦刑的原因，你有没有看到任何囚犯被就是疯了，就是失去整个的就是这种现象，就是发疯的现象？
有。
Yes.
Did you witness any prisoner dying as a result of torture?
你有没有看到任何囚犯就是因为毒打死的情况？
这个没有亲眼看到。
I didn't see with my own eyes.
But have you heard about it?
听说过了吗？Yes.
And did you witness any sexual harassment or rape against the prisoners?
您有没有目睹或者听说这些囚犯被受到性侵犯、被强奸这样的情况？
这个我因为我对这个，因为我不喜欢他们这种就是道德水平，对性那方面我不喜欢他们这方面的，所以说我不问他们这些事儿。这个我没听说过。
Well, it is a topic that I never liked to discuss. Therefore, I never made any inquiry regarding this.
但我相信是肯定有的。
But I believe such behavior exists.
因为我听说附近猥亵女为主人的事儿发生过。
再重复一下可以吗？
就是附近猥亵就是这个强奸和这个，就是说对妇女的母乳之间，就是比母乳还强，他就是摸了一些人，我听说这个事情附近发生过这个事，利用权力对维族一些人进行猥亵，但不是没有发生性行为，但是内容性行为有之间内容。
Well, I did hear about the assistant police. They heard about the sexual harassments against the detainees.
Finally, Mr. Jiang, you referred to state orphanage where the children of the prisoners were taken. Have you seen or witnessed any of those, and have you been inside any of these orphanages?
您谈到就是取油饭的孩子们被带到就是国家的那个孤儿院里面，您有没有去过这些孤儿院？有没有看到过这些孩子？
我看到过，他们不是孤儿院，就是学校，新疆的小学没有寒暑假。新疆的老师呢，就是说全都是外地招的，从内地招的老师，然后这孩子全是寄宿性质的，不是孤儿院。我看到不是孤儿院，就是说没有寒暑假，这孩子就住在学校，然后吃住呢全都在学校，然后也没有家长说说尽管你家长被抓起来了，为什么非要让他去
？Well, it wasn't. It's not orphanage. In Xinjiang, all the schools, the children didn't have summer holidays or winter holidays because they lived in those schools. So it's state boarding facilities. So the children didn't go home. They remained there. And many children, 您就说那些很多的孩子，他们的父母都是被抓走的，对吗？
对，新疆呢是这样的，从2016年开始就一级响应，就是所有的警察、所有政府工作人员没有休息日，然后所有的教育系统都进入一个战时的状态。然后呢是从内地招老师，把这个孩子们情况下条件非常差。一个就是说，一个10几平方的屋子住很多小孩，10几个、20几个小孩，上下铺，就是这么这样的一个对待，然后吃的条件也非常差。
Okay, they recruited teachers from mainland China, and the condition of the children and that so-called schools extremely bad, very poor facilities. In a small, just over 10 square meter room, there are many children slept in bunk beds, and the food also very poor.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for coming and giving evidence. The tribunal members will have, I'm sure, a lot of questions.
很感谢您的勇气，能够在我们的这个tribunal 可以提供这些很有力的口供。
Hello. Sorry. I would like to start with 2 questions about your experiences in mainland China before going to Xinjiang. And the first of these is, what events or factors usually led to you detaining political or religious suspects?
我有2个问题。第一个问题呢，就是说您在去这个新疆之前呢，你们的这个工作就是说，你逮捕政治人员，就是有政治犯或者是宗教这样的人员。
有，对法轮功啊、地下教会，全都抓，全都对他们进行监控，然后呢，防止这些颠覆政权的人。
Yeah, for example, Falun Gong people and also the religious people who practice underground is not mainstream. All were targeted and also surveilled.
So were these multiple ethnic groups?
Multiple ethnic groups, yeah. 也就是说，他们是不同民族的吗？
今天没这么民族，只要你参加的全都抓起来，肯定是要管的。
Well, they didn't care whether you belong to different ethnic groups, as long as you participated those banned religion, you are target.
Thank you. And in the prisons there, were there rooms, interrogation rooms without cameras for these political and religious prisoners?
就是说，这是在您去新疆之前，就说你们抓这些政治犯或者宗教邪教这些人，那里有这样的一个黑市，就是 专门用来毒打犯人的这样的一个房间吗？就是没有任何的
这个我解释一下，就是说，国内安全保卫部门，我们就公安局叫国内安全保卫部门，国内安全保卫部门可以不把人送到看守所，他自己有一个秘密关押地点，他这个就是不是正规的监狱，不是说是看守所，是他们自己就是一套系统，所以在那里头就进行这个东西，而且比如说我要抓这个地下教会，我就全省所有的地下教会都送到一个公安局一个指定的界限，一个关押点，你都找不到这个地方，普通人是不知道的，不公开的。
就是你自己没有目睹这些，只是他是不同的地方管理这些，是这个意思？
这我知道这个地方，我都很多事，很多专案我都知道。
Okay. Well, I didn't participate the process of these interrogation, but I have knowledge that these people have this different facilities that they were taken, and the police in those facilities were in charge of what to do with them.
Thank you. Can you tell me why you were transferred from the mainland to Xinjiang?
您可不可以解释一下为什么你被转到从那个内地转到新疆的呢？
这样的是全国所有的公安局就援疆战斗，分成那个，就说全国所有的公安机关都去援助新疆。比如说你这一个地市呢，你要上海要援助喀什，广东也援助，比如和田，把新疆分成多少块，所有的警察，而且按不同的警种，你是特警，你是刑侦，你是国保，你是就是我们的监管看守所的监管人员，你是其他的警种，然后分成多少刑事技术人员，分成多少警种，然后那个配套去专业对口去援助这个新疆，然后呢有短的有时间长的是这个情况。
Well, the program was to recruit police from mainland China to support and to protect Xinjiang, to support the police in Xinjiang. So different region, they have to support the different region in Xinjiang. And so this was the a process of bringing a more policemen of all levels, some administrative level and also different levels of police sent to Xinjiang, and in order to help and support the police in Xinjiang. That was a program.
Okay. You say that when you arrived in Xinjiang, this was the first time you learnt about re-education camps. Do you mean it's the first time you learnt of their existence, or that you learnt of their true nature?
您说呢？你到了新疆以后才了解到这个再教育营的再教育营。您的意思是说，就是到那里以后，你才知道新疆存在再教育营呢，还是到那里以后才了解到这个再教育营的性质？
我们是之前不知道，我们到那以后就给我们像教育似的，有一些时间，然后就给你讲那个对维族人的多种形式，维族人要分裂国家，现在国家安全形势是非常严重的，防止他们分裂国家。然后呢，对他们采取了一些措施，对维族人就是要防止他们出现车臣式的那种措施。
好的，
就是你把他们全部都控制起来，然后这时候才讲到这个思想转化中心，而且我们不能去维族人去别的地方，不能乱说话，不能让维族人录音，录音呢你同情这个人也不行，是不是？然后我们就思想转化中心，不要再教育营。
好的。
然后思想有问题，然后呢就把他这个思想转化，就是维族警察。曾经这个我也见过维族警察也被抓起来了，因为他们在他们两个的电话都不知道说什么东西，然后他们很快就被这个送到思想转化中心了。
好，
也希望我们不能乱说，你们乱说的话也给你们送到思想转化中心。
等一下。Well, I didn't know. I didn't know about the re-education at all. After arriving there, then we had the training. We were told that the state is fighting against terrorism and fighting against the Uyghur separatists. Everything conducted was secretive. We were warned that we are not supposed to disclose any information to speak freely about it. And I know many Uyghur police were arrested after they detected that they spoke about these facilities over the phone. So everything was in very strict secrecy.
Thank you. With regard to the local committees deciding who should go to the camps, who was responsible for choosing the individuals that were on these committees?
您谈到就是说当地委员会呢，选那些送去集中营的这些人，您可以解释一下是谁有这个权利选择谁去集中营？
中国共产党这样，党和政府是不分的。党委呢，就是中国就是中国共产党党委，然后呢，各级党委书记、各级党委委员他们决定了，比如社区的党委书记决定哪些人有言论，哪些人对这个政府不服从，然后他们有一个权利把这个人推荐到这个就是送去思想治疗中心。
The party and the state, you cannot separate. So it's the party, it's the department that is the party who decides and has the absolute power to make that decision. It's a party's decision.
And is it the party that then trains these individuals as to what to do?
也就是说，这个党呢，就训练这些人，该怎么做，对吗？培训这些人该怎么做，对吗？
对的。
Yes, correct.
Thank you. In paragraph 7 of your evidence, you refer to prison rules preventing guards from providing Uyghur prisoners with food and drink. Were these written rules?
您在您的口供中谈到，就是说那些监狱的看守们不允许给这些囚犯提供水或者食物。这些就是对，这是就是说写的规则嘛，就是书写的规则嘛。这些规则是已经有这样的一个文件吗？
就是你不能客人，你给他提供这个食物和水，只能是就是羁押地点或者是关押地点给他提供的食物和水。你不能说我跟这客人，有可能你跟他说话说多了也不行，你不能跟这个别监管人员交谈，不能同情他，这个是有明文规定的。
Well, it is the rule is very clear. It made very clear that no guards or assistant police or police show any mercy towards the prisoners or detainees.
And is this a written rule?
这个就是写的吗？就是说书写的规则吗？还是只是口中讲的规则？
这个没有守则，这个肯定有，就是说监管人员的守则。如果要是警察去看守所系统的和监狱系统都是有法规有监狱法。如果要是思想转化中心的，肯定有这个思想转化中心工作人员守则，肯定有，这个不是很难找到的。
就是守则，但是它是秘密的，对吗？
它肯定不是公开让你每个人都看到，但是它那个秘密级别比较低。但我这么说完以后，有可能你就会秘密级别就提高了。
Yeah, every level there is rules that not necessarily can be seen by others. I believe there is written rules in all different level towards the different level of management.
Okay, thank you. In paragraph 10, you state that you believe there was encouragement of torture by the Chinese government because of using the label of terrorists. And I wonder if you could expand on that and whether you think calling somebody a terrorist necessarily implies permission to use torture.
您在您的口供第10段里面讲到，就是说呢，就是谈到政府呢，就是中国政府鼓励这些工作人员毒打和酷刑这些囚犯，称他们是恐怖分子。那么这个恐怖分子这里的So can you just rephrase that terrorist? Sorry.
Yes, you say that because people were labelled as terrorists, you believe that this was an invitation almost to torture. And I wonder if you could expand on that link between the name and permission to torture.
因为他们呢被就是称为是恐怖分子，所以呢这些警察或者工作人员呢就有权利毒打和酷刑。您可不可以就是针对这种恐怖分子，因为这个恐怖分子，所以他们就鼓励毒打，就这个方面可以做一点解释。
就是如果是反对共产党统治的，就是人民的敌人。人民的敌人就是，所以就是说，或者新疆维族人是这个恐怖分子啊。我们人民的敌人不是人，不是人，你就可以知道你怎么对待他了。
Okay.
他们不能被看作人，他们是敌人。
Well,
怎么看作这些敌人呢？
Well, the Communist Party, the government consider any forces who against the power or the labeled as terrorists as the enemy of the people. So the enemy of the people not considered as human being. So therefore, they can treat them the way how they wish. So they never treated them as a normal human being. So they received degrading, inhumane treatment.
Okay, thank you. Can I'm near the end of my questions. Where did you go to after you left Xinjiang after a few months?
就是几个月在新疆待了以后，你回去第一就是说回去的时候，你去的第一个去的那个地方是哪个地方？
第一个到新疆乌鲁木齐。
嗯哼，就是乌鲁木齐。就是乌鲁木齐。您离开乌鲁木齐的乌鲁木齐以后去了哪里？
北京，然后到北京再转机回去。
First point was Beijing. So I was in Beijing before going back home.
And were you still working as a policeman in Beijing?
您在北京也是警察吗？也是做的这个？
中转，然后就回到家了。
No, I wasn't working in Beijing. That was just a place to transfer to come home. 就是您在自己的那个家乡也继续做警察吗？
是的。
Yes, I continued to be a policeman back home.
Thank you. And my last question is, how did you manage to get to Germany?
我最后的一个问题就是你怎么样到达德国的？
我也从事了一些反对中国共产党的事情，然后这个我不愿说的特别多的细节，然后几经辗转才到了德国，然后呢就是这个情况。
Well, it's a long story, and I acted. Some of my actions were against the Chinese Communist Party, and I was at risk. and therefore I left and arrived Germany. But the whole journey was not an easy one, and it's complicated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That's my questions finished.
谢谢您，我的问题已经问完了，可能其他人会有问题。
Mr. Clark, please.
Just one question. You say that Uyghurs regarded as enemies of the people and as such not regarded as people who degrading treatment could be applied to. Could you say something about the language which was used, either by the police or government officials or others? How did they refer to Uyghurs? Was there degrading language or other language in which was used as a description?
您谈到就是维吾尔族人呢，成为是国家的敌人，并且呢，他们受到苦刑，非人类的这种对待。那么您可不可以告诉我们，就是他们用什么样的语言，有没有特殊的语言称呼他们？就是说用语言表达对他们的歧视，
就是称他们为暴恐分子，他们都是宗教极端主义，民族分裂势力，是分裂国家的敌人。
Okay, they were referred as terrorists, separatists, and they are the forces that is against the state.
No, I understand
and religious extremists.
I understand that, but was there any slang or informal language which was used as descriptive of Uyghurs?
除了这些正式的这种口号以外，有没有就是说一般的这种就是或者可以说方言呀，就是称呼维吾尔人？
这个没有啊，没有，我没听说过。
Well, I didn't hear apart from what I know and what I have told you.
只是告诉我们，这是分裂国家的敌人，是这个所有的这个有意见的人都是这个暴恐分子。
Well, all the way how they were called was they are the terrorists or separatists, an enemy of the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In paragraph 7 of your report, you refer to a national Chinese policy to arrest Uyghurs because they are automatically considered enemies or terrorists. What is this national Chinese policy?
您谈到就是中国的这个政策呢，就是说称呼维吾尔人呢是国家的敌人。那么你说这个国家这个政策，您可不可以解释一下这个你在这个第7段说的这个国家政策是什么政策？
政策就是巩固在新疆的政权，不能让这个维吾尔人，就是说有他们认为的一些民主理想、民主平等的这些民主理想要求，民主的这种，也是要些民主的制度，不能让他们实现这种制度。然后不能让他们变成一个单独的国家，然后所有的这些呢反对的有意见的呢，这些都有全国有，比如说有比如说中共中央，他就会下达任务给所有的这个部门，公安部就有公安部统一的这个计划，然后派出这些警察去跟讲，武装警察有武装警察计划，军队有军队计划，国家安全有国家安全的计划，林业警察有林业警察的计划，铁路警察有铁路警察的原则。
等一下。
然后派所有的这部门进行，就是保卫这个国家的这个中国共产党在新疆的统治。
It is to protect and maintain the power of the Chinese Communist Party in Xinjiang. So all different level of the management, they have policies that is serve this policy. So it said very clearly that shall not give any opportunity for these separatists or the so-called the terrorists to achieve their own goal, and that is to separate Xinjiang and to achieve their own ideology to build an independent or a separate country. And so the whole policy is the center of the whole policy is that to make sure that maintain the power of the Communist Party in Xinjiang.
So, which department would it have come from? The CCP?
那么这个就是说，这个政策是从哪一个部门下来的下来的这个政策？
就是中国共产党有一个中国共产党是中国政府是在中国共产党党委的领导下，是在中国共产党领导下，所有这些都是中国共产党决定的。
他的意思是从中央呢，还是从哪一个部门？就是哪一个是这个？
肯定是从中国共产党中央办公局领导，他们搞这个东西，然后下到他们领导政府，然后再由每一个政治部门，也每一个政治部门达到一个部门，调到一个村的都有党委，有党委分支党支部书记、党委书记，有一个
好的，
他是党委书记。所有的这些人都是中国共产党的中国共产党党委的领导，是他们下达的。
It's under the leadership of highest level of the party committee from the top and then to the bottom. So every department, every level, there is party committee. The party committee has the absolute power to to implement the policies that they receive from the highest level, including the party committee in village level or a county level.
Okay, related to that, my final question. You said in your testimony that state powers acted according to their own rules. So that would be under the party secretary in the region. Is that right?
那么您说就是这些政府官员，就是有他们自己的这个政策。那么您就是根据您的解释，那么就是 party secretary 就是党委书记，党委书记有这个权利，对吗？
对的。
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Just following on from Professor Kaur's questioning, in regard to these policies, did you receive, or were you aware of any written instructions in that regard, or did you at any point receive oral, verbal instructions?
就是您谈到的这个政策哈，就是国家共产党的这个政策，这些政策您有没有就是书写的文件啊？您有没有看到？有没有收到？或者呢，有没有通过这种通过这种教育的方式或者口供的方式进行过训练？
公安机关当时成立了一个反恐办，每个地方都成立一个反恐工作处或者是反恐支队，就是各个地方省管一个反恐总队，所有反恐部门就是只办一种案件，只协调一种工作，就是对维族人的那个把维族人所有的维族人定义为恐怖主义，所以说反恐工作就是所有的文件，反恐工作所有的文件就是针对维族人的。
So there was department established as anti-terror department from the provincial level to all different level, and the police stations, and also they have the police department, and that is specifically called the anti-terror police department. So all the documents that and the policies is about how to basically branding all the Uyghurs as terrorists and act accordingly.
I'd just like to add another question. From what year did this policy start?
就是这个政策是哪一年开始的？就是反恐政。
我想想，这个大概10年前就有。
I believe it existed even 10 years ago.
应该是从2009年7、50年之后，就是升格的。
Especially after the July 5th incident in 2009, then that was increased, the level of control increased.
Did it increase also from 2014 or 2016?
也就是说，在2014年还有2016年，就是这个政策就执行的更加强烈，对吗？
是从陈全国到这个新疆自治区当党委书记开始，从他开始，他是一个怎么说呢？我叫能臣干吏，他是一个能臣干吏，他推行了所有这个制度。
Especially after Chen Quanguo became the party secretary in Xinjiang, so he carried out complete control policy.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Could you say, do you know under which department the anti-terror department sat? In other words, what was the senior organization, what was the senior organization to the anti-terror department, the senior department to the anti-terror department?
就是这个反恐机构的最高机构是什么？是在哪里？还是？
有公安部反恐工作委员会吧，肯定是公安部反恐工作局，肯定还有中央政法委有这个反恐工作的委员会协调部门，公安还有公安的，然后国家安全有国家安全的这个部门都在北京。
对，也是在北京，对吗？最高的是在北京。Okay, the highest level of this anti-terror department or bureau is in Beijing, and then it comes down to all different levels.
Probably the last two questions. In paragraph 11, you link the national policy of having Uyghurs seen as terrorists and the enemy to their being tortured once they had been arrested. But once they've been arrested, there's no need to torture them. So why were they tortured?
在您口供11段，您谈到就是因为维吾尔人呢被看成是就是恐怖分子，国家敌人，然后呢又需要把他们抓起来，然后进行酷刑。如果我的问题就是，他们被抓起来，监禁起来以后，为什么还需要毒打而且苦刑呢？要受到苦刑呢？
因为当时那时候政府的 这种心理服从共产党的这个统治，然后认同共产党的统治，让你丧失任何的思想，你就不会有这个，就是任何的意见都不会有了。因为我说的这些人里头，他很多都不懂政治，但是他这些意见全都给你整从思想中心了。然后呢，这样呢，让你精神崩溃，让你没有，让这一代人全都终于被我控制住了，这样你就不会有人有意见了，也谈不上分裂国家了。
Well, the method of torture, the reason to torture these people is to remove any kind of disagreements or their own opinion. After putting them through the worst treatment, degrading treatments, so make them to completely obey the party. So afterwards, they have no thoughts left. So completely in line with the Communist Party. And that is the purpose of the torture and inhuman degrading treatment. Because the people who are arrested, these detainees, there are some educated and who had the strong own opinion. And only through such cruelty to achieve this purpose.
Probably the very last question. In paragraph 13, you speak of the Chinese government wishing to destroy the identity of the Uyghurs and promote Han Chinese identity, but you also speak of natural resources claimed by Uyghurs and Chinese being a source of disagreement and problem. How important is the economic problem, the resources, how important is that in the way Uyghurs generally were treated?
您在您的口供里面谈到呢，就是中国的这个政策，就是为了是维吾尔人呢完全的汉化，就是消除他们个人自己的这种文化意识形态。您还谈到就是经济方面的资源，就是新疆资源问题。我的问题就是说，您认为这个新疆资源，尤其是经济方面的利益，就是对中国来说是有这个重要性是怎么样的？
这个很重要。首先呢，这个棉花很重，棉花的这个大产地、主产地，还有克拉玛依的石油企业，还有很多的那种产品都从新疆。他为什么搞了一个生产人民团？他生产人民团就是一种农业开农场的形式，还有以这个监狱的形式，然后进行劳动，然后这个取得新疆这些资源。
等一下。It is extremely important, the cotton industry and the resource, and also oil and other agricultural resources. They extract all these resources for their own benefit and power. Of course, the economic benefit also involves the labor. For example, the Bingtuan, the Xinjiang Jianshi Bingtuan, the Xinjiang production corps that is in charge or manage all the camps and the forced labor. So in that sense, the economical benefit is extremely important. The Chinese Communist Party they act like they are the emperor or the empire in that region.
No more questions, but if you... one more question.
We're very grateful for your testimony. I'd like to ask one last question, if that's possible. I noticed when you were visible that you had your uniform on. So,
well, is that safe?
Can I assume...
Unless it's necessary.
It is. Can I assume from that you are...
Just a second.
Please do not ask any question about rank or position.
No, I won't. Can I assume from that you are a patriot who loves China, number one? And number two, if you are a patriot in China, are you able to critique any of the state's conduct?
I beg your pardon, your voice is very low to me. If you could just raise your voice a little bit.
Can I assume that you are a patriot who loves China from the fact that you wore your uniform? And number two, even if you are a patriot in China, are you able to critique any of the state's conduct, especially when it comes to this region?
从您的这个制服，前面在视频里面看到，那么你是一个爱国人士，对吗？如果你是爱国人士的话，那么作为一个爱国人士，您对这个国家政策也有比较爱戴吗？
我年轻的时候当兵呢，就是说我是为了保家卫国，保护的是老百姓，保护的是国家。但我不是保护的贪官污吏，不是保护的皇帝。中国共产党呢，就是一种这是皇帝，假共和。等我明白，我这个岁数不断的长，等我明白这一天呢，我爱我的国家，我坐在这儿穿着这个制服，我不是背叛，我是真正站在了人民那一边，反对这个真正的皇帝法西斯手段来统治人民。
好，等一下。Well, when I became a soldier at the time, my dream was to serve my country and protect people, not to protect the emperor. So gradually from my own experience, seeing through how the system worked, I realized that I wasn't serving the people. I actually serving the emperor and to protect their power. Therefore, I can say I am a patriot to my people, but not to the regime, the fascist regime, and the regime that how they ruling the country in a most cruel way.
Mr. Sabi, that's all I'm going to ask from this side, but if you wish to ask the final question of the witness, please do. That is as to whether he has anything else to add.
No further questions.
In which case, thank you very much for making yourself available to give evidence to the tribunal. Your evidence is now concluded.
Mr. Chairman, is this the appropriate time to break?
也给我们提供的非常有用的这些回答，并且您的口供，所以呢，今天这个听证就是问答已经结束了，很感谢。
谢谢。
Thank you.
We're actually a little early for the break as timetable.
But too late to have another witness.
In which case, we'll take a short break. We always have to. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganinglar Dunyo Uyghur Qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasininki Nahmadan programmasi biz hozir sizlarga bu Londonda ichilayotgan Uygur Sot'ninki bu zalidan Nahmadandan bu program taqdim qilyapmiz. Hozir sot 15 minutlik bir tanaffusga chiqdi. Mush fursatdan foydalanib turib sizlar bilan bir didorlashaylik va Amerikadan Ataydan bu qadimki tunji sotga qatnash uchun yetib kelgan Dunyo Uyghur Qurultiyiniki boshlatchi hurmatli Abdukim İdris efendi bilan biroz qisqacha bir suhbat qilaylik. Aziz qarindoshlar, bugun muhim bir hodisa yuz berdi. Boya ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimiz buningga shohid bo'ldinglar. Bu sotda bir Xitoy guvohlikdan o'tdi. Burun Sharq Turkiston 2018-yili 1 yil Sharq Turkistonda soqchi bo'lib ishlagan Wang familiyalik Xitoy u guvohlik bergan vaqtida Xitoyninki soqchining kiyimini kiyib turib guvohlik berdi. Bexatarlik nuqtasidan uninki normal ovoz faqatla tarjimonlik qilayotgan Rayma Mahmud xonimga normal anlatildi, ammo yig'in zalidagilarga va sizlar ko'rayotgan bu Nahmadan anlatishiga uning ovozi buzib bexatarlik nuqtasidan buzib anlatildi. Ve özünün bexatarligini ko'rsatib turib qisqa muddatli ekranda o'zini ko'rsatdi. Uningdan ovoz orqali guvohlik berdi. Haqiqatan dahshatga tushdik. Endi bu yerda aziz qarindoshlar o'ylab baqinglar. Mushu chet eldagi Uyg'urlarning mujohid qarindoshlarimizning bu lagerga kirmagan, turmada kirmagan urug' tuqqanlari asosiyatni yo'q deyarlik. Ammo nurg'un qarindoshlarimiz yana ansirab, yana Xitoydan qo'rqib, tashvishga tushib bu guvohlik berish din o'zini qochirib kelyapti. Mana bir Xitoy bu yerda guvohlikdan o'tdi. Bu guvohlik berishni o'zini qochirib yurgan qarindoshlarimiz biroz nomus his qilish kerak. Haqiqatan ichinirdigan bir ahvol. Bu Xitoy guvohlik bergan vaqtida agar xatolashmasam 2018-yili Sharq Turkiston 1 yillik soqchi bo'lib ishlash jarayonida 300 mingdan atrofida Uyg'urning tutqun qilinganligi shohid bo'lganligini dedi va ularga qarata qattiq qiyin qistoq, hatto tok bilan qiynash, og'zining ichiga turba bilan suv quyish, shlankalı urush degandek vahshiy qiynash usullari qo'llanganligini uni tasvirlab o'tdi. Yurgimizni eshittirib laqti qilyapti. Hatto shu qiynash jarayonida pat-pat o'lim voqealarininki ko'rilganligini buni bu yerda eskartib o'tdi va Xitoy hukumatining nazarida butun Uyg'urlarning hammasining terrorist ekanligini, hech bir Uyg'urni farqlandirmaydiganligini, faqat Uyg'urlar bo'lganlarning hammasiniki Xitoy hokimiyatining nazarida bir terrorist ekanligini, bu hokimiyatning fashist bir hokimiyat bo'lganligini, buning mohiyatini tunib yetgani uchun o'zining xizmatini tashlab chet elga chiqib ketganligini va Germaniyaga kelib yerlashganligini aytdi va ismi maxfiy tutildi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, bu ishimi biroz bizni o'ylantiradigan bir ahvol. Bu shu Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tunji sotida 6-oyning 4-kunidan bugungacha davom qilgan, 4 kun davom qilgan sotda guvohlik bergan birdan bir Xitoy.
Yana bir yeri bu Xitoy o'zi talab qilib shu sotda guvohlik berishini talab qilib kirgan bir Xitoy.
Albatta bu nurg'un qarindoshlarimiz, Sharq Turkiston qarindoshlarimiz buningdan bir saboq qilish kerak, buningdan biroz nomus his qilish kerak deb o'ylayman. Xo'sh, Abdukim efendim, studiyamizga takror xush keldingiz. Sot boshlang'ichi qarindoshlarimiz, ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarımizga bir salom bergash. Sizningki mana 6-4-kundan buyon siz qatnashyapsizmi? Sot bugun oxirgi kuniga qadam qo'ydi. Nəhayət muvaffəqiyyətli bir şəkildə gedir. Sizningki shu sotninki shu yüzlənishiga sizning shaxsan bayingiz qanday ketyapti? Buning ahamiyati qanday qaraysiz? Bir nimangizni olsak.
Assalomu alaykum aziz qarindoshlar. Har biringlarga Angliyaninki poytaxti London shahrining tam markazi parlamentining yeni bu mana biz turayotgan bu zaldan sizlarga qizg'in salomimizni yo'llaymiz. Ferhat efendim, ben kelgen günden beri bu sotni başka bir taraftan küzettim desem mi bo'ladi? Çünkü bu sotda deyilgan bu sotda chiqib guvohlik bergan guvohchilarning so'zlari, pokit dalil isbotlar hammasi naq maydonda taqtilganligi uchun buni ko'ramanlar o'zi ko'rdi. Qaytadan ko'rib, buningdan foydalanib, o'zlari bir tafakkur qilib, muhokama qilib olsa bo'ladi. Ammo men o'zimninki shaxsan o'zimninki bir kuzatgan bir qancha nuqtalarim bor. Shuni bu ko'ramanlar bilan paylaşgim kelyapti.
Merhamet.
Birinchidan bizningki bir alaqa Sharqi Turkiston xalqininki Cenab-ı Allah degandek Allah'ın rahmetinden ümitsiz bo'lmanglar degan. Ümit degan narsaninki bir baliqini ko'rdim. Yani bu dünyada insoniyatninki, adaletninki, şu Xitoyga o'xshash şu kadar o'zini kuchli, qudratli davlat desimi, shuningki mishada biz bilan ya qonda, ya dinda, ya tilda hech nimasi bo'lmagan, ammo insoniyatda qarindosh bo'lgan insonlar vaqtlarini chiqarib bu ishninki aylarcha ishlab, kech kunduzlab materiallarni ko'rib, bu yerga qilib kelib Xitoydagi bir hokimiyatninki insoniyatga qarshi, Sharqi Turkiston xalqiga qarshi bo'lgan jinoyatni bu dunyo oldida so'zlaganligi menga bir umid berdi. Ya'ni men vatanimizdagi xalqninki turmadagi zindonlarninki aşağıdaki insonlarni ko'rib bir alaqa umid deymiz, bir odimiylik, bir ulug', bir hazoratga sahib shunday bir muqaddas e'tiqodga sahib xalqninki bir parchasi bo'lganligimdan men qattiq faxrlandim va ayni vaqtda bu yerda sotda bo'lgan bu jarayonlarning hammasi ya bu vosita bilan yurtimizdagi Sharqi Turkistondagi xalqlarning qo'liga yetadi.
Evet.
Ya'ni vatandagilar bizning umid manbarimiz, chet eldagilar vatanning umid manbasi. Ya'ni biz umidni yo'qotmaymiz, bu kurashni davom qilamiz. Allohning izni bilan.
Xo'sh. To'g'ri deysiz, Abdukim efendim. Endi masalan qarang, bu 40 ga yaqin kishi guvohlikni o'tdi. Guvohlik bergan chet elliklarninki hammasi xalqaro tanilgan, nihoyatda mashhur tadqiqotchilar, akademisyenlar, professorlar, doktorlar. Tanilgan. Endi ba'zi odamlar masalan ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda balkim Xitoyning qaror qilib olsa kerak. Bir tarafdan Xitoy hukumati bu sotni xunuklaştirib, uning qimmatini tushirishga urinyapti, atrofdan hujum qilyapti, to'xtamay. Yana bir tarafdan Xitoyninki bu xil hujumlarga parallel holda bu o'zimizning ichidagi ba'zi insonlar bilib va yoki bilmay bu sotninki ahamiyatini xunuklaştirishga, qimmatini tushirishga sun'iy usulda urinib tirishib kelyapti. Ular biroz nomus degan ordimizni bilish kerak deb o'ylayman. Agarchi endi bular deganiga o'xshash bu sotning bir ahamiyati, qimmati bo'lmagan bo'lsa, siz o'ylab baqing, shunchalar chet ellik mutaxassislar, shunchalar professorlar, shunchalar insonlar, yuqori darajadagi akademisyenlar vaqtini isrof qilib bu sotga kelib guvohlik bermagan bo'ladi. Mana bir Xitoy soqchimi mushu sotning qimmatini bilib yetgani uchun bu yerda o'zi talab qilib bugün guvohlik berdi bu sotda. Xo'shbaxtiyor efendim, bu sot endi bugün oxirlashadi. Xudoyim bursa baxtlik muvaffaqiyatga oxirlashadi deb ishonamiz shuningga. Baxtiyor efendim endi tunogimi dedik bu masalani. Nurg'un kishilar menga nurg'un mesaj keldi, kecha keldi. Endi mushu sot nurg'un odamlarga deb ro'yajon paydo qilgan, umid paydo qilgan va ba'zi odamlarni biroz izoh tatqizgan ahvol bo'ldi. Bizmi guvoh birlik berdik. Vaqtida o'zimizni ma'lum qilmoqdik, nega ma'lum qilamiz, qanchalik vaqtgacha o'zimizni ma'lum qilamiz degandek savollar bor. Balkim ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizning bu masala qiziqayotgan bo'lsa kerak, chunki aziz qarindoshlar, bu sotni dalil isbot bilan guvohchilarni ta'minlash, guvohchilar bilan sot o'tirishga koordinatsiyani saqlashga Markaziy Oslodagi Uygur Adliya ombiri va uning direktori hurmatli Baxtiyor Umar efendim mas'ul. Baxtiyor Umar efendim bu vaqtda bir izoh bersangiz yaxshi bo'ladi.
Uygur Adliya arxiv bir sot tugugicha sotninki barliq guvohchilarning xizmatlari, ularning guvohligini shu yozma nusxasi, tarjimasi ham shu xizmatlarning hammasiga mas'ul bo'ldi. Burun shu sotga chiqqan, ham chiqib bo'lgan guvohchilarninki barliq yozma materiallari, ham shu videolik materiallari Uygur sotiniki tor betiga yo'llandi. Hamda biz shu xizmatga o'tgan yili Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi 6-ayda tashabbus qilib boshlagan bo'lsa, biz 9-ayda boshlagan. Ya'ni shu sotga yarim yildan ortiq tayyorlik bilan guvohchilarniki guvohligini yetkazdik. Hamda keyingi hem de 3 ay mı vakit kalmadı desek buldu. Bu vakit nayeti ciddi. Biz bir kısım guvaçlarını allıburun tayarlap, ulanın guvalıklarını işlep tügettik. Sotun bu materyallarını tapşırıp aldı. Hazır nayeti ciddi kısa bir vakitte, eğer sotda nayeti mühim guvalıklarını bereleydiğen, mayli özünün ailesi Şarkı Türkistan'daki siyasi vaziyeti olsun, ya ki başka guvalıklar olsun, biz hiç qanday guvalıkka talep koymayımız. Bizge özünün guvalık berişini yetkizse, biz bu kişilerin guvalıkını jığıp, tepsili videoluk guvalıkını algandan keyin sotga yetkizimiz, tercüme qilib, bular bunun içinden tanlab, andan keyin o'zi qaror qilgandan keyin kimning sotga chiqishini belgilaydi. Bu yerda Uygur adliya arxiv bo'lsin, Dünya Uygur qurultuyi bo'lsin, sotga chiqadiganlarni belgilamaydi. Hem undaq huquqim yo'q, chunki bu mustaqil xalqaro sot. Biz faqat bu yerda da'vogar hem guvochi. Bizniki vazifamiz shu. Shunga nayeti ciddi şu bir necha kunda balkim vaqt bo'lmasligi mumkin. 10-yillardan keyin biz bilan ciddi aloqa qilishni tavsiya qilamiz.
Meniki mushu sizniki gapingizga qo'shimcha deydigan bir qiz so'zim bor Farhat efendim.
Xo'sh.
Siz ko'rganingizdek biz bugun mana 4-kuni bo'pti. Lager şahitleri bilan bir yerda o'tiryapmiz. Bütün kunimiz shular bilan birga o'tyapti. Mening his qilganim yana Cenab-ı Allah'ın mushu insonlarni bir fursatlar bilan chiqarib, mushu Xitoyninki Sharqiy Turkiston xalqiga, Sharqiy Turkiston xalqininki e'tiqodiga, iymoniga, milliy kimligiga, hatto Sharqiy Turkistondagi hayvon muhitlarga qadar bu zolim Xitoyninki zulmlarini so'zlayapti. Aşularımı her bir muşu ekran aldığı oltağın insanlığa okşaş insanlığını gördüm. Aşular kançılık besimga berdaşlık berip bir şey kegellikini deyişti. Hele hem Xitay hakimiyeti vasıtılık ya ki başka şekillerde ulanı hem tehdit sağan hem ulanı bundan kaytırış için tirişken. Meyli mal mülkü olsun, uruk tukalları olsun. Hem cihetten bulağa qattiq besim bo'lgan. Endi meningki arzuyim bir tarafdan agar bizning bu Sharqiy Turkiston xalqimiz chet elda davatimiz hozir. Bu dunyo jimjit, musulmonlar jimjit, hammamizni ko'mayapti davatimiz. Ya biz Uyg'urlar o'zimiz hammamiz to'liq ko'ryapmiz bu zulmni. Bu savolga bir javob berib baqsaq deyman-ku. Biz mushu bo'lgan zulmni ko'rib, men o'zim nima ish qildim degan savolni başka adamga qo'lingni munda chinigan vaqtida ama 4 qo'l o'ziga 3 qo'l o'ziga qaraydi emasmi? Men nima qildim degan bir savolga javob berishni va bu Sharqiy Turkiston xalqiniki jiddiy o'ltirib, o'zininki vijdoni bilan, iymoni bilan mushuni o'xshash bir mahkama qilishini men umid qilaman. Ya bu bir chaqchaq qiladigan bir masala emas. Bu haliqi mening uchun jangni boshqasi qilib bersin. Boshqalar so'zlab bersin. Boshqalar buni qutqizsin. Undan keyin men bahramand bo'lay. Dünyada ne dundaşık buldu? Cenab-ı Allah bizge başta özen cenge hazırlıkını kılırsa, niyetini kılırsa, hemen hazırlaysa, onundaki cenk kılırsa netice menden değil. Sen cenge hazırlık mı kılma? Cenge mi çıkma? Cenge çıkanlarını tılla, hakaretle, ulanın könlünü bir aram kıl, onundaki ne buldu? Ama ben bunu biraz hayran kılıvattım ben şu. Ben bugün bir yerde gördüm. Neçik günden beri kırıvattım ben. Sharqiy Turkiston halkı, Uygurlar, Kazaklar, Kırgızlar, Özbekler, biz hem kandaş, hem dindaş, hem şu toprakның çoğu olan insanlar. Şundan bak. Biz bir yerde hiç kanday farkımız yok. Xitay hakimiyetinin zulmüne karşı ve onunki cinayetlerini, abdibeşirini bir yerde alqılıvatımız. Xitay mı? Bu bizden ayrılmasın caylap gitip vardı. Şundan bak. Bu meseleye gel vaxtıda. Şunun için bu köremellerninki hemme insanlarınki bir üzülen bir vicdani, imani bir mahkeme kılışını. Ondan keyin biz bu bir yerde kılıvatkan bu sot bolsun, xalqarada olib berayotgan faaliyetler bolsun, bizning Sharqiy Turkistonliklarning ve Dünya Uygur Qurultayının 2006 yılı Münxin bayonot deb e'lon qilib, Sharqiy Turkiston Cumhuriyetining nizomnomasini qurgan bir tashkilotning rahbarlari biz. Sharqiy Turkiston davlatni Xitoyning istilasını qaytırıp çıqqandan keyin qanda buludu. Bunun nizamnamalarini hazırlashga tirishayotgan bir tashkilotning rahbarlari biz. Bu Dünya Uygur Qurultayida 30 yil, 40 yildan tortib bu faoliyatni qilib kelayotgan, necha maktabni tugatgan, necha tilni biladigan, necha madrasalardan chiqqan insonlar bor. Bu ko'chaga chiqib olib maddadak so'zlamaganlik bu Dünya Uygur Qurultayining sifati yo'q deganlik emas. Dünya Uygur Qurultayi biz albatta bu yerda biz bütün Şarkı Türkistan halkıga vakaleten iş qilamiz deb o'zimiz bu vazifani qo'ygan insonlar. Biz albatta xalqimizningki tanqidiy fikrini davomli tinchaymiz. Ama haqoratini tinchimaymiz. Bizni har kuni Xitoy haqorat qilganga o'xshash, Xitoyning haqoratchilarini tinchimaymiz. Bunday so'zlagan vaqtimizda shuning uchun bütün qarindoshlarningki Dünya Uygur Qurultayiga har xil nimalarni aytishidan burun biraz o'ylashini tavsiya qilaman. Dünya Uygur Qurultayiniki ben o'zim bosh taftishi va bizningki Dünya Uygur Qurultayida bilganingizdek muavin taftish Farhat Yaqub, muavin taftish Polat Sayim, Avustraliyada bir qarindoshimiz Norvegiyada biz 3 kishilik bir taftish heyeti bor. Bütün har qanday aloqa Sharqi Turkistonliklarning Dünya Uygur Qurultayi haqida, rahbarlar haqida fikrlari bo'lsa, bizga yo'llasa, biz buni surishti qilib nizamlarimiz bo'yicha bu ishlarni bir taraf qilamiz. Ammo to'rga chiqib olib, fitna fasod tirishninki bir hojat yo'q deb qarayman.
Rahmat Abdukim İdris efendim çünkü soçchilar va bağlash heyeti sizlarga kirishga boshladi. Aziz qarindoshlar, shu fursatdan foydalanib turib, men shu sot 4 kundan buyon aytib jafo chekib tarjimonlik qilayotgan, masalan, Dünya Uygur Qurultayiningki muhojirlashxonasiniki mudiri Kanadadan Mehmet Tohtir, Dünya Uygur Qurultayi Kişilik Hukuk Komitetininki mudiri Amerikadan Zübeyre Şems'den xanım ve Dünya Uygur Qurultayininki London işxonasining direktori Rayima Mahmud xanım qatorliq shu tarjimonlik qilayotgan qarindoshlarimizga rahmat aytaman. Buning xizmatini oq sepini qilayotgan qarindoshlarimizga rahmat aytaman. Abdukim bilan ikkimiz qurultay rahbarlik aytib vakolatimiz ekran oldida Muşunu qo'llab, sotni o'zimni qo'llash masalan ekranda o'tirib, shu sotni ko'rish, naq maydon programmasini ko'rishning o'zi bir qo'llash, bir madad sizlardan kuch olamiz, xalqimizdan kuch elib kelganmiz Dünya Uygur Qurultayi har zaman. Hammanglarga shu fursatdan foydalanib turib, tekrar rahmat aytaman va bu sotni moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan qo'llab kelgan, hatto bir lira, Türk lirasi bu yordam qilgan qarindoshlarimiz hammasiga mishada qurultay vakolatdan tekrar rahmatimni bildiraman. Aziz qarindoshlar, unda bo'lsa sizlarni sot boshlang'ili qopti. Undan keyin bu tushlik damlashda biz masalan ba'zi istiqrotiya mutaxassislarimiz Uyg'ur tadqiqotchilarimiz bilan bevosita bog'lanamiz bu yerda. Bağlanıp ular bilan suhbat olib boramiz va boshqa shohid qarindoshlarimiz bilan bu tushda bir suhbat o'tkazamiz. Unda bo'lsa diqqatinglar sotdi bo'lsin.
Who's next? Mr. Sabi, if we don't start, nobody will come in.
Right.
Your next witness, please.
Now that you've taken the schedule. The next witness is Malik Saad Habibullah. Oh no, it's Nur Siman. So I'm sorry. Nur Siman Abdul Rashid.
Yep. And she's on the screen now.
I know. My colleague will ask questions, Mr.
Yep.
Abraham.
The witness is a female.
Louder, please.
The witness, a female Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity, lost all contact with her family in Xinjiang from June 2017 as they were forcibly disappeared or imprisoned. They include the witness's elder brother, younger brother, father, and mother. The latter three were apparently sentenced to long prison sentences for so-called preparatory terrorist offences. The witness's mother was forcibly sterilized, and all women in her mother's village, which was exclusively Uyghur, were forced to undergo pregnancy tests and spontaneous IUD checks in an informal facility. Her sister-in-law aborted her two twins for fear of repercussions from the authorities for violating birth policy. In 2008, the witness found 100 Uyghur girls aged between 17 to 27, but mostly 17 to 18, forced to work in a textile factory in Jiangxi province. Some had suffered injuries due to the working conditions. The witness stated that Uyghur women forced into labor were at risk of being trafficked if they escaped from factories. The witness was subject to some forced labor as a young woman, together with others in her village. Ms. Abdul Rashid, I have a few questions for you. I wonder if I may begin by asking whether you're happy to answer all questions in connection with your witness statement.
Yes, of course.
Please do indicate if there's a question you'd rather not answer. That's fine.
Okay.
You've stated that all women in your mother's village were forced to undergo IUD checks. Does that mean that all women were forced to have an IUD?
Like in summer vacation, when I back from the university, and I was witness that the local community officers, they came to every home and asked the women to gather in the village center. And my mother was there after she came back, and I was asked her what happened, and she said, as long as we have already get the limit, because like we are for child, so all the women should get through the checks and how to use IUDs or some kind of pills to birth control. So the village officers always like once in 3 months or twice in a year, and they always check on timely if they still using the IUDs or if they're pregnant or not. This is the case.
And can you explain to us what an IUD check involves?
Like it's like in Uyghur we call it a halqa. It's kind of a ring that put into the private of the woman, and this can control the pregnancy, prevents the pregnancy.
You've stated that there is a nurse in every village conducting IUD checks. Are you aware of what body or agency these nurses work for?
Normally, the nurse, she don't have any education. I know her just because her father was a doctor, and that's why she was selected as a nurse of the village. And what she's doing is just check with the ladies and talk with them if they're pregnant or not. And sometimes they distribute the medicines. And every time when the doctors came to our village to check the pregnancy, and she's assisting the normal doctor. But the nurse in our village, she don't have any education background about any kind of medicine.
You've described the situation of forced labor of Uyghur women in another province in some detail, and you also traveled to the factory where this forced labor was conducted. Can I ask how you were able to travel there without being detained yourself and being subject to forced labor yourself?
It was in 2008, and I was studying at Jiangxi Genjiang Technical University for my pre-university education. From 2006 to 2008, I am studying there in Chinese to prepare for my university education in Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. And that's why I had the chance to visit that factory, because the factory is just 1 hour away from the Nanchang city of the Jiangxi province. And because I have a friend from the same village, and her father was among the working group which came to manage and control the girls to work in the factory. And we kind of go to the factory just to visit my friend's father.
Thank you. And my final question before I hand over to the panel. You've stated that if the Uyghur girls from the factory were to escape, they faced the prospect of being trafficked because they were Uyghur. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, during when we arrived, we had a chance to had a conversation with the girls, and they said they don't want to work here, and they even tried to escape. And when they go to the train station, and they felt scared because unknown person just came and asked them if they want to go back Xinjiang, and they can help, but they scared and they don't know what to do. And then the police came, the police of the train station, they came, and they just help the girls. But the girls said we have a risk, because most of the time when we go out, and those people just follow us and start they are talk to us about if they want to escape and they can help. And so that's why they even can't go out individually. Most of the time, the teacher, the officers, they go out together for their personal needs.
And sorry, just one short follow-up question. Can you explain what was the fear in respect of being trafficked, and from whom was there fear of being trafficked?
The random person. It's what, according to what they said, and when they in the train station or when they go out, just people came. Sometimes like they are Chinese, sometimes they came by some Uyghur mans, and this is what they said. They have feel threat when they go outside.
Thank you, Ms. Abdurrashid. The panel might have some questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving your testimony. I would like to ask more detail about the birth control policy in practice in the village. So there are village officials. Are they the local Communist Party officials?
Yes.
And there is the village nurse, who you've said is an untrained nurse.
Yes.
Yeah. So who decides when a woman must be fitted with an IUD?
Like in every village, there is the office which is focusing on the women's issue, and they arrange some activities, and most of the time in our village, the person who is the head of this office, the women's office, and he decide. And maybe he received the order from the upper level, but most of the time he came and collect all the women.
Okay. And in the case of your mother, how many children did she have when she was forced to have the IUD fitted?
We are 4 child, and my youngest brother, he was born in 1990, and that was the beginning of the year of the family planning program. And as far as I know, our family just pay a small money for my youngest brother. But after that, and my mother was become the target, and they randomly check if she is not pregnant or not, if she is using any kind of birth control things. She was not even 30 when she become target of the family control plan.
Okay, and you said your mother had bad effects from the IUD. Could she choose a different birth control method, or did she have to have an IUD fitted? When she complained of problem with the IUD, could she choose an alternative?
As I said, when my mom started to become the target, and I was young and I was very small, but when I go to the university and I had the chance to learn about it, and my mom started to talk about how she felt, and in summer vacation, and she taken to the check, and after she back, and she felt pain, and my mom is she's a very shy lady, and mentally she also felt very uncomfortable. And she said, I really want to go to the hospital and take it off, but it's not allowed. And she has to have it until she can't have the baby anymore, physically, after she's 60 years old.
Okay.
Before that, I'm sorry.
It's okay, you take your time. I want to ask also a question about your sister-in-law. You have told us that when she was pregnant with twins, she went to the hospital to have the children aborted, and that she was fearful of punishment. Can you tell me what punishment she feared if she didn't go ahead with the abortion?
It was the end of 2015. I learned this by phone when I talked with my mother, and then just because my sister-in-law gave birth to her second child in the beginning of the 2015, and then she found out at the end of the year she pregnant with the twins, and they discussed a lot, and they decided to move to another city to save the twins, but they still afraid just because my father is a Communist Party member, and like for this kind of person, the punishment will be very heavy, and so at the end they decide to abort the kids, and my sister-in-law, she go with her mother and just abort the twins.
And the punishment you say will be very heavy. What punishment was this heavy punishment that she feared?
That might be like a huge amount of money. Like this is the general rule. Sometimes they charge a huge amount of money, and sometimes they just take into the prison. So that's why she was assumed she will be punished. That's why she just decided to abort twins.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn to the factory in Jiangxi. You say that girls from the village were forced to go, and you explain that girls, when they finish middle school, may have to go. Can you explain how that happens?
In general case, like there is a village level, and like there is a village officers, they know everything about the villagers, and like after the girls finished their middle school and didn't go to the high school, and like there is actually, this is a, like in the paper, this is a volunteer program. This is like marketed as they can work and the government will help, but the village officers always go home to home and just try to convince the girls to work in inland China. This is how this happened. But as I am the only person who studied in inland China, and most of the time the parents ask me a situation if they can go or not. Like that's why I know the government officers went family and they tried to convince them.
And when they leave middle school, how old are they?
Normally they are 16 years old, and some might be 17.
Thank you. So they may be forced to go at 16 years old, or some of them look for marriage to avoid going. Some of them will accept a very young marriage to avoid going to the factory. That's the choice. Get married very, very young, or be sent, or be under pressure, heavy pressure, to go to the factory. Yeah.
Yes, this forced labor program like start since 2006. As far as I know, and it was the beginning, and that's why it's somehow relaxed, and like the married person not very forced to go, just the singles become the target, but it was changed after the years.
Okay. And when the girls are working in the factory, they earn 25 to 35 RMB a day, which is very little money, I know. And they're paid according to how hard they work, how much they produce in a day. Correct?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. And the money that they earn is sometimes less than the money that they have to pay for their accommodation. So they may pay, according to your testimony, they may have to pay more in the place to live if they don't work. So, for example, if they miss a day's work because they're unwell, they may build up a debt to the factory. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So once you build up,
sure.
Yeah. So once you build up a debt to the factory, you're earning no money, and you have how do they find the debt goes up and up because they need to pay for their food and their families have to send them money? How does that happen?
This case is not for all the workers, and the salary calculated, as I said, 30 to 25 to 30 a day, and this is they calculate the salary and then cut off the daily expenditure, then it become 20 or 30, and some girls who worked hard, of course, they earn a little bit more. So just a few girls, they didn't willing to work, or they not able to work that hard, and they become they said they have to pay to the factory just because they cannot work very hard, or they are feel sick and they don't want to work.
So
this is not for general.
Okay, so if they owe the factory money, they cannot leave.
Yeah, they have to ask money from their parents.
Right. The girls who escape, they went to the train station, and as you have said, they feared being trafficked. What did they think what did they think these people were going to do to them? The people who claimed to help them.
From our childhood, we had the feeling that the Uyghur kids trafficking to innerland China and become harvested. This is I grew up with such a story, and our parents always said, don't talk to the unknown person, because there are so many cases that Uyghur kids trafficking to innerland China become a theft. That's why the girls assume the unknown person also want to trafficking them become a thief or something else, or their organ might be harvested. We all have such a fear.
So you have that fear. Do you know of any girls from your village that went missing? When you were a child, did you hear any stories of girls who went missing from your village?
Yes. There was a man in our village. He's a child, 5 years old. He was trafficked, and he reacted very fast, and he just get back his kids from the room to city, because there is still a way to find the kids. But I know how frustrated he is. He came to our home to get some money from my dad, and I know his 5 years old kids just taken by the human traffickers.
And are the human traffickers, do you know what is happening to those children? Do you suspect this is for adoption or some other purpose?
It's for sure for become the kids the theft in innerland China, because when I go to the university, we have to stay on the train 2 days. And once we met a Uyghur boy, and he's in the Xi'an train station, and he said, just came to us and said, please save me. I am just escaped from the traffickers, and I am staying in she and almost 2 years ago, they asked me to become a thief. And like one of our friend, he has a gold ring, and she take it off and give to the kid, and just take it and change it into the money and go back buy a train ticket, because during the 2 days long travel, every time when we go back school or go back to our Kashgar, and we see such cases.
Thank you. I've asked my questions, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So Jeff.
And before I ask you the question I'm going to ask you, I want to explain something to Mr. Sabi. Mr. Sabi, you heard me this morning ask a witness whether she would like assistance with her inquiries by the tribunal, asking the PRC, and she declined. I've heard since that she misunderstood my question and on reflection thinks she would like us to add by a question that can be sent direct to the PRC in case that either A, makes public of her concerns or has effect. Any precise question has yet to be drafted, but knowing that that was her approach, I'm going to ask a similar question of this witness, and if there is a positive response, the drafting of it will be for later. Did you follow all that? Probably not. My question is this. You've made various efforts to establish what has happened to your family by making telephone calls and so on. Would it help you and your family, do you think, if the tribunal were itself to ask a question of the People's Republic of China? Or would that be harmful to their interests?
In my case, 4 out of 6 in my family are in the prison. So they are in the very worst condition, and I think nothing worse will happen to them. So it's okay for me if you had a chance to ask for the People's Republic of China about my family. I don't think they will put anyone at risk because they are already in the risk. And I really want to save them as soon as possible because it's almost 4 years and I can't hear their voice and I even don't know if they're alive or not. So for me, this is my only chance to learn about my whereabouts of my family members.
Well, what we will do is stay in touch with you via Mr. Sabi and his team, and we'll draft a question, and when you are content with the question, we will send it from the tribunal asking for a proper response by the September hearings, and I hope that may help you.
Yes, of course.
That apart, is there anything else you would like to tell us beyond what you've already said in answers to questions from counsel and from the members of the tribunal? Oh, sorry, you have another question.
Perhaps we might also clarify that, of course, the witness may wish to change her mind about her request for us to contact.
Of course she may, but there's no compulsion, Mr. Abraham, so we'll deal with it. Did you have another question?
I had two short questions.
I'm sorry, there are further questions, and we'll come back to how I will bid you farewell in a minute. Yes, Mr. Abraham.
Ms. Abdurrashid, I just wanted to ask 2 follow-up questions in relation to trafficking. In the instances of trafficking you are aware of, do you know whether the families had asked the PRC to investigate the matter?
Yes, most of the time they ask the police to help, but in every case there is no result, and I was witnessed most of the time the parents and the relatives, they go after with their kids and they go everywhere and they try to find these kind of people who like there is people who are known to trafficking the kids. Everyone, sometimes some bad people know each other and they try to reach them and ask them help. The parents always go to the police for help, but all the case there is no result.
And do the authorities formally give you an answer or formally respond? Or I guess my question is, do the authorities follow a procedure when investigating these cases?
Yes. They take the case, and but I didn't see any kids bring back home with the police.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Nasiman Abdurrashid, is there anything else you would like to say before we bid you farewell?
First of all, I really want to appreciate all of you, and I just want to let you see my father. He is sentenced 16 years, 11 months, and my mother, 13 years imprisonment, and this is my elder brother. He's sentenced 7 years. And this is my brother. He was sentenced 15 years, 11 months for the crime they even didn't commit, because my family members always obeyed the law, and they always educate me, become a very good person and get a very high education. And they have no any criminal record, but they still arrested with millions of Uyghurs. So I really hope the world listen us and stop this ongoing genocide as soon as possible, because they are not numbers. They are my parents. They are my brothers. Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that, and we've read your detailed witness statement explaining the efforts that you have made on your family's behalf. So you'll be in touch with Mr. Sabi's team, and we wish you well. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Maliksad Habibul.
No, sir.
And Dr. Zamit Borda will examine that witness.
So I can't hear you, Mr. Sabi. What page number?
Page number
123. Right.
The witness is Maliksad Habibul. The witness is a Uyghur. She and her sister started a business selling and exporting clothes between Turkey and the Xinjiang region in China.
Mr. Zamit Border, is she with us at the moment? I can't see. Yeah, that's me. So it's not her.
I will wait until we have a connection.
Yeah.
So is anyone able to update us on the situation? Hello, Mrs. Halibul. So the witness, a Uyghur, and his sister started a business selling and exporting clothes. There seems to be the connection seems to be intermittent, but I'll proceed. Selling and exporting clothes between Turkey and Xinjiang, China, through an online shopping. For this reason, the witness moved to Turkey in 2014. Her sister also opened a Chinese bank account for business purposes. In 2016, Chinese authorities confiscated about $20,000 from this business account. She also began receiving calls from her father asking her to return to China. Otherwise, her family would face retribution. When she did not return, her family stopped calling, and it became impossible for her to contact them. While in the past, her sister would respond to text messages right away, since they were in business together, her sister also stopped responding. The witness later learned, through various sources, that her mother, sister, and other members of her family had been detained in the camps. Mrs. Habibul, I have 3 questions for you. In your statement, you say that in 2016, Chinese authorities confiscated about $20,000. Firstly, to understand what currency we are speaking in here, what dollars. But they confiscated $20,000 from her business account. And the question is, did they provide any reason for this confiscation?
Ben sizden soraydigan sualım, Sargül Hanım. 2016 yılı siz depsiz Xitay hükümeti 20 ming dollar mı? Şundak bir pulni musadir kıldı depsiz. Bu dollar mı ya başka emes mi?
Xalq pulu değil.
Xalq pulu mu?
2016 yılki vaqtda hesaplasak şu 20 ming dollarga to'g'ri keladi.
Okay. The confiscated amount was the Chinese currency, but it could be converted, so the approximately was $20,000.
Thanks for that. And did the authorities provide a reason for that confiscation?
Bu musadir qilishninki sababini sizlarga tushundirdimi hukumat?
Yo'q, tushundirmadi.
No.
Thank you. Was that money or your business in any way connected with extremist, terrorist or separatist activities?
Mushu pul, yani sizninki soda ishlaringlar terrorizmga yoki bölgünchilikka yoki Xitoy hukumatininki jinoiy ishlari deb bekitgan mushu ishlarga chetishlik bo'lganmi, bo'lmagan?
Chetishlik bo'lmagan.
No.
Thank you. My third and final question. In your statement, you say that you identified the name of one of your husband's brothers who was detained for about 3 years in a camp on the leaked AXU list. Could you confirm that this is correct, and what method you used to confirm that that was your husband's brother, in fact, and not just a similar name?
Siz bayanatınızda depsiz yo'ldoshingizningki aksmu insmu qarindishini mana Aqsu'ninki listidan 3 yil kampida tug'anligini bildim depsiz. Siz qandaq jazmlashtirdingiz? Balki bu ism o'xshash ism bo'lib qolgan bo'lishi mumkin. Siz qandaq chuqum shu deb jazmlashtira oldingiz?
Mening qo'limda u isimlardan yo'ldoshimniki, aksniki ismli familiyalaridan hammasi o'xshash. Onun ustiga jazmlashtirish uchun buningda Aqsu Avadga tava bolalarning hammasi bir to'pga kirib maxsus jazmlashtirgan. Shuning uchun men yo'ldoshimniki aksi deb jazmlashtirman. Chunki u yeni kirib lagerga kirib chiqqanligini bilaman. 3 yilga yaqin kirib chiqqan.
I did some research, and also I already knew that my husband's brother was spent 3 years in the camp. Therefore, I can confirm the name on the list was him.
Thank you. One short supplementary question, and the witness doesn't need to answer if she feels it would put anyone in danger, but could I ask, how did she gain access to that leaked actual list?
Bu savolga javob bermayman desangiz ixtiyoringiz, agar ba'zi bexatarlik sabablardan bu shu hujjatga qandaq ulusha oldingiz, ya'ni bu hujjat qandaq qo'lingizga tushdi?
Bu hujjatni başkalarının kullanırken top şu yolcum Aqsu Avat fahandikin şu ular bir grubu bulup lagerga kirganlarniki tizimligini bir-birlab madem kim u deb bir-birisiga ega bo'lib chiqishgan butun dunyodagi Uyg'urlar, ya'ni Aqsu Avat havasli Uyg'urlar bir to'p WhatsApp guruhiga yig'ilib shu odamlarning kimligiga taniq bergan, ya'ni jazmlashtirish bergan.
Well, my husband is from Aqsu Avat, and so after learned the existence of this document, they set up a WhatsApp group. All the people in exile who are from that region, they set up a WhatsApp group to access to the information, and did some kind of investigation work themselves.
Thank you, Chair. No more questions. Thank you.
Rahmat sizga. Mening savolim tugadi.
Mrs. Habibul, you moved to Turkey in 2014 with your husband because you had decided to do this import-export clothes business. Could you tell us more about that business and why you thought it would be a good business to do from between Turkey and the region?
Siz bayanatınızda Türkiye'ye çıkıp şu import export kiyim-kechak savdosini qilishga qaror berdik deb siz biraz bizga tushuntirib berolasiz, ya'ni shu import export kiyim-kechak biznesda shu savdoda nima uchun bu qaror berganligingizni biraz tushuntirib berolasiz, ya'ni qandaq foyda to'g'riliq?
Yani bizim vatanimizde Şarkı Türkistan'daki bütün şehirlerde biz yine Uygurlar, yani Türkiye'nin kiyimlerini eliş, bu sünnet girin buyumlarını eliş, ben evci çıkan vakit yani %90% diyerek Uygurların hamisi de Türkiye'deki kiyim kechakleri ve başka saatlik neslerini istimal kılgan vakit doğandı ki şu an Türkiye'de kiyim kechakini silişine karar verdik. Çünkü acaba kiyim sahasida sal pishqan. Şu an ish qilishni qaror bergan.
Well, the clothes made in Turkey became extremely popular in my country. Ladies there, 90% were buying the clothes from Turkey, and my sister, who is quite senior in business, and that's why we decided that could be a good thing and profitable for to do this business.
Thank you. when you originally applied for a Turkish visa, it was refused when you applied from China, and you obtained your visa for Turkey in Egypt. Was that when you visited in 2010, or did you visit Egypt on other occasions?
Siz bayanatыңızda dep siz Türkiye'ge viza iliş tunji qitim rad bolganligidan siz Misirga berip onundikin aşadın viza aldım dep siz bu vizani 2010-yılı Misirga barganda aldыңызмы ya başqa vaqt başqa yıllarımı berip bakqandыңызмы Misirga?
2010 asli men sayat masalan to'liq o'tin bitirgandan keyin Yaponiyaga o'qish uchun Yaponiyaga o'qish vizam rad qilindi. Undan keyin shu amalsiz Turkiyaga viza qildim, undan rad qilindim. Shuning bilan Misrga berish oson deb shuning bilan 2010-yili Misrning vizasini hal qilib Misrga keldim.
Yaponiyadagi vizam rad bo'ldi dedingiz, shundaqmi?
Yaponiyadan chaqiriq qog'oz keldi, pasport bijirdim, 2 yil saqlab, birinchisi rad bo'ldi.
Okay. Actually, in the beginning, my goal was to go to Japan, and that having spent 2 years waiting to obtain passport, unfortunately, visa to Japan was refused. Then I applied a visa to go to Turkey. That was also refused. Later, I learned that getting visa from Egypt is easier. Therefore, I applied a visa to go to Egypt in 2010, which was successful.
So that visa from 2010 was a long-term visa because you went in 2014 to Turkey, I think.
Siz 2010-yılı bu Mısır'a algan viza uzun vaqtlık vizamidi? Çünkü siz 2014-yılı Türkiye'ye beripsiz. Bu qandaq vizada şunu tushundirasiz?
Bu sayat vizasi. Sayat vizi bilan Misrga kelib, Misrga kelgandan keyin shu Azhar universitetiga zinitib, shu jarayonda aniq o'qish vizasi olgandim. 1 yillik beradi.
Well, initial visa was a tourist visa. Then after registering with Al-Azhar University, I obtained a visa for a year and then kind of extended each year.
Thank you. When you were in Turkey, members of your family visited you. How many family members visited, and did any of your husband's family visit?
Siz Türkiye'de yaşayan şu jarayonda ailenizdeki kelip tuqqanlarınız, urug' tuqqanlarınız sizni yo'qlabdi. Sizning yo'ldoshingizningmi urug' tuqqanlari Türkiye'ge kelip ular yo'qladimi?
Yo'ldoshimning uydagilarniki pasport bijiramagan. Ular kelmadi.
Not my husband's relatives because they were not able to obtain a passport.
Thank you. In 2015, your husband's niece sent him money in Turkey, and your husband's brother also did. Could you tell us when they sent that money and how much they sent?
2015-yılı yo'ldoshingizningki tuqqanlari mushu Turkiyaga pul saldı deb siz mushu pul to'g'riliq biroz tushuntirib berasiz. Qaysi vaqtda qanchalik pul salgan?
Yo'ldoshimning uydagilar biz Misrdagi vaqtimizda shu Misrga pul salgandi. Mening yo'ldoshimning uydagilarmi, yo'ldoshimmi ularning uydagilariga ba'zida pul soladi. Shunga aniq birini deyolmayman, chunki ikki tarafda pul muomalasi bor. Shuning uchun shu bizga pul solganni pul solishi oz, lekin shu pul to'g'riliq tutib ketdi deb faraz qilaman.
2015-yılı bu sual. 2015-yıldaki pul selişmesi. So I beg your pardon. Was it the money sent from Turkey to her to her husband's brother and niece. Is that the question?
I think the money was sent from them to Turkey.
Men yana qaytadan sordum, yani sizlar u yoqqa salgan pulmi yoki u yoqdan Turkiyaga kelgan pulmi desam, bu savolda shu ashulardan Turkiyaga kelgan pul to'g'riliqga 2015-yili. Siz masalan deb beralamsizmi shu 2015-yilda yo'ldoshingizningki oilasining Turkiyaga pul salgan, qanchalik pul salgan, misol shu to'g'riliq.
Tahminen şu $5,000'lık.
Approximately was about $5,000 in total.
Thank you. And then your husband's brother and niece were both sent to camps for sending that money, or you think it was for sending that money. Was it illegal to send money to Turkey at that time?
Hem şu pulunu yollağanlığı üçün bu yolduşunuzdaki aksimitti. Yolduşunuzdan aksi yani bir
yolduşunun aksi.
Yani bir uruq tuqqan yani birisi ikisini şu kampaga akirgetdi depsiz. Bu ha?
Şemşnur Abdurrahim Abdulkadir'ninki kızı.
Okay. So Shamsun Abdulkadir, who was a daughter of Abdurrahim Abdulkadir dediniz mi? The daughter of Abdurrahim Abdulkadir was taken to camp. Şu bularni aş vaqtda Turkiyaga pul silish qanunsizmidi.
Ular maxsus pul uchun nima qilmaydi, boshqa sabablarni qiladi. Ben o vaqt aniq bir javobini bilamadim, faqat pul sog'anlik uchun deb javob berishgan, men faqat mushu bir javobini oldim.
But it could be other reasons as well. They were accused of other reasons, but I only learned that from the conversation that they were taken away because of transferring the money.
Okay. You mention in your evidence your clients in China. Are those clients from your clothes business? Is that business still operating?
Siz şu bayanatınızda Cumhuriyet'teki xeridalarınız doğrusu degap qıpsız. Muşu hazırki sodu hazır mı bu atamdı? Mesela xeridalarınız bilen bu sodunuz yana davamlaşıvatamdı?
Yapılmayatıdım.
No, it's not continued.
So the clients you mentioned are your former clients from when the business was open. Is that right?
Sizinki şu xeridarım deginiz, konu xeridarınız, işte sodu qıvatqa vaqtidagi xeridar. Doğru mu?
On xeridarınız mı?
Did you say 10 men on xeridar demedim, faqat xeridar. So you didn't mention number. Well, I only said the clients.
In 2017 and 2018, members of your family were sent to camps, and then some on from there to prisons. I think it's all three sisters, 4 brothers, and your mother and father. Is that correct, or are there other members that I've missed?
And this şu 2017-2018 yıl aralıqda sizin ailənizdən 3 qeyrindaş, qız qeyrindaş, 4 aka enləriniz, anandikin atanınız muşularni kampıga, onundan keyin türmələrə solub etdi depsiz. Bulardan başqa yana uruq tuqqanlarning solinib ketganini bilamsiz?
Başqa uruq tuqqanlarımın neni bilmeymen, lekin men mal sağan xeridalarımdan netisini ladırıqtırıp ketkenligini bilmem.
No, I don't know any other family members apart from them, but I know there are some former business clients who are taken and placed in camps.
And as far as you know, what were the reasons given for their detention?
Sizning bilishingizcha, o'zingizning bilishingizcha, bularningki kampga akir ketishidagi sababi nima? Qandaq bir sababni berib bularni tutib akir ketgan?
Sababi mening vatanga qaytib ketmaganligim uchun. Asas sebep mush bo'ldi. Chunki men 3-4 oyda qaytib kelishni bekchan talab qilishqa men qaytib ketmaganligim uchun.
The main reason is that I didn't return to my home country because for 3 to 4 months they pressurized me to go back, and after I failed to obey that order, and I believe that was the consequences.
You've obtained information from some friends, including some Han Chinese friends, about what's happened to your family. Have those friends been concerned about their own safety in finding that information for you?
Siz mush bəzi uçurlarını özümün dostudun, həm bəzi Xitay dostlarımdan aldım dəbsiz. Bu sizə uçur bəgən kişilər özününki bexətərlikidən ənsirməyənmi?
Məncə ənsirmədi deyə oylayman. Mən 2020-ci ili 4-cü ayğa qədər normal aloqa olaydım. Məsələn, bəzi gəplərni gəpilişib jüdetdi, həm bəzi bir işarətlər arqılıq gəpilişdik. Mən 3 il izləyən bu, azab 3 yaşdı. Yengikimizdə şu zaman qaytırıb alatdık.
I don't think they were concerned at the time. Up until April 2020, we were able to communicate, but it's a sort of like a self-deleting message that could delete, you want to remain for detection. So we used a quite secure way of communication.
Okay, thank you. Your husband's niece served part of her sentence in a forced labour camp, and your brother-in-law was also sent to work forcibly in construction. Do you know the name of the forced labour camp or the company that your niece was sent to, or the company that your brother-in-law was made to work for?
Şu yoldaşınızınki aksimetli inisi türmege enemege akir ketken. Bula brother deydi, aka iniligini men bilemedim. Nime sizinki bayanatınızdan aldın okumagan boğaşqa, kömegen boğaşqa. Yoldaşınızınki 2 kişi ailesinden şunu men bir dəvətsiniz, men asan buldu. Aksimetli, inisimetli.
Lagerga kirgenlerden 2 aksi, 2 inisi var.
Anadaki nimege mecburi emgekki yollagan kimlerdi?
Şemşinur Abdurrahim, yoldaşımın aksının kızı.
Okay. So I just have to clarify because we don't use just brother or niece. There is a different way of. It's so general in English, but I have to make sure that I am.
Shemsinor was sent to the forced labour camp, and I think it was the husband of her sister who did the business with her, who was sent to the construction, forcible construction work.
Şu 2 aylığınızdaki 2 kişi mecburi emgekki yollagan 2 kişi doğruluq. So what was the question?
Does she know which the forced labour camp that Shemsinor was sent to?
Shemsinurning qaysi mecburi emgek o'rniga yollaganligini bilamsiz?
Bilmem. Shemsinur 1996 yılı 1. ay doğulgan, 2015 yılı demdim. 2015-yili başta şu bizga pul sağgan degan maqsadda 3 yillik kesilgan. 2018-yili vaqt qo'shsima 2010
Şu hazır sual 2010 mecburi emgakka yo'llagan yana bilamsiz deydi. Qaysi o'rinda?
G'o'jadagi fabrikalarga yo'llangan.
In a factory in Guljas region. In Gulja region. Ghulja.
Thank you. One reason you decided not to return when your father asked you to return was because you felt they would be protected because 2 members of your family were in the police. One was a prison guard, the other was a teacher, an accountant. Why do you think that those holding those positions did not actually protect them?
And sizning dadingiz sizni qaytib keldi degan vaqtda siz qaytib bormagan. Chunki siz oilangizda saqchi bo'lganlar bor, butun hukumatga ishlagan xizmatchilar bo'lgandan keyin ular bir cho'ng bir ish kelmaydi deb shundaq faraz qilganligingizdan qaytmaganligingizni dedingiz. Sizce nima uchun shundaq bir xizmat o'rinlarida ishlab turibmi yana shundaq oqibat bo'ldi sizce?
Şu umumyüzlük 2016-yıldan başlangan şu lagerga kirganlar masalan chet elda urug' tuqqanlar bag'alarni lagerga kirdi. Şu Xitoyning Uyg'urlarni irqiy qirg'inchilik ustidan.
I believe it is the policy, the ethnic cleansing policy that has been carried out since 2016. That was the reason because one of the criteria to detaining people to camps where they have family members living abroad.
You decided to speak out about your family's circumstances on social media. And could you tell us what effect that has had?
This is şu normal social media nimalarda o'zingizniki oilangizniki uchirgan bu ziyonkashlik to'g'risida rasmiy uchurlarni yaydim deb siz shu uchurlar yeyilgandan keyin qanday bir oqibatlarni olib keldi?
Ben 2019-yili 12 ayda yine Şükret Zakir bütün lagerlarni taqıdıq deganini anglapla alaqlashib qaydab alaqlashqa vaqtimda bizning uyimdagilarning hammasini deylik meni ikki akam, ikki acamni 3 yildan 5 yilda kesib keyin başta men shu savr qilgandim bular o'qishda bo'lgandan keyin deb ilqim mendim lagerda bo'lgandan tarbiyalashda bo'lgandan keyin deb ansirab ketmabdiman. Yil kesibotgandan keyin 2019-yili 12 aydan boshlab guvohlik berishga boshladim. 2019-yili 1-oyga kelganda boshda ota-onam chiqdi emasmi? 2019-yili 1-oyda chiqdi. 2020-yili 1-oyda guvohlik berdim. 5-6 kundan keyin ota-onamni o'qituvchi achamni chiqarib o'tgan uchini shu hamma tuqqanlarim do'stlarcham birlikda ko'kizishga boshladim. Birinchi qadamda bunday bo'ldi.
To'xtangmi? In the beginning, when I learned that they were all in the so-called education camp, that I wasn't so concerned. Then in 2019, in January, my father was released, and I hoped that the rest, my sisters and my brothers, would be released as well. But later, in December, I learned that my brothers and my sisters all given prison sentence. Şu türmege taşlagan vaqti 2019-yili 12-oyda aldım xabarini dediniz, to'g'rimi?
11-oyda türmege solib o'tgan, 12-oyda xabarini aldım.
Okay. Yeah, they were imprisoned in November 2019, and I obtained the news in December 2019.
And what has been the effect of using social media to publicize their cases?
Amda mushu social medialarda bularninki bo'lgan mushu ahvollarni yayganligingizningki ta'siri qandaq bo'ldi? Qandaq bir ta'sir bo'ldi?
Masalan, ta'sirlari otamni, opamni, achamni uchisini başta ko'rgazgan bo'ldi. Ikkinchisi shu otam Niyaz akam. Niyaz akamni başta shikoyat saqchilar tutib olgandi. Buning ustida men Turpandagi masalan idorasiga telefon qilib chiqib do'stlarga bilan bir amallar qilib aloqalashgandan yoqi bu akamni shikoyat qo'yib ketdi.
Shikoyat qo'yib turib uningdikin tutib ketdi, shunaqmi?
Shikoyat tutib oldi, uningdikin qo'yib ketdi. Tutib olsimi masalan yenida telefonni sirtqa qo'yib masalan telefon qilib uzoqdan elib bir oddiy o'xshaydi, ham saqchigandek biriga tutib olgan o'xshaydi arzimcha.
Okay, for example, one of my brothers was arrested and was detained for 2 months before being released.
Thank you. My final question. Is there any reason why the authorities might regard you or your husband or any member of your family as being a terrorist or an extremist or a separatist?
Sizce hükümet siz yoki yo'ldoshingizni terrorchi yoki bölgünchi yoki boshqa shunaq jinoyatlar bilan ayblashda boshqa qandaq bir sabablar bor sizce?
Bizni undaq nima bilan terrorchi degan maqsadda qilib boqmadi bizni bir qatimma. Ayblab boqmadi.
Well, in fact, I wasn't accused of terrorists or any other, any other crimes.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed for your testimony.
Sizningki bayonotingiz uchun ko'p rahmat.
Mr. Vetch, please.
The land, the 350 acres that was confiscated from Duredim, was he paid for that in any way?
Mushu 350 ming yerninki musodir qilinib ketdi degan nemisini bayonotingizda debsiz. Buningga o'zi pul to'laganmi?
Yo'q, u burundan tatib o'zining yergan to'xtatib olgan yerlaridan.
Well, those land that he bought it a long time ago, so which belonged to him.
Yes, but when the land was taken from him by the state, did the state pay him any money for it?
Demakchi bo'lganimiz hukumat bu ya'ni ev olgandan keyin buningga pul berdimi?
Bergan uqmayman.
I don't really know whether they paid him.
Masalan, Aqsu shahar bo'yicha chiqib, masalan, paxtiriga emasmi, ashlarning asosiyatini, yerlarning asosiyatini tatib oldim.
Well, all I know was there were people, a lot of people's land were confiscated because to grow cotton, for the purpose of grow cotton.
And last question, do you know whether the land was given to another party, to other people, or is it still owned? Or is it still in the possession of the state?
Endi bu yerni boshqalarga berib atganini angladingizmi? Boshqa bir shaxslarga berib atganmi yoki yana shu hukumatning qo'lidami bu yer?
Shu hukumatning tatib olganligini bilaman.
All I know is that it was confiscated by the state. That's all I know.
Professor Kaur.
Just following up on those questions. So this land belonged to your husband's older brother, and you say he went to a camp. Do the PRC there's 2 camps, call those camps a re-education center?
Akınızınki, yoldaşınızınki aksi, bu yer asli yoldaşınızdan aksınınki depsiz. Yani bulanı şu lagerga akirip ketdi dep şunaq depsiz. Bunu hükümet ameliyatı lager demesinden qayta terbiyeleş merkezi deydi şunaq mı? So do this, they call it re-education center. That's the question. Yes, in the beginning, when they were taken, they said they will need to be educated.
Which camps were there? There's 2 mentioned here.
Yeah, işki kampını depsiz, qaysı kampdi? Maşa bayanattanız işki kampını depsiz, qaysı kampdi? Yani qaysı lagerdi geçen?
Mesela şemde uyutildi diyen nima?
Do you mean the one that only the one that they can return home during the weekend? Huh?
Şendim. Abdulkadir başta 2015-yılı 5. ayda şu bizga pul sağanda soqchilar tarafından tutib oldi. Uni lagerda misang bo'libdi. 2016-yılı 8. ayda qo'yib etdi. 2017-yılı 4. ayda anadagi rasmiy lagerga kirdi.
So you mean Abdulkadir, who was detained in 2015 because he transferred money to us. Then he was released in 2016 from detention. Then in 2017 he was taken into a camp.
So the first one's a re-education center and the second one, according to the PRC.
Xitoy hukumatininki atılışı boyunca birinci qitim akirgan yani qayta tarbiyalash o'rni deb deyaptimi yoki ikkinchi qitim yani 2017-yili akirib ketgan joyni qayta tarbiyalash o'rni debdimi? Qaysi?
2017-yili 4-oyda akirib ketgandan tarbiyalash lagerda degan.
2017-yildikini. Shunaqmi? Yeah. The one he was detained in 2017 that was called re-education.
So he's treated as a criminal after coming out of a re-education center and his land is confiscated. Is that right?
Aşı türmege kirip çıqqandan keyin yani tutqundan chiqqandan keyin yerlerini tatib olgandan keyinmi bir jinoyatchidek shundaq muomala qilgan to'g'rimi? Maybe need to rephrase. I don't think she understood. I actually didn't. I'm really sorry. I didn't understand your question.
Okay, I just want to understand how land gets confiscated if you are going to a re-education center or if you're going to a prison.
Endi mushu yer musodir qilishdagi sabab qandaq kishilarningki yerlarini musodir qildi, mushuni men bir tushunamadim. Turmaga kirganlarningki yerlari musodir bo'lamdi yoki mushu qayta tarbiyalashga kirganlarningki yerlari musodir bo'lamdi? Mushuni bilmoqchi edim.
Men anglagan vaqtimda shu butunlay fuqarolarning yerlari musodir tartib etilganligini angladim. Lager kirsin kirmasin.
According to my knowledge, what I heard that any citizens' land can be confiscated if the state decide to confiscate them. It doesn't matter whether they've been in prison or in camp.
And the cotton business that belonged to your other...
They only leave very small portion for these people.
The cotton business that belonged to one of your other brother-in-laws, is that also confiscated, taken by the government?
Yani bir mushu yo'ldoshingizningki aksining o'zininki paxta tijarati bor debsiz. Bumi davomlashyaptimi yo hukumat tatib oldimi?
G'ani Abduqadir, Nurum Abduqadirlarning mo az deganda 100 necha mo yer bor edi. Ularmo shu lagerga chiqqandan keyin shu ya burun tatib oldimi ya lagerdan chiqqandan keyin tatib oldimi endi uqmayman. Yerlar tatib olg'achqa hozir shu shahar yezdan oila uchun Aqsu shahriga ko'chib shu zavod fabrikalarda ishlayotdi.
Their land, or not land, the land and their business, the cotton was all confiscated. I don't know whether it was confiscated prior to taking them in camp or after, but is because there is no any way of continuing making business. Therefore, they had to go to the city and working in factories to survive.
So just two quick questions. So altogether, to sum up, from your extended family, you've had $20,000 taken away, about 350 acres of land and a cotton business. Is there anything else from your extended family?
Sizningki mushu butun oilangizdan $20,000 pul tatib ilingan, 250,000 mo yerlar tatib ilingan, to'g'rimi?
To'g'ri. $20,000 bankda to'ng'iltib buni tatib oldi deb o'qimayman, to'ng'iltib.
The $20,000 was frozen, so I don't know whether that is counted, just taken away, or it's, I don't know really how it works, but yeah, the rest is correct.
So is this the pattern that you have come across amongst your other business family contacts from the region? Is this a familiar pattern? Does it happen to other Uyghur rich business families?
And the boom mushu butunlay boy tijoratchi Uyg'urlarga o'xshash shundaq bir muomalada bo'lamdi, ya'ni mushu sizlarningki beshinglarga kelgan boshqalarga o'xshashmi demoqchi?
Ha, boshqalarga o'xshash. Meniki endi tijorat qilgan xaridorlarimning hammasi deydi. Turkiyada mal oldi, ham boylarning tijorat qilganligi uchun ularning shu ya musodir qilindi shu lagerda degandek.
Yes, that is correct. People, even my former clients who were taken and placed into camps, many were wealthy business people. So that is a common practice.
Can you quickly give us a number of people she knows, just roughly how many people who've had their land or businesses or properties confiscated that she knows of?
And siz o'zingiz biladiganlarning qancha odam, ya'ni qancha o'zi taxminan qancha kishininki mushundaq pullari yoki yerlari musodir qilindi? Siz biladiganlarning ichidan misolga.
Men boshqalarni bilmayapman. Lager tutilganini bilmayman, musodir qilganini bilmayapman.
Well, I know people who were taken to camps, but I don't really know the exact number of people whose land or their properties are being confiscated.
Thank you. Meliksat Habibul, you may have heard, if you've been listening, I ask two other witnesses if they would like the tribunal to ask the PRC a question about missing relations. I'm going to ask you the same question, or get Madam Interpreter to repeat what she heard the first time. Would you like this tribunal, if it feels it can, to ask questions of the PRC about your missing relations, or do you think that would do more harm than good?
Mushu sotning mas'ul bo'lgan kishilar Xitoy hukumatidan sizning oilangiz, ya'ni shu turmaga kirib ketgan, yo'qolib ketganlar to'g'risida surishti qilishni xohlamsiz? Sizcha surishti qilsa ularga texmi ko'p ziyonkashlik, ular texmi ko'p ziyonkashlik uchramdi?
Surishti qilishni xohlayman.
Surishti qilishni xohlaysiz, shunaqmi? I would like you to investigate.
Thank you for giving evidence. Your evidence is now concluded.
Sizga ko'p rahmat bugungi shu guvohlik berishingiz oyoqlashdi.
Mr. Zamit Border, I address you. As to this witness, despite having been public about her investigations, nothing from the PRC by way of critical comment on her?
No, not that we are aware of.
More important, and to make clear at some stage now will do, the few witnesses giving evidence about missing relations are a sample of named individuals on several databases complaining in similar terms of missing witnesses. Can you tell us, please, roughly how many names of people there are making complaints of missing witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, almost all the fact witnesses that you have heard have family members that are missing. In addition to that, we had a substantial list of witnesses with missing family members.
Yes, I want to know, please, Mr. Sabi, whether it's tens, hundreds, or thousands.
And hundreds.
Would you like to discuss with, yes, I think Mr. Zamit Border, who's of course been heading investigation, may want to discuss with Mr. Sabi, because we better get this answer right. How many is it? No, would you discuss first? I don't want to.
We are talking about thousands of witnesses.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Our next witness is Muhammad Tawakul. You will find his evidence at page 350.
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Tawakul here? By the way, Mr. Tawakul would be our last fact witness of these hearings.
Thank you.
Do we have the connection with Mr. Tawakul, please?
Mr. Sabi, we are running late in a schedule that has important witnesses this afternoon. So I urge everyone to manage things as economically as they can, with apologies going to Mr. Tawakul if he feels he has not had enough time, and that can be accomplished by detailed summary, or rather more in the summary and brevity by my colleagues.
Yes, unfortunately we are running late, but because this is the last witness in the Istanbul base, it's important to finish it before we break.
Oh yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
But without doing a disservice to the witness or the evidence, as concise as possible, please.
Can you let us know whether the witness is available or shall we break for lunch?
I guessed. It has to be said, we warned about the possibility of interruptions on day one, and I think in total since then there's been about 2 minutes of shortage, so everyone is to be congratulated on getting it right all the time. Thank you. Although it's not the normal procedure, as long as we're forecasting the witness will be with us, can you please start with the summary to make best use of time, giving as much detail as you can so that the questions you ask will be as limited as possible.
This is a male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity. He was detained twice for a total period of 3 months as a political prisoner where he suffered severe ill treatment, including being whipped on his feet with an iron wire and being placed in a tiger chair with a heated bolt above the chair creating unbearable heat. The witness was in prison with approximately 400 detainees, all of whom were Uyghurs, with about 10 detainees per cell. He states that he is a witness to systematic killings in his county, in Xinjiang. The now current Deputy Party Secretary of Xinjiang, Zhu Hailun, the witness says, was head of law enforcement officers in his county who systematically discriminated against Uyghurs. The witness states that Zhu Hailun murdered many people in the early 2000s in his county. The witness states around 50 to 60 people in some villages and sometimes up to 70 Uyghurs were taken by Hailun. He states that very few were released and a large proportion returned dead. The witness's son and neighbor, among 11 others, were said to be among those who were taken. His son and neighbor were killed and 7 remained disappeared. Bodies were sometimes returned. His son's body, showing signs of torture, was found later by the witness's daughters. The witness's wife was forced to have an IUD inserted, which resulted in other medical ailments and complications. The witness states that in his county, some 8-month-old babies were killed straight away, and that forced sterilization and abortion were widespread. The witness states that he was targeted because his close relatives were detained in 1996 for being religious. That's the witness's summary. Mr. Tavekku, could you hear me clearly?
Hürmetli tevekkül efendim, siz uygulayaldınız mı oraya? Anladım. Yes, I could hear.
Mr. Tevekkül, thank you for joining us. I've just read a summary of the statement you've provided to the tribunal, and the tribunal have your statement. I'm going to ask a few questions before I hand over to the panel.
Qatnaşqanınızga bizga guvohlik berganingiz ko'p rahmat. Sot sizning yozma shaklli guvohligingizni meni ko'rdi. To'liq ularning qo'lida to'liq yozma guvohligingiz bor. Mening bir qancha savolim bor.
Rahmat.
Thank you.
You've stated in your statement that Zhu Hailun was murdering people in Kargilik County. How do you know this was occurring?
Siz yazma bayanınızda Zhu Hailun degan kishining Kargilik nayisida insonlarni o'ldirganligini debsiz. Siz qanday bilasiz uning odam o'ldirganligini?
Ben Zhu Hailun'daki Kargilik kelgandan keyin bizning mahalladagi Mahmud Hasan degan bir bizning qo'shnimizni 13 odamni eshkitib, uning ikkisi abdidin qo'yibdi. Qolgan odamni hammasi kesdi oldini 10 yil, keyin 3 yil qadar. Uning orasidan birisi o'ldi.
Oxirini toz yaxshi anlamadim. 13 kishini echkettirgandan keyin.
Zhu Hailun Kargilik iltizamda shiqqanmutmuş, yüzü solab kelgandan keyin odamlarni, ya'ni bu bir millatchi, ya'ni bir odam ekan bu. Bu kelgandan keyin har daviydan, har kanatdan 10dan 12 hatta 18 qadar odamning turmuga ketganligini bilaman. Onun arasından bizning kanatda faqat 3 tane mahallasi var, bir kichik bir kanatimizda 13 odamni ekitib turmaga. Onun üçünü qo'yib berdi, ammo 8 aylarni oldini 10 yil, keyin 3 yildan kesdi. Bunun arasında mening naviri akam Mehmet ibn Aymet'in bordi. Onun arasındaki Mahmud Hasan degan qilmishimizning o'ligini berdi.
After Zhu Hailun came to our village, he randomly arrested people. From the village where I live, it is a small village relatively. He arrested 13 people from our just immediate neighbors. Out of 13 people, only 3 of them released and 8 of them sentenced for various terms. And one is Mahmud Hasan, the person called Mahmud Hasan was returned as dead. And another, the person, Mehmet Ali Ayub, Mehmet Ali Ayub masmi? Yani bir adam.
Mehmet Ali Aymet.
Mehmet Ali, another person, Mehmet Ali Aymet, also returned as dead.
Mehmet ibn Aymet.
Mehmet ibn Aymet. That person also returned as dead body. I know from my what I saw as from these 2 people who are living in my immediate neighborhood.
And over what period were these deaths occurring?
Bu ölüş vakaları qaysi yıllarda yuz berdi?
Bu vakaliklar
perhaps we can ask the witness not to consult any documents.
2008. It happened in 2008.
Ama Mahmud Hasan degan qilmishning o'ligini 2009 qaytirib berdi.
The dead body of Mahmud Hasan returned in 2009.
Can I ask who was being targeted for killings?
Qandaq adamlarni o'ldirish uchun nishon qildi deydi.
Bu oldi bilan yine diniy ilm olgan odamlarni nishon qildi. Enandan keyin anandagi bosqichga bo'lib, anandan keyin boylarni tutqun qildi. Önünden keyin özü Uygur iş hizmetçileriga qattiq bisim qo'yib, ularning orasidan namoz o'qiydigan odamlarni va yoki jamining jamining atrofiga saqchilarni qo'yib, qurol saqchilarni partiya a'zosi kirishga bo'lmaydi degan cheklovlarni qo'ydi. Hatto 18 yoshdan tuvan bolalarni jami kirish yasar degan cheklovlarni qo'ydi. Uni itoat qilmagan ish xizmatchilarni ishdan haydadi. Uning orasida men yaqin o'tadigan Osman degan odamni paxta zavoddan xizmatini ib tashladi.
Initially, the people with religious knowledge the targeted, and then the targeted people with certain amount of wealth, the people with financially well off, and also Uyghur officials working on various level of governments who are suspected of praying. They were also targeted, and then he installed policemen around the mosque and monitoring who are entering the mosque and who are praying, and also those people also targeted because at that time he strictly implemented the rule that any government officials are not allowed to pray, and also the people, the young people under the age of 18 not allowed to pray. So basically, the people who are not obedient to his own instruction or rule, everyone is targeted during that time.
You've given estimates of 50 to 70 people being murdered in villages. In how many villages were people being murdered?
Siz depsiz 50'den 70'gacha kishi sizlarning shu yizanglarda o'ltirildi deb. Yana shundaq boshqa yizilarda shunaqa ishlar bo'ldimi? Yana qancha yizi bormi shunaqa ishlar bo'lgan?
Men bir qitim shu Qag'aliqniki ikkinchi yizi Bashiriq yiziga bir bayramda chiqdim. Bir yaqinimizning o'ziga chiqsam shu yizidan bir kichik bir yiz ekan. Bashiriqniki ikkinchi dadisi. Chiqsam shu yerda shu bu yaqinimizni 18 odamni turmaga ashkatdi deb anladim.
Once I visited nearby the village. It is called Bisharak village, and it is relatively small village. And in that village, I heard that 18 people were taken away, and it happened in a small village in Bisharak.
Just to clarify, there are only 2 villages that you are talking about when you're referring to people being disappeared and possibly murdered.
Siz o'ltirilgan yoki yo'qolib ketgan kishilarni aytganda faqat 2 yizining ismini berdingiz, shundaqmi deydi?
Shundaq.
Yes.
And how have you come to this estimate of 50 to 70 people being murdered in these 2 villages?
Shuna bo'lganda bu 2 yizidan 50 dan 70 gacha odamning o'ltirilganligini qanday taxmin qildingiz?
Bunun arasında ben şu turmaga ekirip ölügünü belki adamına cık anladım. Johaylon'daki rehberi olan vaxtlarda cık adamlarınki turmadan ölügü çıkanlığını anladım.
During the time when Johaylon was in charge, I heard many tragic stories that people detained in jail and then their dead body returned to their family members.
You state that your uncle died in 2002 because his 3 sons were detained for being religious. Can you tell us how your uncle's death was linked to the detention of his 3 sons?
Siz tağınızın ölüm hakkında, öldürülgelik hakkında bayan guvalık verdiniz. Bu tağınızın öldürülüşü, şu üç oğlanın tutkun kılınışı, dini malumatlık boğun için şu hakkında bir inik düşünce verir misiniz? Kandak yani bunun tağınızın ölüşü bilen Juhayl'ın bir vasıtı münasebet kandak?
Benim tağımdaki balları biraz yine itiqat aliydi. Ularni tutqandan keyin mening tag'am 33 yil bir kanitniki kanit boshlig'i va kanitning maliyasi bo'ldi. O'zi partiya a'zosi. Bu adam dedik bu adam hatta Nalik Parti Komitesining tashviqot bo'limlariga hatta kirib, men sizlarga 33 yil xizmat qildim. Yani bir oğlumla, iki oğlumda bir oğlumla sizlerden tilayman, bir oğlumu kaytırıp birinler bilsimi, kaytırıp vermek. Hatta gene bizden şu daha diye kenetlik açıp, uçuk soklu şeyde açımız der ayıbı kıldı. En azındaki tağam şu oğlunu kesti. Birisini 10 yıl, Abdullah Ahmet diyen akamını 10 yıl, bunun kişiki İzbullah Ahmet diyen 8 yıl. En azından şu tağam, şu balların işi hakkında bizdenki yaşayan keyisi çıkan bizi Xitay hakimiyeti olanı tağamını yani dağdığılık keyisi çıkardı. Şu balların aşağı tağamı bat oldu. 2002 yılda.
After the detention of 3 sons, my uncle was a Communist Party member, and the 3 sons got kind of religious education or religious knowledge. After the arrest of his 3 sons, as a long-time Communist Party member, at the same time as a Communist Party secretary in the village, and he repeatedly went to county administration and talked with the Communist Party officials in the county. And my uncle begged them to release at least 1 son for the sake of his 33 years loyalty and hard work for the Communist Party, instead of releasing even 1 child. And he was told that there could be a public open trial right in the village where my uncle lived, and that was devastating for him. And so 2 of his sons, one of his sons sentenced for 12 years, another was 8 years. After one after another, these long sentencing, and my uncle couldn't bear any more, and so he basically died in torture with the suffering of his own children. In 2002, he died in 2002.
You've noted that there is one birth control office in every village, and every woman is checked every 3 months to see if they have a coil. Is that correct?
Siz her kandak izada tuğut pilallık tekşürüş tuğut çekleş nimesi var dep siz anadaki bütün ayallarını tekşürüp ulağa alqı saldı dep siz bu doğru mu?
Doğru. Çünkü her izada birden pilal tuğut işhanısı var ayrım. Buraya her 3 ayda bir kıtım 3 ayda bir kıtım tekşürüş kılıdı. Yani kembegellerge jirmani qo'llanadi. Kelgan ayollarga agar qo'shqida bo'lib qolsa, yoki jirmani oladi va yoki o qonunda topalash tushirishga zo'rlaydi.
Yes, in every village there is a birth control office. There are people working with special duty, and they call women to in the village to come once in every 3 months or sometimes they go and visit each family. And if they find any woman who's pregnant, and either that family is heavily fined or put various punishment. So it is the birth control units in every village wherever you go.
Can I ask how you know what happens in villages other than your own village?
Sizning yizingizdan boshqa yizlardami shundaq tug'uchaklash ishxonalarining borlig'ini qanday bilasiz?
Chunki hamma yizida pilotli tug'ut ishxonasi bor. Men uni bilaman. Hamma yizida bor. Masalan, Qog'aliqda 18 yizi bor. 18 yiziningki har yizida yizliq partikomning yanada to'g'ri pilotli ishxonasi bor. Ayrim. Çünkü bunu Xitoy hokimiyati buni qonunlashtirdik dedi. Dastlabida siyoset deb qonunlashtirmas siyoset ifade, keyin bu siyosatni qonunlashtirdik deb ayrim bir organ qo'ydi. Hammasida bor.
I know for sure, and there are 18 the villages in Qog'aliq County, and every village there is a birth control unit right beside the Communist Party office. And at the beginning, it was introduced as a policy, and later on it became a tough law to be implemented. And we know that because we frequently go around, and it is not only in Qog'aliq, everywhere. It is the same thing.
I just have 4 short questions for you, Mr. Tawakkul, before I hand you over to the panel. How do you know that 8-month-old babies were being killed?
Siz 8 oylik buvaqlarning o'ldirilganini deb siz qanday bilasiz bu 8 oylik buvaqlarning tushirilgan, o'ldirilganligini?
Ben bizden mahallede, bizden kentte bir 1700-1800 bir nüfusu bir kent, bizden kent küçük bir kent. 3 tane mahallesi o kentimizden. Bizden şu kentimizde bir aciz, kembuğal bir kimliki ayali yığır olap 7 aylık mı 8 aylık mı olan balısını pul töveyse de zorlap onu pulun yok diyenlikken şu ayalını Naylık, yani Qog'aliq Nayının pilotu işxonasiga apırıp şu yerde mecbur futbolunu aldırıp etkenligini anlap şu ayal çıkıp adet bir uzun vaqtni o'tmedi ölüp ketdi şu ayal. Hem namazga qatnashgan men şu ayal namazga.
I know this because in our village where I live, it is relatively small, approximately 1,700, maybe 1,800 people live in our village. And there are 3 neighborhoods in our village. And there was one poor lady. She became pregnant and almost 8 months pregnant. And she was fined, but because she was poor, she couldn't able to pay the fine. So she brought into the town center, Qog'aliq Center, and her baby was aborted in the hospital. And not sooner, that lady also died, and I participated her funeral. And for that reason, I know.
You state that a Uyghur militia detained your brother. Can you explain to us who were the Uyghur militia?
Siz bir akınızdımı, ufukunızdımı bir Uygur sakçı tuttu depsiz. Bu Uygur sakçı kim o? Yani militia degene bir qaraqchidak degan gap, hamda cho'qim sakçılar bo'ldi. Shu kim o demekçi?
Mening ikki inim bor. Bir eng kichik ilimni bir qitim yizliq hukumatdagi bir uy tashkilish to'lqini qo'l ko'tarilib maxfiy o'y tashkillaydi yerlarda. Ya'ni kecha 2 soat bir ishkilarda o'y tashkillaydi. Shu vaqtda yizliq hukumatniki shu yordamchi saqchilari bizning uyga kirib meni uyam boshqa, dadam, anam qo'qaydi kirib tamni olib chiqdi, darvozadan kirmay. tuyuqsiz kiriblar, öyle kirib, şu tamda mening şu o'ttirinchi inim Ahmet Tevekkulni yozgan bir she'rlari vardı. O she'r ve ondan başka Şinjan mesela bizim vatanımızdaki haritası, enandaki Kaşgar vilayetinin yerine haritası, enandaki Havlak Naiş'in bir haritası vardı. Bu Şinjan Neşriyat. O haritini edip, bu neymiş kılığı haritede benim en küçük ilimini tutup yoldan benim bu izle hükümetindeki mindanları şu apırıp izle hükümetindeki bir otahansız solap koyaptı. Ertegen o havanı anlap ben çıktım. İzle hükümetinin aldığında aşkana varsa bir adam yok dedi. Çünkü ona kopallıkla yakılır diyelim o adamlar. Enandaki izle hükümeti kelsem bir şeyde bağırdı. Basam inim şu otahanı solap koyaptı. İlimini şu yani köydüm. Koyup verdi ve şancan hizmetleri şancanı. Bunu evine kılıp kolu bastı. Öyle bir harita asmayman yap kol bastı. Koğanlık ilimini koyup etti. Küçük ilimini.
Yeah, it is about my second brother, and whose name is Ahmed Tawakkul. And
Abdullah Tawakkul.
I'm sorry, Abdullah Tawakkul.
Tecrübede hatalı kulak kaptı. Bir yerde Ahmet Tevekkul'da bir sızıp kaptı tecrübemde. En küçük ilim Abdullah Tawakkul.
Yeah, my youngest brother's name is Abdullah Tawakkul. He corrected. And so there is frequent police raid at night time to every Uyghur household without any permission. Most of the time, they don't knock door; they just jump over the walls, or they rudely raid in the house. And so during that house search, the village police found out from my mother's home that there was a map. Actually, those maps are officially published map from the Xinjiang government. One map was the map of whole region. Another map was the map of Kashgar prefecture and also Kargala county. After they found these three maps, and they took my brother away and suspecting him, why you are keeping this map. And after I became known that my brother was detained, and I started to look for him. And I found him in the police station and detention center. And he has to repent and not to hang those kind of maps. And then he was released later. My younger brother at that time was only 15 years old.
You did a very long answer. Time is extremely short. Sure. May I suggest you reserve your other two questions until after the panel have dealt with their questions shortly? We have three very long witnesses this afternoon, and we have to finish.
Sure. Mr. Tawakkul, the panel will now ask you some questions.
Endi boshqa sotchilar savol so'raydi. Imkon qisqa bo'lsa deydi, tushdan keyin nayta muhim nimalarimiz bor. Shuning vaqtni biroz tejab qolaylik deydi.
Bo'ldi, rahmat.
Good afternoon. Can I just follow on from that? From your statement, so in paragraph 9, it was actually your youngest brother who was arrested in February and not your brother Ahmed. He was arrested later. Is that correct?
Sizning yozgan guvohligingizda 19-paragrafda fevralda tutilgani sizning eng kichik iningizmi shumi deydi.
Benim muddatsiz kesilgan inimni 2016 yili 29 xotin tutdi muddatsiz kesilgan inimni.
O eng kichigimi, o'ttirinchisi?
Eng bu o'ttirinchisi. Muddatsiz kesilgan inim o'ttirinchisi. 2016 2016 yılı 29 patentini tuttu müddessiz. Yine hazır ayet olsa Ürümçi şehirlik birinci türmede.
My middle brother was arrested in 2010, in June 2010, and he was sentenced for life imprisonment. And if he's alive, he should be in Urumqi jail.
Thank you. Just going back to the beginning of your statement, you said that your uncle, who, as you mentioned, was a member of the party, was also was a religious person. How was he able to continue being both religious and a member of the party in those days?
Yani depsiz, sizden tağınız hem Komünist Parti'nin əzasıken, hem dini cihettin məlumatlıkken, hem Komünist Parti'nin əzası bulup, hem dini cihettin məlumatlık buluş, bu qındaq mümkün buludu deydi.
Benim tağım parti əzası ama ikinci oğlu dinde okumuştu. Dinde okugan. Tağım toskal baklardım oğlu okugan. O yüzden onun için tağımını yine ben parti azası bunda kılmalı balanı kaytırıp duranlar. Bir oğlumuz kaytırıp duranlar desim olmay. İki oğlu kesildi. Elindeki oğlunu kesti. Bir oğlunu kesti. Elindeki rahmetlik oldu.
That's also the partly reason why his three sons, all of them, detained and sentenced. And yes, my uncle was a Communist Party member. At the same time, his second son, he received the religious education. And because of that, even he was a Communist Party member, and in his heart, he believed in religion. For that reason, he educated his second son with the religious knowledge. And partly because of his second child received the religious education, because he's a party member, for that reason, punishment was severe.
Okay. You talked earlier about the death of your neighbor, Mehmoud Hassan. Is the suggestion in your statement that he died as a result of torture?
Siz yana hoştunuz Mehmet Hasan'ın öldürülgenligini dediniz. Sizningçe bu Mehmet Hasan'ın öldürülüşü bilen kıyın kıstak sebebinden öldürülgen dep karamsız. Şuna bir nim barmı dedi.
Ende bileme kıyın kıstak asasında öldürülgen. Çünkü onun meyit namazına korallık kıyına sırtkı başka dadilerden adam kelgen koymadı. Mesela bizim kendi küçük kentte, elimizde 12. 14. kentte adamları kelsin, keldi koyun namazını, yolun tostu. Sadece biz meyilde gidenler keldik. Bizlik hükümetten üçüncüler geldi. Doğuncunun kurallık adamlar çıktı. Yelit koyuvetti. Hatta yiğini bilmeyiz. Kim özünün bir kosak bir sınırısı vardı. Sınırısı aksından cesini açkan deyinken aksından bedellerine kök haltını görüp kayıt çambatlarını mağazıdan aldı gente. Çünkü ben Mehmet Hasan'la ben bir yaşlığım tam demerlik yine aşağı maqsız aşağı apasak bir iş yediğim balıydı.
I believe his killing is closely related to torture, because he was almost the same age with me, and we used to go to forced labor together. He was able man. And another reason is during his funeral, they were everywhere. They were full of police cars and heavy security. And the police did not allow other friends from different neighborhood or villages to come and attend the funeral. Only a handful number of the neighbors we attended. And also his sister later on, he checked his dead body, and he found kind of the sign of torture from his body.
Thank you.
And he has 4 children.
Thank you. You describe in your statement the confiscation of land from 70 or 80 fields from Uyghurs. Can you explain very briefly the process for the confiscation? Were there possibilities of appeals, or was the land just confiscated without process?
Siz ma yana tatib olish masalasini ma guvohlig'ingiz debsiz. Siz shu yer tatib olishning jarayonining qanday bo'lganligini bizga so'zlab bersangiz, yana tatib olgandan keyin uningga arz qilish imkoni bormi yoki bu yana tatib olish jarayoni qanday qilib beriladi?
Şu Jo'xaylonning vaqtida bizning shu tog'liqda Qag'iliq shaharning atrofida masalan bizning To'g'ichi, qo'shni yezda Jaytirak, Barden şu yezlarda butun parnik silish bir do'lqin ko'tarildi. Parnik solisanda bu parnikka sho'xli laza sevgiltab kelasan dedi. Biz o sevgiltabni zaten biz qildik ama hamma adam sevgiltab yegandan keyin bozorda o sevgiltabdan tortil odam yo'q, sho'xla pomidor buzildi. Hamma narsa ziyon tortdik. Hamma narsa. Şunu ona bu dehqonlar qanday qilamiz biz bu buğday qo'noq tiyamisak, ham bunisiga buğday qo'noqni terisak, buğday qo'noqni davlat ilib oladi yine bizda 20% davlatga setib beramiz bo'lmaydi. Talla yelg'a bir narsa yo'q, uni bozorga ilib ish to'g'ri keladi. Şunu bilan bu dehqonlar bu yani raqobatida Xitoyliga yine bu yani tatib bundan da bizga biysaganda yani tatib bilib Xitoyliga berdi. Turkman Xitoylar. Ben şahidim yani bizden kentte bu verdi.
It became very common in our village, and first the Jo'xaylan ordered the villages in Kargaluk to change the farming method, and we ordered to the plant the vegetables just like tomato and the pepper like that. When everyone started to cultivate the tomato and the pepper, when harvesting season came, there are too much supply and the price dropped, and we couldn't sell it in proper price, so everything is rotten. And then the villagers started to complain and how we can live if we cannot cultivate wheat and the other crops. And even we allowed to cultivate wheat, and the state takes a certain proportion. And so the Jo'xaylan found perfect excuse that Uyghur farmers are not effective, not productive, and for that reason, with that excuse, and they force people to give the land to Chinese who are more productive.
Moving on now to your second detention in prison, you say in that the beatings which were handed out to prisoners were collective, not individual. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Sizden ikinci kıtım tutuluşunuzda şu sizni urganlığın depsiz, bu uruşның yalğız sizge lan kartılığı emas, bu şimdi kollektif halda urganlığını edepsiz. Bu şunu bir düşündürüp verimsiz.
Ben ikinci kıtım ilg'a vaqtında özümün hiçbir cinayetim yok, ben bir dehqon. Mening aşı o'ttirinchi inim Ahmet Tavakkülni 2009'dan keyin izlagili tushdi bular. İzdep Yelken Naili Gonji'den, Qag'iliq Naili Gonji'den izdep 2 günden 3 günden kunde chiqdi o'yga saqchilar. Shu orliqda inimni tutamay meni payso gapirdi, gap so'raydi. İnin bizga tutib bersan deydi. Men kasashlar qilay deyman. Shu orliq inim 1 yil qachig'di. Yanındaki inimni 2016-yilning 29 xotandan tutib İlimden sorak alamasa meni 2016-7-yilning 3-kunisi eng kichik ilim Abdullah Tevakkul bilan Abdullah Tevakkul ilim maktabdan ham ajraydi shu vaqtda o'ta maktabdan. Kichik ilim bilan ishkelani aytib bilan shu o'rtacha ilim tufaylidan sen nemishqa ilim qancha pul berding, qancha yordam qilding, shuni bilan yegan tayoqlar esimdan chiqmaydi hozirga qadar.
Yeah. And my second brother, he didn't commit any crime. And I used to be a very simple peasant. And my middle brother, Ahmad, I was detained just because of my middle brother, Ahmad, and the police looked for him everywhere in Yarkand County and Kargaluk. And they could not locate my middle brother, and for that reason, and the police just took me and my younger brother and interrogated and beaten up and asked questions and why, how much money I sent to my brother. And basically, my brother escaped nearly for a year, and the police found him in June 2006, and we were detained in July 2006. And so the beating is quite widespread, and even my younger brother was also beaten during that detention.
Two last questions. You mentioned in your statement that the doctor had said something to you, I think in Chinese, that about the prisoners, that they were pigs. Could you say something about the terms, other terms which were used to describe prisoners or which were addressed to prisoners in the prison by guards and others?
Siz yana guvalığınızda doktorlarning shu Xitoy doktorining shu Uyg'ur tutqunlarni cho'shqa deganini debsiz. Uningdan boshqa cho'shqa degandan boshqa yana Uyg'urlarga qartilgan shunda boshqa haqoratli so'zlarni bilamsiz. Nima deb ataydi Uyg'urlarni?
Bilaman. Chunki turmada bizlarni hech bir odam qatori kirmaydi ular. Masalan, turmaga kirgandan keyin bizdan bütün qiyofatlarimizni soldirib, anadan turma qilib, hatto sakliga solib, zona qilib da bizni. Biz uyatlarni chiqqan holatda tursak bu shunda zona qilib kirgandan keyin ben hatta şu 70 gün jarayonida 2 qitim so'roq oldi. So'roq jarayonida yani inson tasvirisiz bir zulm qildi bu yerda. Yani erkeklarniki avratlardan sim o'tkazadigan oldin shu millatning avratni sim o'tkazib turadigan avratiga sim isib azoblaydigan abunda avvali bor. Meni unda qilmadi, ammo meni shu jarayonda meni tapilimga sim bilan bo'ldi masalan. Necha odamlar shu yerda o'ligi chiqdi. U yerda masalan bir qitim qattiq qo'stim ağırıp ketip, ben bir qo'sa ağır darisi bergin deganimga, meni shu yerda tam bu ish o'tib bu demeydi bir Xitoy doktor, bu turmada bir Xitoy doktor var edi. Yani u yerda insonni bir insondek qadrlamaydi, tunda qattiq urdi zaten.
Yani cho'shqa degandan boshqa endi nima deb ataydi?
Çoşka dediği o adetli iş yani. Uya kirgenden keyin şu ananı unda qiliman, xotiningni bunda qiliman. Yani ağızsız, titsiz gaplarni hammani qiladi endi. Hatto ham haqasin uch bir hasharat haqasi endi. Deb ashunda bir haqorat yani qiladi.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways of insulting and humiliation for Uyghur detainees. And basically, they don't treat us as a human being. And when you detained, immediately they put you in naked position and they start to mock us around with the insulting words. And I stayed in detention in second time nearly for 70 days. And I had 2 interrogations. And during that 2 interrogations, they apply all kind of tortures. And in some cases, they put wire into your penis and the genitals. And they beat you whenever they wish to do so with beaten or the thin wires, bunch of thin wires altogether. And I was beaten with the thin wires on my feet. And in one occasion, I had a stomach ache, and I couldn't bear, and I asked a medication. And instead of giving me medication, they started to beat me. And this is your medication, they said. And the other insulting words is just F, with the F words. F your mother, F your wife, and you are not human. You were born to be a slave for us, and whatever the words you can imagine to insult to someone else, all of those words are used there.
Thank you. One last question. You say that when you were refused the right to go and see your brother who was being detained, that you were told that there was an order from the top that prevented it. Where did you think the order from the top came from?
Siz qarindishingizni ko'rishni talab qilganda, shuni rad qilganda yuqoridan buyruq bor debdi. Sizningcha bu yuqori degani qaysi o'rin? Qaysi yuqori deganning ma'nosi nima?
Yuqori degan shu apnaraylik, mesela turum başlash nazarati bor. Bütün turumdan baş qo'ydigan. Shu yerdan buyruq kelgandan keyin bizga ko'rishtirishga bo'lmaydi deb saqlatdi bizni 2 soat. Saqlaydigan dadamlarga saqlashga ko'rishtirmagandan keyin biz chiqilmasak bizga hayvat qildi. Shuna bilan dadam shu inimni bizga shart qo'yapti, aslida inimni bizga qarshilashdi. Bizga inim moslashsa biz deptilini ko'rishtirolmaymiz, kuchini ko'rishtirolmaymiz. Agar moslashmasa biz ko'rishtirolmaymiz deb inimni oylik e'lon qildi, seni ini deb inimni yolg'iz kameraga solib ketgan. Keyin inimni bizni ko'rishkin elektron boshqa nazoratiga borgandan keyin shunday ketdi, takror ketdim, ko'rishtirdi. Meni ko'rishtirmadi, dadamni ko'rishtirdi. Shart bilan. Ya'ni o'g'lingga tarbiya qilsang, bizga moslashsa, bizni esa ma'qul desa, ko'rishtirmaydi. Shart qo'yib, shu shart bilan dadam ko'rishib chiqdi endi. 13.
It was in 2013, and when I say when they say that there is order from the top, what they meant is most likely it's the prison management unit in the Uyghur Autonomous Region. There is one organ especially setting a policy and a regulation on this, and that is what I'm assuming what they meant. And during that time, I and my father, we waited nearly 2 hours, and just a request to see my brother. And they threatened us basically, and it said that said to my father that your son did not cooperate with us, and he went to hunger strike, and he's a troublemaker, and we can only arrange you a meeting if you can pressure to your son to cooperate with us afterwards. And actually during that time my brother was put in solitary confinement because he went to hunger strike. And so at the end, we said, okay, we are going to talk to him, and we tell him that he should cooperate with you. For that reason, we were allowed to have a brief meeting.
Invite the witness, Mr. Interpreter, please invite the witness to listen carefully to the questions and ask only the question that is asked, because we are running very short of time. Professor Lynch.
To'g'ri anglab, so'rgan savolimizga javob bersa deydi, vaqtimiz baknim bo'lib qoldi, butun narsangiz bizda yozma shakllik bor deydi.
You refer to very late abortions at 8 or 9 months of pregnancy. Do you know whether such practices were going on in villages other than your own?
Siz bayanatınızda, guvalığınızda 8-9 aylık balalarının öldürüldüğünü depsiz. Muşundaq tədbirlərin sizin yüzünüzdən başqa yüzlərdə mı balıqığa guvalıq verələmsiz deydi?
Guvalıq verəməm.
Yes, I can testify that it is the case for other villages as well.
And how were these babies being killed?
Bu balaklar qandaq öldürüldü, qaysı şəkildə?
Bu balaklar doktorxanada, hatta bir izlik hükümetten doktorxanalarda mı doktorlar ilip balakını, hatta şu doktorxanadaki tuvaletleri mi şu küçük bir işgal yapan babaklarını görmez bizde. Bu işler bekleyecek bunda işte.
It happened in the village or other hospitals, and sometimes, and even ordinarily, people can see that those babies dumped into garbage bin, and many people witnessed that.
Thank you.
Sure, please.
When Zhu Hailan came to your county, you said there are between 50 to 70 people disappeared and didn't return, presumed dead, and he saw some of the bodies. How many villages are there in Kargalik County?
Siz Juhaylin kelgandan 50%dan 70% insonlar yo'qolib ketdi debsiz sizning nimangizda, yizingizda. Shu Qag'iliqda shunday yizning qanchasi bor deydi?
Qag'iliqda 18 yizi var. 18 yizi var.
There are 18 villages in Kargalik similar of mine.
Okay, so you're saying 18 times around 50 to 70 people disappeared and you saw some of these bodies. Is that correct?
Shunda bo'lganda 18 yuz olsa, har bir yuzdan 50 dan 70 kishi yo'qolib ketgan bo'lsa, shuni ko'paysak taxminan son chiqadi. Siz shuni demoqchimi deydi?
Ha, to'g'ri.
Yes.
And Zhu definitely had a hand in that murder, or those murders.
Yani Juhaylonning shu insonlarning qatl qilinishida qo'li bor demoqchimi?
Qo'li bor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ben bir işini kıstırıp ölsem olan mı?
Just can I add one more thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Hani?
Ben firmada 71 gün kaldım. Şu jarayanda benim bir yandaş firmadaki Hüseyin İskender, yani Qag'iliqning şahapizlik Hüseyin İskender degan bir adamdan 8 yıllık kesilip ekta vaqtida kesilip adette bir pişkardaki ötüp ketdi. Şu aralıkta bir soqchilarning nazaridan tushib ketganmi yo ularga qattiq qo'l tekkanmi? Şu qilishimizda muddatsiz, yine tekrar tibini muddatsiz kesip Hüseyin İskender qilishimizni muddatsiz kesib aprivatsi turmagan. Şu ishlarni bilaman.
Just during my detention in 70 days, there was one gentleman whose name is ismini bitti?
Hüseyin İskender.
Hussein Iskandar from a neighboring cell. He was originally sentenced for 8 years. And during the interrogation and the others, probably his hand touched to the police body accidentally. And for that reason, he was resentenced for life. Just I would like to remind us, I would like to mention this incident.
Mr. Abraham, I hope your two questions have been answered.
Just one question, if I may.
Yes.
You've stated that the prison's chief interrogator, Abdul Qadir Barat, and his deputy, Hassan Kirem, were directly involved in your torture. Who were the chief interrogator and his deputy taking orders from?
Siz shu sizni so'rab kelgan bosh so'roqchi yoki sotchi Abduqodir Barat bilan Husayn Kiram ne tilg'absiz. Bular nadan buyruq oladi? Bularning yuqori o'rni nada? Ya'ni bular bu sizni shunday qiyin qista qilgan buyruqni nadan oldi?
Bular siyosiy qonun komitetida bir naida bir siyosiy qonun komiteti var. Bu siyosiy qonun komitetini aldı bu buyruqni. Şu vaqtda Juhaylon dal shu siyosiy qonun komiteti shu yechimda Juhaylon.
And I believe they took the order from political law enforcement unit, and Juhaylan was the head of that political law enforcement unit, and they received the order from him. That is what I know.
Thank you, Mr. Tevek.
Nothing known adverse to this person according to PRC sources?
No, sir.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to the making yourself available to the tribunal to give your evidence, which is now concluded.
Köp rahmet sizning bu bergen guvalligingizga, bütün guvalligingizni biz xotirladik. Köp rahmet. Tugida.
Mr. Sabi, it's now.
Ahırda bir narsa söylesem olamdı ben.
Just I have one sentence. Can I add?
What's it? If it is evidence, yes. If it is anything else, no. What is it?
Agar dalil bo'lsa, bo'pti. Agar o'zingizning shaxsiy fikringiz bo'lsa, kerak emas.
Yap, shaxsiy fikrim emas. Men 2014 birinchi yana yighini Xitoydan chiqdim, Urumchidan chiqdim. Shu jarayonda menimki shu chegaradan o'tganim Vyetnam bilan Xitoy o'rtasida tamojnadan aşağısında bir irq tek bir yalaki irqning bir tarafı Vyetnam, bir tarafı Xitoy. Şu yerden öptüm. Bir küçük çırağındaki nuru kelse biz yap yitib olamiz. Bu Xitoyning qo'li bog'liqini men sezgan. Biz Xitoyning ispartini bir o'ynab tushdik. Biz shuni so'zlashda bir lavh ko'rdim.
Just I would like to remind one thing, and then it was January 20th, 2014 when I left China, and we legally crossed Vietnam, and in Chinese and Vietnam border there is very narrow river stream, and we used to hide ourselves when the light sheds on us, and I believe that the large number of Uyghurs crossed that border, and I think that is the conspiracy of the Chinese government to let people go, and I suspect from the Chinese government for allow so many people to pass that border. I would like to add that.
Thank you. Mr. Sabi, it's now...
Mr. Chairman, can we reduce the lunch hour to...
we have no choice. It is now 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uygur Tor televiziyasining naq maydon programmasi. Biz hozir Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining Londonda chaqirayotgan tunji guvohlik аңлаш yig'ini zalidan bu naq maydondan buni sizlarga taqdim qilyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Savrichanlik bilan zerikmay, terikmay buni savrichanlik bilan anglab berganlar uchun ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga, bunlarga tekrar rahmetimizni, minnatdorligimizni bildiramiz aziz qarindoshlar. Bugun mana 6-4 boshlangan Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining tunji soti 4-kuniga, ya'ni oxirgi kuniga qadam qo'ydi va hozir tushlik damlash chiqdi. Tushlik damlash tugagandan keyin bu eng oxirgi bosqichiga kirdi va 3 nafar mutaxassisning bu yerda guvohligi bilan bu tunji qitimliq sud shuning bilan muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. 3 nafar mutaxassisning ichida bir Uyg'ur bu ya'ni Kanadadagi ko'pinchalar tunishliq bizning aktiv siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizning Ruqiya Turdish xonim va uningdan keyin bu yerda mutaxassislardan Ethan Gutman va uningdan keyin eng oxirida hammalarga tunishliq Germaniyalik tadqiqotchi Adrian Sens efendimninki doklati ve guvohlik bilan bu sud shuning bilan muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, biz bir mushu sotqa nisbatan hamda buning istiqrorlik ahamiyatiga nisbatan bir qarashini alaylik deb Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının ma'mur raisi istiqroriyat mutaxassisi doktor Erkin Akremga sınaq tariqasida bağlanğan toq texnik sebepten, texnik xatolik sebepten ekranga chiqib qoldi. Bu dal Nursulman Abdurashidxonim guvohlik berayotgan vaqtida ekranga chiqib qoldi. Bu munosabat bilan televizor ko'ruvchilarimizdan, ekran qarindoshlarimizdan Nursulman Abdurashidxonimdan va doktor Erkin Akrem efendimdan özür so'raymiz. Hozir shu doktor Erkin Akrem efendimninki baya qazo bilan ekran chiqib qolgan qarashini shu xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining istiqroriylik ahamiyati haqidagi qarashini bir ekranga keltiraydi. Undan keyin suhbatimizni davomlashtiraylik.
Rahmat, Farhat efendim. Bu bizim milli Rahmat, Farhat efendim. Bu bizim milli takdirimizni o'zgartiradigan tarixiy bir taraqqiyot bo'ldi. Bu hodisa shundaqla bu chet eldagi da'voninki yomon muhim bir qadami bo'lgan bo'ldi. Bunun bilan birlikda bundan keyin bizning mamlakatda Xitoyning yurgizayotgan siyosetini zulm siyosati deb keldik. Hozir hamda irqiy qirg'inchilik deyiladigan bir holga kelgan bo'ldik. Bundan boshqa bu xalqaroda zulmninki bu zulmni soykırım deb irqiy qirg'inchilik deb to'nigandan keyin bundan keyin xalqaroda siyosatchilarmi bu gapni rahat deyalaydigan bir holga keldi. Bunun bilan birlikda hamda Turkiston meselesi hakkında mayli Uygur meselesi olsun ve qolgan Qozoq meseleler olsun bunun tadqiqotlari, ilmiy tadqiqotlari bundan keyin cho'nqurlashib va kengayib tadqiqotlarni ilib boradi. Bu bir da'voga chiq foydasi bo'lalaydi. Ondan başqa şartlar tayyor bo'lgan chog'da Xitoy hokimiyatining amaldorlarini mush xalqaro sotlarda sotlaydigan ba'zi sharoitlarni va yo'llarni ochgan bo'ldi. Ondan başqa bu sotninki neticesi qurultayningki keyingi
hürmetli doktor Erkin Akrem efendiminki bu güzel tilaklariga ko'p rahmat. Rahmat hürmetli doktor Erkin Akrem efendim. Biraz çalı bo'lib qoldik, yine üzülüp ketib qoldi. Texnik sebepten sizlardan özür soraymiz. Elbette aziz qarindoshlar bu sot zalininki bu sot chaqiryotgan, shu biz o'tlagan zalininki bexatarlik uyusidan, ya'ni bu sotda guvohlik, bevosita guvohlik berish uchun kelgan şahitlerimizden amallığı tüpeylidir. Bu bexatarlik tedbirleri sebebidir. Biraz kısıtlı bağlanış, internet arkalık nim qilish, aloqa qilish biraz tersga to'xtadi. Biz bu texnik jihatdan biraz qiynaldik 4 kunning yoqi. Buni to'g'ri tushuninglar aziz qarindoshlar, chunki bu zalninki Viber simli internet to'g'rimi kesib etildi tunji kuni bexatarlik sababi bilan jiq qiyinchiliklarga duch keldik. Inshaalloh mana 4-chi kuni qadam qo'ydik va sotning eng oxirgi bosqichiga kiramiz birozdan keyin. Yana 3 nafar yani tadqiqotchininki doklati bilan bu sot muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ladi. Xitoyning shuncha qattiq besimi, hujumlari, ta'ditlari va ziyonkashligiga qaramay bu sot muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ladi aziz qarindoshlar. Hozirgacha bu qatimki sotda bu tunji navbatlik sotda hozirga qadar chet elliklar bo'lib, Uyg'urlar, O'zbeklar, Qozoqlar bo'lib, Sharq Turkistonliklar deyli bo'lib jami 34 kishi hozir guvohlik berib bo'ldi. Yana 3 nafar kishi bor. Shu 40 yaqin hamda jami guvohlik berdiganlar. Bunun ichida ismini oldin oshkorlashni xohlamagan guvohchilar bor. Bularni ko'rdinglar masalan burun saqchi bo'lgan bir Xitoyning guvohligi. Yana ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz bor maxfiy masalan bugun Shvetsiyadan kelib guvohlik bergan xonimim ismini maxfiy tutdi. Biz mu oshkorlamadik. Bugun chiqdi. Masalan Elima xonim Shvetsiyadan kelgan. ismi maxfiy tutildi. Bayım deb o'tdik. Agar ikkinchi qatimliq sud 9-yanın 11 kuni boshlandi. Bu sotqıchi Bayım Baxtiyor efendim deb o'tdi. Yana qayta qisqacha bir izohlab qo'yayli. Guvohlik bermamanmi deydigan qarindoshlarimiz bo'lsa, buning jasarati bor qarindoshlarimiz bo'lsa, Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi va yoki mushu guvohchilarni bilan aloqalashish va dalil isbot to'plash xizmatlariga mas'ul bo'lgan Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv Ombirininki direktori Baxtiyor, yenimizdagi o'tag'an Baxtiyor Umar efendim bilan bevosita aloqalashsanglar bo'ladi, ammo tez bo'lishi kerak. Chunki yana 3 oydan keyin bu sud ichiladi. Mushu birinchi sud mushu holga kelgacha nurg'un jafolar bo'ldi. Necha ming parcha, hatto 10 necha ming parcha varaq bu dalil isbot, yozma dalil isbotlar topshirib elindi. Masalan, qurultay tarafidan Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv Ombiridan ularni qayta ratlab chiqib, uni qonun tartibga selib, uni ratlab mana shu holga kelib muvaffaqiyatli holda bu sud chaqirildi. Agar mumkin bo'lsa, Baxtiyor efendim, siz bizning hozirgi suhbatimizga qatnashgan bemorlarni bir taklif qilsangiz, men biraz televizor ko'rguvchilarimizga, ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga bilan biraz suhbatda hozir bir ishga memnunuz va aziz qarindoshlar, sud hozir dam olishga chiqdi. Men deb o'tgandek bu lager shohidlarning bo'libmi, guvohchilarningki bexatarlik kafolat qilish uchun udulliq guvohlikdan o'tgan shohidlar, lager shohidlari asosan darhol shu bexatarlik xodimlarininki muhofazati ostida bevosita o'zininki kelgan davlatlarga bexatar holda qaytarildi aziz qarindoshlar. Bugun faqat eng oxirida guvohlik berdilar. İnsanlar kaldı, biz kaldık aziz qarindoshlar. Sudning oxirida marhamat. Aleyküm assalam. Hoş geldinglar. Hürmetli ekran oldidagi televizor ko'ruvchilar. Bu yerda ikki aziz mehmonimiz bor. Ikkisi bu Angliyada, Ninki London shahrida yashayotgan. Bu aziz mehmonlarni bu parda orqasidagi qahramonlarni tanishtirib o'tay sizlarga. Moynur xonim o'zi Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyati idora hay'atining a'zosi, burun qonun o'qigan advokat bo'lgan va mushu bu qatimki sudga bevosita guvohlik berish uchun kelgan shohidlarni kutib olish, uni o'rinlashtirish, hatto tomoqlardan tortib, buningdan bu shohidlarningki arkası Angliyadagi medialar bilan bo'lgan aloqasini saqlash xizmatlariga mas'ul bo'lib keldi. Nəhayət ko'p jafo chekdingiz, Moynur xonim. Bir qancha kunning yog'i sizni avar qilib o'tdik. Alloh rozi bo'lsin. Programmamizga xush keldingiz. Yanımda o'tirgan bu yosh qarindoshimiz Shuhrat efendim bu Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyatininki board a'zosi va yoki Uyg'urcha degan vaqtdagi idora hay'ati a'zosi. Tünögün Angliya Uyg'ur jamiyatininki hozirgi raisi bizningki tanilgan diniy ulamolarımızdan Kerem Zahir efendim, yani qarim bilan tünögün bir yerda televizor ko'ruvchilarimizni yuz ko'rishdik bu yerda. Biraz o'zining yurak so'zlarini aytib güzel şekilde bir izohlab o'tdi. Bugun bu parda orqadagi bu damsiz qahramonlarimiz bilan bir suhbat qilaylik. Xo'sh, Moynur xonim, siz bu shu matbuot, shu sud kelgan guvohchilar bilan bizningki matbuotlar aloqa xizmatlariga mas'ul bo'ldingiz asosan abdi. Buningdan keyin bu matbuotlarni kuzatib turyapsiz. Hozirgacha masalan shu sudningki Xitoy har kuni bunga norozilik bildiryapti, ta'did qilyapti, hujum qilyapti. Bu Germaniya bu Angliya matbuotlarininki bu sudga bo'lgan qiziqish qanday matbuotlarda ya ilyapti, ya mushartib ma'lumot bersangiz, qaysi matbuotlar buning bakrak qiziqdi?
Rahmat Baxtga. Nima asosan BBC kanalda bek nim qilyapti, kuchayapti. Ve naq maydanda 4 gün boyunca qildi, xabar berdi. Asli uni Angliyamiz butun dunyo ko'ryapti. Bekna yaxshi o'tbardi hozircha. Lekin bu suddan burun Angliyaning parlamenti Uyg'ur masalasini irqiy qirg'inchilik deb qabul qildi. Onundamo şu gazete çıkıp nimeler haberler Cih kanalı onu çıkardı. ITV4 bolsun, Sky News bolsun, Channel 4 bolsun, BBC bolsun. Hemisi taqatdı o haberni. Andikin əməliyyatda şu Angliyaliklər bular hazır bizning davanın yuqori bir seviyesi chiqishi xabar oldi va buni tuntishi bek yaxshi bo'ldi. Hammasi hozir xabarlar bo'ldi hamda.
Xo'sh, davom et. Merhaba.
Onundan keyin shu sotdan burun BBC o'zi guvohchilarni ziyorat qildi. Mesela Norveç'teki Ömer Rozi bo'lsin, Gollandiyadagi Ömer Bakri, Gulbahor Jalilova Fransiyadan, andikan Saragul Saidbay Shvetsiyadan. Ularning guvohliklari bek ta'sir qildi. Nim qildi? Nihoyat zo'r ta'sir qo'zg'adi.
Rahmet, mesela Angliya matbuotlardan başka ne mesela BBC şu günü badi mesela Ömer Bey Kalyan'ınki zencirelip zencir şikaresi bilen çok şu günü derhalla sot başlanıp da bir iş saat ötmeyli badi o değil mi? Şu haberin şu gün. Mesela bu Angliya matbuotlardan başka yana çetel matbuotlarda mesela ularını bir izlep baktın mı? Kanda inkaslar var matbuotlarda.
Angliya emas dunyo bo'yicha bu Angliyaning Financial Times degan gazeti bor. Ular biznes to'g'ri yozdi. Ular o'sha Uyg'urlarning bizning paxta to'g'ri yozdi.
Majbur emgak
shu to'g'ri nurg'un yozdi. Ondan yana yerlik gazeti bor, Guardian degan. Ular o'sha masalan endi bor yozg'ini Sharq Turkistonda Uyg'urlar tug'ilgan shaharlarda, mahallalarda 2017 yılı bilen 2018 yılı arasında tug'ut nisbati 56-20% tushib ketgan yazani var. Ondan keyin şu Guardian yapımcısı nurg'un gazetlarni yozdi. O'sha Fransiyadagi Gulbahor Hayitvajining ko'rgan guvohliklari to'g'ri jiq yozildi bu yerda.
Xo'sh, masalan sizga kelaylik Shavkat aqadim yaxshi boshladingiz. Siz neçilik bo'ldi turib Londonda yashayapsiz?
Angliyaga kelganim 7 yil bo'ldi, 2014 yil.
2014 yil keldingiz. Kasbingiz-chi?
Finans ishlayman.
Finansda. Mesela siz bugun oldingiz necha kunga yaqin bo'ldi. Bizningki lager shohidlarimizningki guvohliklarini, masalan boshqa shohidlarimiz guvohliklarini oldingiz. Qanday bir sizga qanday bir tuyg'u berdi? Sizning ta'sirotingiz qanday bo'ldi bu sotga nisbatan o'zingizning hissiyoti?
Birinchi buning cho'ng maqsadi endi biznes tarafidan cho'ng shirkatlar hukumat ularni qismi uchun ishni qilmaydi. Bu kelyapsa, ular ishlayveradi. To'g'ri, biz mandaq yaxshi qilamiz, u yerni ishni olmaymiz deb yezaveradi, biroq ish qilganda qilaveradi. Endi birinchi cho'ng maqsadimiz bu tribunalning doim bersa hukumat desa bizneslar bo'ldi. Unda yerdan paxta yeyishga bo'lmaydi. Biz uni daqlam qo'ymaymiz, endi uni qattiq kontrol qilamiz desa, shu vaqtda biznesga ta'sir qilib, u ishlarni to'xtatadi.
Rahmat. Oxirida sizni bu tamlashda sizlarni damog'ini qo'ymay o'rqilgan bo'ldik. Chunki televizor ko'ruvchilarimizdan bu shuni ko'rayotgan qarindoshlarimizni biroz nima qo'ymaydi dedik. Saqlab qo'ymaydi dedik. Maynur xonim, masalan siz necha kunni yag'mi shu lager shohidlari bilan hammasi kasalchangan bicharalar shu Xitoydagi shu qiyin qistig'i bilan salomatlik imtihonida hammasi doğru ichib juda. Siz bularni kutdingiz, ushlab qardingiz. Shular bilan parallelash mundish jarayonida uningdagi ularning bu yerda bergan guvohliklarini oldingiz. Siz qanday bir tuyg'u berdi sizga? Bularning ko'pincha ayol masalan.
U bek ig'ir bir tuyg'u. Onu biz ular yaşadı, ular köydü, ulardan öttü. Şununla biz köygen alınğan nəsini ilaş bek ağır. Onun da nim qılamayma, qandaq bir tuyğu veremeyme. Ama qolumuzdan gəlgəcə yardım verdik. munduşup istegəndək talağa apırıb, bir yerə yapırıb, göstərib, gap qılıb degəndək qıldıq.
Rahmat tekrar sizlarga ham televiziya asosida shunday dunyo uyg'ur qurultiyi nomida sizlarga rahmat aytaman. Ko'p jabhat aytdinglar. Obdan kutib oldinglar bizni yaxshi uyg'urcha tamoqlar bilan yaxshi obdan kutib oldinglar. Jiqma over qilyapti. Rahmat inshaalloh mana millatimizning baxt taliga bu sud nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli boshladi. Nihoyat obdan ketyapti. Yana 3 Buvaçdan keyin bu sud muvaffaqiyatli buni tugatgan, oxirlashtirgan bo'lamiz. Bu men Xitoy uchun cho'ng mag'lubiyat, chunki buni to'sayman deb yomoncha harakat qildi Xitoy. Hatto sud boshlangandan keyin hozircha qapshyapti debdi. Bu shunday sharoitning o'zida yana buvachilarimiz bo'lib, shohidlarimiz bu xalqimizning duosi bilan, jasorat bilan, fidokorlik bilan guvohlik berib keldi. Birisimi yenilmamadi-da. Ben guvalık vermem dep hazırgacha shunday qo'y Baxtiyor efendim. Hazırgacha guvalık vermem dep bizni oldin va'da bergan tizimlatganlarning hech biri yetmadi. Bo'lmasa hammasi Xitoyning ta'didi ushurib telefon qilib ta'did soldi. Oyada otalarni telefon qilib silib ta'did soldi. Bu shunday bir vaziyat psixologik hujum qildi-da. Shuning chidab turib bu nima qatnashdi. Xo'sh, sizlarga biroz aram qilinglar. Nurg'un ishinglar ko'p rahmat sizlarga.
Ko'p rahmat.
Hurmatli huzur ko'ruvchilar. Sotning eng oxirgi bo'ligi, eng oxirgi qismi birozdan keyin boshlandi. Deb o'tdik. Bu birozdan keyin boshlangan sotning eng oxirgi bo'limida 2 nafar chet ellik mutaxassis, ularning ichida birisi sizlarga tanish bo'lgan Adriyatsiz efendim bor, suyumli qadrli Adriyatsiz efendim. Yana birisi Kanadadagi Uyg'ur siyosiy faoliyatchi, hammalarga tanishlik qaraldi Ruqiya Turdush xonim. Başlarınki doklati bilan, muloyisi bilan, analizi bilan bu qatimki sud muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, ba'zida internetlarga yozibdi, zaldinim uchun odam jaqlamas degan savollar biroz ko'p. Chunki sizlarni bilasizlar, ham asli zot berishning hojati yo'q. Hozir Angliyada bu koronavirusning yangi bir tipi bayqaldi. Nihoyat og'ir xatarlik. Masalan, biz hozir qaytib qolsak, Baxtiyor efendimlar
Hindistandan bayqalgan, Hindistandan kelgan yangi bir tip.
Hindistandan kelgan yangi bir tipkan. Bu nihoyat bizning yana ostiga sulab qo'yib 7-8 kun talog'i chiqamay o'tdik. Hozir qaytib qolsak, biz Germaniyaga men qaytib qolsam hozir 15 kun talog'i chiqamay o'tirib ekanman, tex uyda qilam deb. Ammo Norvegiyaning texim taskan ishi, bularni apripli udul uyga qaytqizmay ayrim nimalarda, mehmonxonalarda uyga qaytqizmay mehmonxonalarda karantin ostiga oladi ekan. Chunki bu nihoyat ig'ir bir vaziyatgan. Nima bizni kelganning yog'i 3 qitim test qilib bo'ldi. Agar qaytadigan vaqtimizda yana bir test qilamiz, jami 4 qitim test qilgan bo'lamiz-da endi. Mushu demining ichida. Shunga bu yerda mushu bir sotqa bevosita qatnashish uchun kelgan qarindoshlarimiz taxminan 1 oy vaqtini sarf qilgan bo'ldi. Masalan, kelgandan keyin 7-8 kun karantin, bu 4 kunlik sot va qaytib qolgandan keyin yana 10 kundan 15 kungacha karantin. Bu shunday bo'lib, mushu sotga qatnash, bevosita qatnashganlarga ninki 1 oylik vaqtiga to'g'ri nima bo'ldi. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor efendim.
Mush qahramonlik to'g'riliqni bizlarga qilish to'g'ri keldi deyman, chunki biz o'zimizning qahramon shohidlar bilan o'sha nihoyat ta'sirli vaqtlarni birga o'tkazdik. Abay bu Xitoyning guvohligi bo'ldi. Bu Xitoyning yuzlarini purkaptigidek chiqdi maskalar bilan. Psixik yordamchilari bu sotdan keyin uning bilan ko'rishdi. Kayfiyatingda qanday o'zgarishlar bor? Biz senga nima yordam qilib beramiz? Nima kerak senga degandan keyin menga bir yordam kerak emas, endi mishada men bilmayman. Boshqa guvohchilar shunday bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Meningkim oilam hozir nihoyat cho'ng bir xavfning ichida. Xitoy meni tonimaydi emas, to'ndi. Ular nihoyat tez meni bayqaydi. Men Moskva bilan chiqqan bo'lsam, meningki hammamiz bilamiz guvohchilarniki hammasidan degidek lagerga kirgan chog'da, ammo bu ko'z nuri, chiroy, hamma narsani bu Xitoy biz bilamiz, kamera orqali chiroy tonuydigan, shu ko'z olmasini tonuydigan nurg'un texnikalarni ishlatib butun odamni nazorat qilyotdi. Shuning men nihoyat tez tep qoldi, oilam xatar ichida, lekin shunda bo'lsa-mu men bularni yengib ketishga tirishchilik ko'rsataman deb. Demak, qahramon qo'rqmaydi emas. qahramon o'zining qo'rqonchisini yenganligi uchun qahramon bo'lgan.
Albatta.
Bizning guvohchilarimiz bo'lsin yoki bundan keyin sotga chiqilganlar bo'lsin, ular urug' tuqqanlari bor, ularning kim ota-onasi bor, mushu xizmatni qilayotganlarning kim urug' tuqqan ota-onalari bor. Ular hatto Zumrat xonim degandek Nyu-Yorkka berib guvohlik berishni oldida sen dadangni o'ylash degan chog'da mening dadammi Uyg'ur, millatimmi Uyg'ur degandek ta'sirlik bir nutqni tunagan qildi. Bu yerda hatto muxbirlarni tatib ko'z yesh qilganlarni ko'rdik. Demak, bu yerdagi ma'lum nishonga yetish uchun, ma'lum armonlarga yetish uchun, erkinlik uchun bo'libmi, o'rlik erkinlik uchun qurbon bermay yetadigan bir nishon bo'lmaydi. Biz eng oddiysi o'zimizningki turmushni yaxshilash uchun bilimimizni yaxshilash uchun kecha kunduzlab tirishchanlik qilishga, qurbon berishga, o'zimizning do'st og'aynilarimizdan, oilamizdan ayrilib turishga to'g'ri keldi. Hatto mishaninki o'ziga kelishning o'zim bir xavf amaliyotda. Nurg'un kishilar kelanmadi, orzusi bilan kelanmadi. Lekin yana nurg'un kishilar mushundaq bir xavfni aeroplanda qistilishib o'tirib, qatnashlarda qistilishib o'tirib, o'zi kasal yiqishning qo'rqib kelanmaganlarmi? Bor. Bütün dünyada sayohat to'xtatdi, bütün dunyo kasalni oldini oladi. Hatto kelganlarning ichida nihoyat qiziqarli xabar gaplarni angladik. Billa o'tganlarning ichida shu aeroplanning ichida bir-birisidan shurkinishib, bir-birisidan qo'rqishib, hatto qo'sh maskalarni taqib shunda kelgan ishlar bo'libdi. Demak, bu yerdagi bir cho'ng jasorat o'zidagi qo'rqinishni yengan qahramonlar bilan yuz ko'rishdik. Bunimi ekran yuzidagilar bizning televizor ko'ruvchilarimiz o'ylab yiqishib tegishib deb qarayman.
To'g'ri deysiz. Masalan, shu bu qatimki sot bizningki o'zbek qarindishimiz Lager shoidi Qalbinur Sidiqninki guvohlik bilan boshlandi. Ammo shu guvohlik berishdan bir kun burun bu razil Xitoy hokimiyati uningki vatandagi ajrashib ketgan erini ekranga chiqarib bu yerdan Uygur bu nima qilib soldi so'zliga soldi hamda bu nimasini besish uchun psixologik hujumda iskanji deymiz hamda bu nima qilish uchun hamda bu darajada razillashdi. Ammo shunga bardoshlik berib nihoyat raddiy shaklda masalan bu biz ajnabiy bizningki do'stlarimiz bilan paranglashdik. Bu sotninki guvohchilarninki bo'lgan qarashlarini oldik biz. Ular bu deydi bo'lib lager shoidlari shunda psixologik bir besim ichida turib yana ular guvohlik bergan vaqtida intayin yaxshi berdi guvohlikni deb aytdi. Bu chet elliklar bilan aytdi, muxbirlar bilan aytdi rozi ekan. Nəhayət rədlik bədi, nəhayət ixcham, nəhayət yaxşılab bu şu məyli bevositə kelib bu şu zalga kelib guvohlik berganlar bo'lsin va yoki bo'lmasa ekranda tur orqali guvohlik berganlar bo'lsin. Men ta'sirlandim, nəhayət yaxshi javob berdi. Nəhayət yaxshi javob berdi. Demak, shularninki shu ko'rgan lagerlarni tasvirlash bir-birini tonimaydi bo'lmasa vatanda. Chet elga chiqib turish. Shu degan gap turi har birisininki degan gap turi bu lagerning mavjudligini mana men deb ko'rsatib turdi.
Chunki tasvirning hammasi
o'xshash.
Bu lagerlarninki qurilishi, uningki ichidagi kishilarninki masalan hatto soqchilarninki qaysi tipdagi, qaysi darajadagi soqchilarning ishlaydiganligi, bu to'liq guvohlikni ko'rsak bilamiz. Bu lagerninki sirtqi ko'rinishi, qurilishi hatto bular qo'yib berilgandan keyingi ishlar. Hatta şu lagerlarning tuzumlari o'xshash qon oladiganligi, o'xshash dori beriladiganligi, bu yerdagi qarorlik avtobuslarda tekshirish qatorliqlarning hammasi bir lagerga kirganlarning hammasining o'xshashligini, bu sistemaning o'xshashligini butun Sharq Turkistondagi bu lager qurilishiniki bir tutash planlanib, bir tutash yurgizilayotgan bir qirg'inchilik siyosatining bir burjik ekanligini bu lager shoidlari nihoyat tafsili yaxshi ispatlab berdi.
Ispatlab berdi, shaylab berdi, ispatlab bergan bo'ldi. Men ekrandagi odam buni Uyg'ur do'ppisini kiyib olgan Yahudi odam shu sotning birinchi kunidan tortib ko'rgansizlar aziz qarindoshlar. Shu sotning eng oxirgi kunigacha bu odam Yahudi odam shu beshiga Uyg'urning do'ppisini kiyib mishada o'tadi va bizlar o'zra zalda paranglashgan vaqtida o'zininki shu Yahudilarga Hitlerninki Germaniyasininki Yahudlar qilgan qirg'inchiligining bo'lgan Sharq Turkistonda takrorlanayotganligidan shok bo'lganligini, butun Yahudi jamoatining dahshat ishiga tushganligini, Yahudi xalqiga shu natsistlarning Ikkinchi dunyo urushidagi umumiy qirg'inchiligini eslatganligini va Yahudi xalqining psixikasini buzganligini. Bu psixikasini buzdi ham, chunki shuni eslatdi hammasiga. Psixikasini buzganligini ta'kidlab kelyapti aziz qarindoshlar. Chunki Yahudi shu irqiy qirg'inchilik masalasi, jazo lagerlari masalasi o'tirib chiqqandan keyin shu eng aktiv qo'llayotganlar Yahudilar, masalan Amerikada bo'lsin, Yevropada bo'lsin, Angliyada bo'lsin. Masalan o'zlaridan tashkillanib chiqayotgan Yahudilar Kanadada bor, masalan Yevropa davlatlarida bor. Anaqki İsrailning Yerusalim gazetida boshqa gazetlarda maxsus shu bo'lib jazo lagerlari masalasi ham bakrak ta'kidlayotdi. Bu bizga va'da bergan butun dunyoning oldida Ikkinchi dunyo oxirlashib 45-yili qayta takrorlanmaydi, umr bo'yi takrorlanmaydi deb va'da berilgan. Ammo bu bugungi kunlikda yana Sharq Turkistonda o'tirib chiqishi bu insoniyat dunyosining yuz qarasi degan yakunga kelyapti. Bayda Xitoyning gapini deb o'tdingiz. Haqiqatan men bu ta'sirlandim. Hamda biroz andishim botdi. Hamda bu Xitoy to'xtabdi. Hamda bu ma'qul men bunda deyman deb sotqa va'dani berib, andan keyin bugun bu naq maydonda qo'pib, uni uzvat qilolmaydi, kesvat qilolmaydi. Shuning bilan boshqa Xitoyni oqlab chiqib ketarmikin deydigan andishim bor. Gapni rostini qilsa bo'ladi. Hamda chunki Xitoylarni ko'rdik, ana Beijing uningdan burun chiroyli gapni qilgan 10 necha yil burun. Vayma Uyg'urlarning mustaqilligini o'z belgilash huquq hurmat qilaman, qo'llayman, o'qilaman, bo'qilaman degan odam qo'pab oxiri asli mohiyatini oshkorlab berdi. Asli mohiyatini oshkorlab berdi. Shunga o'xshash bu biroz andishitdim, ammo bu nihoyatda yaxshi. Bizning bu andishalarimizni bekor qildi, chunki bu Xitoy soqchi chiqqan vaqtida nihoyatda uchiq qo'rqmay turib guvohlik o'tdi. Chunki bu hokimiyat Xitoy hokimiyati bir faşistik bir hakimiyet dedi. Uygurlarni men ishlayotgan 1 yilning ichida 300 mingdan ortiq Uyg'urning tutilganligini bilaman dedi. Beguna Uyg'urning dedi. Nihoyat qattiq qiynaydi ularni dedi. Biz qiynashni menmi bor dedi. Shilankalar bilan yuqori besimli suvni og'ziga qo'yib, shilankani urib, tok chetib qiynaydi dedi. Bu qiynash jarayonida ulab ketadigan ahvollar normal bir ahvol dedi. Bu ahvollarni dedi. Ondan keyin texmi muhimi hukumat bütün Uyg'urlarning hammasini terrorist deb qaraydi. Hukumatning nazarida bütün Uyg'urlar terrorist. Chunki bu soqchilarga shunday ta'limot bergan. Degan nimada sharilarda az qarindoshlar keyincha bizmi u Xitoyninki masalan bexatarlik sababidan ovozim normal chiqmasin deganligi uchun faqatla tarjimonlik qilayotgan Rayma xonimlar uning normal ovozini oldi. Qolganlarimiz zaldagilar normal ovozini olmadi, bexatarlik sababi uzishini talab qildi. Naq maydonda bergan ovozim buzilib chiqdi. Bir tarjimon olay oldi o'zining naq maydonda ovozini. Ondan keyin o'zi Xitoyning soqchisiniki kiyimini kiyib chiqdi, ammo qisqa muddatdan keyin ovozliq beray deb ekrandan ko'rinishini chiqardi. Chunki Xitoy lazer nimasi orqali ko'z tunish apparati orqali tunyapmisan deb. Endi bu Xitoy chiqib uni qilyapti. Ma Uyg'urlar zulm silyapti, irqiy qirg'inchilik qilyapti, ularni qiynayapti, jazo lagerlari bor. Deb meyada bir Xitoy qo'pab burun soqchi bo'lgan. Bir Xitoy qo'pab bu yerda guvohlik beryapti, ammo bizning nurg'un qarindoshlarimiz yana shu bilmas selib yoki Xitoydan andish qilib va yoki tamoq qilib keyin mana bu vaziyat bir o'ng'ishlab qolsa vatanga berib kelsam ta'sir yetib qolmasin deb uning o'ylaganlarmi bor. Yo'q deyolmaymiz. Har xil sabablar bilan o'zini shu guvohlik berishga o'zini qochirib kelgan qarindoshlarimiz bor. Biroz bular uchun bir nomus ish, bir Xitoyning qo'pab bu yerda o'tirg'i chiqib bir soqchi bo'lgan Xitoyning odatda Xitoy emas. Ashning chiqib ashada jazo lageri bor. Bu hokimiyat fashist hokimiyat. Qiynaytdiq. Urvatgan vaqtda, qiynayotgan vaqtda ulab ketganlarimiz ko'pda deyishim shada. Shu guvohlik berishdan shohid bo'lishni o'zini qochirib kelgan Sharq Turkistonliklar uchun, mayli Uyg'ur bo'lsin, O'zbek bo'lsin, Qozoq bo'lsin, Qirg'iz bo'lsin, hammamiz uchun bir nomus ish. Bu masalani o'ylash kerak. Mening kallamga ta'sir qildimi Xitoyninki bergan guvohlik anandagi men mamnun qilgani shu bo'ldi. Masalan, bu qatimki guvohlikni, tunji guvohlikni O'zbek qarindishimiz Sharq Turkistonlik berdi. Undan keyin guvohlik berganimizda Uyg'ur va O'zbek va Qozaq va balkim ham boshqa qarindoshlarımızın tarkibini surishtirib ketmadik, balkim boshqa millat mi bo'lishi mumkin nimalardan ichida guvohlik bergan qarindosh Sharq Turkistonlik qarindoshlarımızın ishida. Ammo bizning bildiğimiz Uyg'ur, Qozoq, O'zbek shohidlar bu yerda guvohlik Ba'di bu mu endi Sharq Turkiston xalqininki o'mlikini Sharq Turkistonda Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan yerli xalqning hammasiniki Xitoyninki o'rtaq bir yo'qotish obyekti bo'lib aylanganligini, Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan butun millatlarning Xitoyning nazarida terrorist va dushman millat ekanligini bu yerda bu mishi hamkorlik nim qildi. Shunga bu yerda aziz qarindoshlar, biz burunmi tarixdan buyon Qozoq bo'lsin, O'zbek bo'lsin va yoki Tatar bo'lsin, Tacik olsun, biz o'xshash coğrafiyada yashab kelgan, hammamiz qon qarindosh, ham din qarindosh, hozirgacha yashab kelyapmiz. Xitoy bu shu Sharq Turkistonda yashayotgan Uyg'urlarning asos qilgan yerlik xalqlarning o'rtasiga ziddiyat silish, bo'lginchilik qilish, bir-birini pochlab idora qilish uchun nihoyat ko'p ziddiyat urug'larini chashdi. Hozir 49-yil vatanimizni ishg'ol qilgandan tortib hozirgacha, ammo u yerdagi qarindoshlarimiz Xitoyning o'yiniga kelmadi va nihoyat yaxshi bir hamkorlik nimasi ishida davomlashib keldi va bo'libmi zulm butun millatlarga u yerda Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan butun millatlarga qaratgan hujumi kuchaygan sari u yerda Sharq Turkistondagi yerlik millatlar o'rtasidagi ittifoqlikmi, hamkorlikmi, sevgimi, muhabbatmi nihoyat kuchayib bordi. Masalan, siz boya Sayragul Savatbay Qozoq qarindishimizning gapini dedingiz. Akışı telefon qilgan vaqtida vatandan chiqmaysa Amerikaga berib guvohlik bermaysa degan vaqtida yo'q, men cho'qim beraman. Ayada turmada lagerga yetayotgan do'st qarindoshlarim uchun. Mening millatim men o'zim Qozoq, ammo men Uyg'ur. Ya'ni shundaqli men Uyg'ur debdi. Nihoyat ta'sirli bir so'zni qilibdi. Men butun Uyg'ur xalqi uchun, Sharq Turkiston xalqi uchun men guvohlik beraman. Mening hech qanday qo'rqishim yo'q. Chunki hamda bu Sayragul Savatbay xonimninki ismi chiqib qoldi. Bu qatim guvohlik berishdan 1-2 kun burun Xitoy bexatarlik organlari Sayragul Savatbayga bevosita telefon qilgan. Ham bu yerda oshkorlayli, o'zimi dedi zaten sudda. Telefon qilib, "Bormaysan, agar borgan bo'lsang, biz hamon bir kuni seni tutib, nada bo'lsang tutib, ko'kolangdan tutib, biz Jungoga qaytarib kelamiz" deb dedi saqan. Buning kuchimiz shunday qo'y baxtiyor apandim. Uni Sayragul Savatbay xonim sudda guvohlik bergan vaqtda degan uchun bizmi davatimiz hozir, bizmi baxtli tutgan buni. Herhalde bu shundaq rezil bir hokimiyat. Endi 1949-yilda Komünist Xitoy hokimiyati vatanimiz Sharq Turkistonni ishg'ol qilgan hozirgacha xalqimizni sotlagan. Xalqimizning ustidan sotlashib qolgan, xalqimizni so'roqqa tortgan. Bu hozir taraqqiy qilib irqiy qirg'inchilik aylangan. Mana hozir tunji qatim 49-yildan hozirgacha tunji qatim Sharq Turkiston xalqi, ya'ni Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan Sharq Turkiston xalqi Xitoy hokimiyati ustidan, mustamlik hokimiyati ustidan bir xalqaro sudda, ya'ni bir mustaqil sudda ularning ustidan arz sunish, shikoyat qilish imkoniyatiga, fursatiga erishdi. Shuning uchun deymiz, qarindoshlar, bu sud tarixiy ahamiyatga ega bir sud boshlang'il qilibdi. Bizmi chunki qarindoshlar ma studiyo qilgan muxbirlar ayrilgan yerda o'tirdi. Kabina bo'lmag'achqa biz Uyg'urlar biroz nimamiz boshqalarni avar qilmaymiz. Chunki sochlarimiz o'rniga keldi. Rahmat. Diqqatingiz.
Yes.
Excuse me, I've got a problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutman.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Please?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Oh, very good. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Gutman is an award.
Okay.
Mr. Gutman is an award-winning China analyst and human rights investigator. He's a senior research fellow in China studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and a co-founder of International Coalition to End Transplant Abuse in China. His research focuses on surveillance and organ harvesting. Mr. Gutman has authored 2 books, Losing the New China, The Story of American Commerce, Desire and Betrayal, and The Slaughter, Masking Organ Harvesting and China's Secret Solution. Mr. Gutman also co-authored The Update with David Mattis and David Kilger, Exploring China's Organ Transplant Industry. He has testified before the US Congress, the European Parliament, and the United Nations, as well as the China tribunals chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice. Mr. Gutman, you have submitted a report which in our documents appears at page 213 onward with 9 important points. Can you briefly refer to those 9 points?
I actually want to do something different with my testimony, if that's okay. Those points are there, but they're very basic.
Yes, they are. The tribunal has read that, so let us know what new points you would like to add.
Okay, so the 9 points are there. They're kind of a backdrop.
Mr. Gutman and Mr. Savvy, there is of course a public audience here. So if either Mr. Savvy or you can just list by headline the 9 points, I think that will give context, if you wouldn't mind, unless that's not going to help you, Mr. Gutman.
No, that's perfectly fine. The point is I don't have any of those documents with me, and I can't actually refer to them.
Okay, the 9 points that Mr. Gutman had put in his report, which is before the tribunal, deals with number 1, live organ harvesting of political and religious prisoners, the dating of it beginning from 1994 and onward. Then China's transplant industry that has become a hungry beast.
By which he means has the industry serving organ harvesting become so substantial that it needs organs?
Yeah. It has become a policy of itself that you have this machine that has to be fed. Number 3, Beijing forces 10 million Uyghurs to give blood samples compatible with tissue matching. And number 4 is that the net closes, the camps are constructed and the testing begins, which deals with the changes from end of 2016. Then Mr. Gutman deals at number 5 with the crematoriums and the building of crematoriums in 2016 to 2018. At number 6,
of the crematoria, Mr. Sabi, I think, is in part where they're built and what can be inferred from where they're built and their coincidence with other places like camps.
Yeah, the crematoriums are built in close vicinity of the camps, close to the hospitals that carry out the transplantations. At number 6, Mr. Gutman refers to Green Passage. Green Passage is the sign at the airport in Kashgar, as well as... Okay. So I'm sorry for that. Apparently my voice couldn't be heard. These are at airports for fast lane for human organ transplantation. At the airport, the organ visitors will be given a different lane through that green line to go where they had to go for registering for organ transplantation. And then
and also, as I understand it, but Mr. Gutman will correct us, the connection is that there were developments in processes for preservation of extracted organs for transplant so that they could be viable for longer, and therefore it would be possible, Mr. Gutman argues, for them to travel longer distances and to be used for a transplant business.
At number 7, Mr. Gutman refers to the logistics of harvesting from Aksu to East Coast, and he mentions how the camps are built, how many people, and what do they have in their vicinities, 20 minutes away from the hospital where these are carried out. At point 8, Mr. Gutman refers to the evidence from Uyghur Sot Kollégiyesi, who you have heard her testimony here, that when she was a teacher in the camps and told Mr. Gutman in a private interview in 2019, September 2019, that during her work at the camps, tests were made on the inmates and the list came back with some names marked with a pink check mark. And within days, those marked in those lists were taken away at the middle of the night, most probably for organ harvesting. And finally, Mr. Gutman concludes that the only theory that can explain all this is a continuing industry of organ transplantation and sale of it to organ tourists. Mr. Gutman, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining what I don't actually have on me, and I appreciate that. I'm going to keep my testimony very short here today and just concentrate on a couple, sort of tying up a couple of those points that you just mentioned, really from 5 to 7 or 8. And I want to do that to allow more time for questions, because I think that's really what's most important here. Now, I'll just use this. I'm beginning with a very familiar image. This is a video still of Uyghur or possibly Kazakh prisoners being moved by rail. And we don't know what happened to these men. We just have this video taken presumably by a drone. But it is interesting that starting in about 2016, a couple of Uyghur and Kazakh refugees have described sporadic mass executions. For example, a bunch of prisoners are being bused to Qinghai. God knows why. I don't know why they're doing that, but they're moving them around. And when they crossed the provincial boundary line, the PSB led the prisoners out and shot them all in an open field. We don't have double verification on that, but it's an interesting story. We don't know the motive for these sorts of killings. But what we do know is that the mass executions are associated with disposal problems. So mass killings, we have evidence of a mass killing overwhelming a crematorium facility within a matter of hours. That's a fairly good witness. This was somebody who worked at the crematorium and quit their job during that period. There are cases, sporadically at least, of local crematoriums acknowledging burning bodies from the camps.
That's the good one.
Can I just in order to make to make clear something that may not be clear to those listening to this, we've of course heard a lot of witnesses. You are a on-the-ground researcher, and I have no intention of inquiring where you've been, because that is up to you to reveal or not. But when you speak of witnesses, you're speaking of individuals you have spoken to yourself. And so when you say something like a good witness, if you could just detail that.
Yeah.
Do you mean a first-hand witness or a witness who...
Actually, that is a second-hand witness, but I know the father of the daughter. So it's the daughter who worked at the crematorium. So we have that sort of, that I consider a fairly close relationship. In the case of the, we can go through those individually, but I don't think they're that important. The point is that there's, I don't know what to do with those cases. I don't have a particular opinion on them. As I said, we don't know the motive for these killings. What we know is that there's a disposal problem that's created in some cases. Overwhelming the crematorium facility, and that we do know that local crematoriums have acknowledged burning bodies from camps. And I believe that one comes from Kulchera, from my conversation with Kulchera about this. Now, disposal systems can be critical evidence. The next slide, PowerPoint slide, please. For example, the only Wuhan COVID death toll estimate, in my opinion, with any real reliability, comes from counting the sale of funeral urns in Wuhan. So it was approximately 40,000 when COVID first entered the scene. Okay, and they were claiming about 4,000 deaths. So, next slide, please. Beijing is aware of this vulnerability. And since 2018, Uyghur cemeteries, like the one you're looking at, former Uyghur cemeteries, have been routinely bulldozed. Clearly, this is an attack on Muslim cultural traditions, but it also permanently eliminates family DNA. Now, 3 years ago, Gulchera Hoja of Radio Free Asia discovered that local authorities had put out a directive in 2017 to construct 9 new crematoriums across East Turkestan or Xinjiang. Urumqi was first, and an ad appeared in the Chinese language press to fill 50 security guard positions at an unheard of salary for security guards in Xinjiang, which would be $1,200 a month. That's very high. In 2020, a camp refugee in Norway took a virtual tour of a camp he recognized in Aksu Prefecture. Next slide, please. Now, Ms. Hoja, using the Wayback Machine, established that camp, that is the camp that you're seeing as a whole, was built around an already existing and still functional institution. That's the Aksu Infection Hospital. That's outlined in red on the screen. In fact, all the elements of organ harvesting, a hospital, 2 camps, and a crematorium come together in a single square kilometer. Next slide, please. So what we were just looking at is now on the right side of the screen, lower right. That's the red area. And that contains the Aksu Infection Hospital and a camp, I believe, of about 33,000 people approximately. Now, going to the west or going to the left, you see another camp outlined in red, and that one is about 16,000 approximately. It's fairly new, and it's still being constructed. And then above that at the top, we can see in the other red area at the north, this is about 900 meters from both camps, is a large crematorium. Now the next slide, please. Now that crematorium, I'll just mention that I have verified that this is a crematorium because there's a road that drives very close to it, and I talked to a witness in Kayseri, Turkey, who on something completely different, and he mentioned he was from Aksu, and I said, "Gee, do you ever go on this road? Do you ever drive here?" And he said, "I drive it every day. I used to." And he was very aware that this was a crematorium, and he thought it was sort of for Chinese people, not for Uyghurs, but he did establish that it's definitely a crematorium. Now, I asked him about whether he saw smoke coming from it. He said he never did. And that's kind of interesting because if you look at this crematorium, now, instead of smokestacks, what we see coming in from the west and the east, really from the west, from the east, and joining the crematorium in the middle of the building are 2 distinct lines. Now, it's kind of hard to see them, but if you look carefully in the middle, you can see there's a kind of a line running along there. Now, that could be a wall, but it actually closely resembles pipes. And the crematorium may be using a water-based system. In America, we call this system alkaline hydrolysis. And the idea is to pump fresh water in, mix with potash, and heat the chamber to approximately 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Fats, hair, bones even break down over a space of an hour or 3 hours. And the effluent can be drained in a nearby leach field or simply pumped back into the river. In fact, if we go back to the previous slide for a second, you'll see that there's a river right there. Okay, so go look up at the crematorium. We're looking at the Aksu River. And you also have a kind of a big vacant lot as well. So it could be they're pumping it directly into the river or into that vacant lot. Either way, it ends up in the river. Can we go forward 2 slides now? From Aksu Infection Hospital, it's a short drive to Aksu Airport with a special fast lane for human organs. Although China Southern Airlines confirms that the human organs are transported via the Aksu Green Passage, that's on the website, they don't provide a photo. but next slide, please. Here's a typical green passage photo. I believe that's from Kashgar Airport. I may have mixed it up, but I believe it's Kashgar. From Kashgar Airport. And this one is nice because it actually says it in English, so we can all understand. Special passenger human organ transplant channel. Now, from Aksu Airport, there could be several end users. Next slide, please. But the one I look at as my prime suspect, I mean, there are others that could be using these organs, but this one is a hospital in Hangzhou near Shanghai, and this was discovered by a researcher who I cannot name, who was directly working on this problem. And she discovered that the first hospital of Zhejiang province has a formal big brother relationship with Aksu's doctors and medical apparatus. It's one of China's 10 certified ECMO training centers. I won't get into everything about ECMO today, but it's complicated, but you can ask a question about it, of course. But ECMO basically is an oxygenation system, which can keep organs very healthy, even during live organ harvesting, and possibly can be used to transport organs too, though there's arguments about that. Now, this is something that's not commonly done in the West. Most doctors who've worked with ECMO consider it a wonderful life-saving device, and they're certainly right. But in China, through Taiwanese doctors, we happen to know that this is used for live organ harvesting, and there was even a manual written about it. And I'm not going to get into who did that, but that manuals are important because it showed that you could do this. You can basically take an organ that would ordinarily die off in 4 to 6 hours, and you can keep it going for 24 hours or 16 hours or something like that. It's enough time to transport it over to the East Coast, which is where this hospital is. This is not far from Shanghai. Okay, now in 2017, in the first hospital of Zhejiang province, liver transplants increased by 90%, and kidney transplants increased by 200%. On March, next slide, please. On March 1st, 2020, First Hospital of Zhejiang Province successfully performed the first double lung transplant on a COVID patient. Essentially, this was an advertisement, and as the pandemic was really taking hold, that is advertised that for foreign organ tourists, that even during the pandemic, First Hospital was open for business. And to summarize those points, we've found one of the crematoriums with housing, we found medical, and we found transport infrastructure for the live organ harvesting of Uyghurs and quite possibly Falun Gong, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and Lay. We'd like to collect all 9 crematoriums. We don't have that yet, but we've rarely had such we've rarely had so many elements all in the same location. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to change the subject slightly and can kind of conclude on these points, but my investigation in Kazakhstan just before the lockdown, kind of global lockdown occurred in 2021, involved extensive interviews with camp refugees. Now, the fact is China lets very few refugees out of the camps, okay? And by going into Kazakhstan quietly, literally with nobody really knowing that I was there.
Mr. Gutman,
electronic devices, yes?
Can you get closer to the microphone because the voice seems
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. China lets very few refugees out. We only have 9, or some people say 11 in the West right now. Now, by going into Kazakhstan quietly, I was able to double the global number of Uyghur and Kazakh refugee interviews. I wasn't able to double the number of people that I can give names to, but I was able to double the number of interviews, okay? A lot of these people have to stay completely confidential. They have family in China and so forth.
Mr. Gutman, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Gutman, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not quite sure why the sound is a bit distorted, but at least it is to me. it may be that if you speak a little more slowly, the distortion will be less.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll speak a little slower. I'll end the PowerPoint presentation there, so you can cut that off, and I'll just speak to the camera too. Maybe that will help. Can we end the PowerPoint presentation, please? Okay. Okay. Let me conclude with these findings. Literally none of these witnesses were from the same camps. None of them. Several of them had distinct recollections of forced organ harvesting. Just earlier I mentioned Saryagul. So that was sort of the view from above. She was a Chinese teacher in a camp, and she, in the faculty lounge, or their equivalent, after they did tests on the prisoners, health checks, those blood tests would come back, and they would put them up on a board, and they put pink check marks next to 4 or 5 of the names or whatever. And those people would disappear within the next week. She saw this several times. This pattern repeated itself over and over. Now, the other is the view from below, which is several people in Kazakhstan related to me that they saw corpses stripped of organs. One of them, there's actually a third case which I'm trying to tie down and actually talk to the guy. I didn't talk to him directly. The other 2 did. Others simply had recollections of the blood tests, health checks, as they call them, that were given to the entire Uyghur population in 2016. Now, what's interesting about that is few remember getting a DNA test. They all remember getting blood tests. But my main focus was, in these interviews, was to go after, what do you remember? Who disappeared from the camps? Who just simply disappeared? And there are 2 sorts of people who disappear from the camps. There are 18-year-olds who graduate, essentially doing forced labor. And this is often announced at lunch in the canteen, and they then disappear, but everybody knows they're going off to do forced labor. Even the name of the company is sometimes mentioned, and so forth. So that's one kind of person disappears. No, that's often female. The second group is 28-year-olds, approximately 29-year-olds, 27-year-olds, but on average, right around 28, and not too far from that. 31 is sort of the outside limit, 25 is the other limit, but mostly 28. Now, this is a significant number because we have looked at this for years. I've looked at this for years with the World Organization to Investigate the Persecution of Falun Gong, and they have done comprehensive studies of Chinese medical literature, and it's very clear that that is the age they prefer for organ harvesting. Organs are the healthiest. The body has matured, but it has not started to deteriorate. And here is my preliminary conclusion, having talked to these witnesses. At a minimum, 25,000 Uyghurs, average age 28 years old, are taken from the camps to be harvested every year. That's about 68 people a day. The higher range of my witness statements doubles that number to 50,000 per year. That's 126 a day. How's the sound now? Is it okay?
Yes, it's better, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. Now, just a few closing remarks on this. The party's strategy, in my opinion, is a troika of forced labor, lowered Uyghur fertility, and organ harvesting. And I've called this combination maintenance genocide. When I'm in a different mood, I call it deferred genocide. But I have assumed in the past, at least, that the party's intentions run something along these lines. We will assimilate Uyghurs and Kazakhs, but mainly Uyghurs, if we can. But we will kill them if we must. Now, I suspect that's only under conditions of consistent Western pressure on this issue. Yeah? So a crematorium that can support 50 security guards can process 126 bodies a day without breaking a sweat. And it is that excess capacity of 9 industrial scale crematoriums that should make us all wonder if the party's true intentions are actually closer to this statement. We will assimilate Uyghurs if we must. We will kill them if we can. I'll end there, but thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gutman. The tribunal may have some questions for you.
Mr. Gutman, this particular theory of yours, based on relatively recent research, have you made it public before?
You know, I get supported by patrons and I have to make things a little bit public. I prefer to just keep them all close to my chest right now. But I haven't broadcasted strongly.
And the PRC hasn't yet reacted to it?
No, they haven't been forced to. It's just one little video that I did for Victims of Communism Foundation on the web. So.
And it was because this is a new or different theory that you have put yourself out in order to give evidence at this session, so that if there's any challenge to it, the challenge can be made before the September session. And will you be in a position to join us in September in person or by video?
I don't know.
We would hope you will make yourself.
I'm in the middle. I think it's important to just say the point. I mean, these are very strong charges. Obviously, I want to gather as much evidence as I can. You know the kind of evidence I prefer, which is human evidence,
and I think
I'm trying to do that.
You'll be publishing your findings in more detail, but not for some time?
I do have a book planned, and there's if the publisher, the editor, is looking at me right now, and I'll be delighted if he spring into action.
Yeah. So
this would be out in certainly less than a year, about 6 months.
6 months. So for your findings to be challenged by the PRC, and your findings, if they can assist in any way, to be of value through the judgment of the tribunal, it's important that your research is available now and in September. That's more a statement.
Okay, I mean, that's certainly true, but it's also true that my first responsibility goes to the witnesses who can't be named. So I can give their stories and I can give them in some detail, but I can't name them. And I know the Chinese find it very easy to sort of say, well, if you can't name them, then they don't exist, of course. But that's not my fault. That's because their families are being held hostage, essentially. This is and the fact that Central Asia, the environment for refugees from China in Central Asia right now is a toxic one.
Dealing with a few details, the aerial imagery on which you've relied for establishment of crematoria connected to camps and the river and so on, is that your analysis of the imagery? And if so, are you an aerial imagery expert?
Well, no, I'm not, but it's interesting you asked that question because I did run it by somebody from the CIA.
So if you are in a position to provide us with the imagery and we can put it out to any other expert, that issue can be settled one way or another by September.
That's perfectly fine. And in fact, the image of the crematorium has changed since Gulchera Hoja, and we sometimes work a little bit together, and since she came out with an article on this in Radio Free Asia, actually they repainted the crematorium. Just maybe spruce it up a little bit, I guess.
Has the PRC in any way explained the positioning of crematoria and camps?
No.
The one diagram that I think you showed showing hospital camps and crematoria all within the same curtilage, has that been explained in any way?
No.
Your calculation of numbers of Uyghurs who have either disappeared, gone to labor camp, or are surviving, gone to forced labor, or are surviving but in internment. How many witnesses have you relied on for the estimates that you've given?
Well, basically, it's over 20 witnesses. I don't make an estimate on how many have been sent off to forced labor because I wasn't asking that question. I regret that. I wish I had been asking that question, and including forced labor in my initial research in Kazakhstan. But I can't give you an estimate on that. It was just very common for people to mention 18-year-olds going missing, and then to mention the 28-year-old group going missing. The difference between the two is that one is very public, and the other one is just something people notice.
The 20 witnesses who have spoken to you come from how many different camps? Roughly.
They're all from different camps. Every one is from a different camp.
So that's approximately 20 different camps. And according to these 20 different witnesses, what were the strongest common features as narrated to you?
The strongest common feature, I'm sorry, could you clarify the question of the strongest feature in what respect?
Well, age of people disappearing, purpose for disappearance, that sort of thing. What was the most common and strongest feature?
Two things that are very common. One is the 28-year-old, the approximate 28-year-old. So people would say, well, they were between 25 to 35. And somebody else would say, well, they were about 29 years old. And then somebody else would say, well, they were about 27 years old. And for example, one of the questions I'd often try to take this apart and sort of say, well, look, it is to women. I'd say, well, okay, so 4 women went missing in these 2 weeks after a health check, after they did a health check. And I said, this is a really rude question, but, were these women sexually attractive? And they would answer no. I mean, they'd say it's an awful thing to say about somebody, but no, these women were not particularly great looking. They were not particularly beautiful. And I'd say, well, what would they have in common? They'd say they were healthy.
They were what?
So they were healthy.
Yeah, they were healthy. Thank you. And
so that's a very common thing. I was very struck by the fact that it was 2% to 5%, that it was right in that range. That's a very narrow range. It's as if they really put out a directive saying this is how many you can harvest over such a given rate, a given period of time. I was struck by the fact that the stories that they all disappear in the middle of the night. If it's 28-year-olds, there's no announcement. They're going off to do some work somewhere else or something. This is just a mysterious process.
So, in each case of your 20 witnesses, they come from within the camp and they give you an explanation by numbers as well as by age of people who disappear and don't come back.
Well, they don't. I mean, I have to really elicit that. I mean, I have to ask very careful questions. They can't certainly do it for a year. I break it down to a month. I do whatever I have to do to sort of get to a common estimate. That's my job. But it is striking how that there's only one witness. I mean, maybe 2 witnesses. One witness who didn't experience this, and he was Kazakh, and he was in a Kazakh camp, and it was totally Kazakh camp. And it was a fairly small camp. It was about 300 people. And I very much had the feeling when he talked to me about that camp that camp was very much going through the motions. That they were sort of checking the box, like we put these people in for re-education and so forth. And there were a few Uyghurs there, but mostly not. So I think, you've always got outliers on these things. I mean, you had one man who was in a camp that was something like 5,000 people, and he claimed that 20% had gone off were disappearing. 28, the 28-year-olds, 20% were disappearing. I think that's probably too high a number. But I don't know. But those are the two outliers. In general, what I saw was a very strong continuity, and that was what was so striking.
Your figures of between 68 and 126 per day, can you, in summary, please explain how you reach those figures?
Well, that's just multiplication. I'm just taking a yearly rate and turning it into a daily rate, because for some people that has a little more emotional impact if people are different, have different reactions to numbers. So if I big numbers don't mean much to them, but if I say 68 people a day, they go, "Oh my God, that's really shocking." So that's
for each the camps. What was the maximum distance between any two camps? How far away were they?
They don't know that. They don't know the answers to those questions. The experience in the camps is you have blinders on. You are basically kept from seeing a lot of other things. If you're male, you don't know what the female camp is like. If you're female, you don't know what the male camp is like. The only times you maybe get together if they have a forced labor center, a factory center, where sometimes they mix them.
But if people, did people know where their own camps were? And I explain why I ask you the question, Mr. Goodman.
Not often they do not.
Oh, yeah. So
quite a few cases where they didn't, and there were some where they did, and they identified on Google. But I can't give you an exact estimate right now, but I think it was kind of like half. Only half knew where their camp was.
And is your theory as developing that each camp had its own medical facility for organ extraction, or may there have been shared facilities?
I do not think that each camp, I would say definitively, not each camp. Each camp did not have its own hospital. That's the Aksu infection hospital business is pretty striking. It's also striking because when Aksu infection hospital was called by Gulcha, they kind of danced around the question of whether they did transplants, but it was fairly obvious they do. But you please explain why you asked. Maybe you're asking about the hospitals, and I don't think we're going to find a lot of cases where hospitals are built in like that. I just think that one's very striking and a real example of it. I believe they do have perfectly good transportation methods to take people to hospitals. What we do know is that the veil of secrecy is descended upon the medical establishment of Xinjiang. I mean, we don't know how many hospitals are out in Xinjiang anymore. I have a researcher who's dedicated to this and looking into this, and it's very hard for her to tell. These things simply disappear. We know there were a lot more hospitals, and now there seem to be a lot less, and that's probably not true. Most likely, they're just become more secretive.
The signage, it's bilingual. Is all the signage in that airport bilingual?
In my experience in Chinese airports, they always are. That they're often bilingual. But in that case, there are several pictures of similar signs of green passage for human organs, and some of them even have a kind of Arabic script in them, as well as English or Chinese.
Arabic script.
Well, a kind of a Uyghur. Sometimes Uyghurs use Arabic script at times.
The sign you've shown us, is that an incoming passenger?
It's always outgoing. It's not incoming. These are, what's interesting about this, and if Van Bertotti was here, he would make this point. He'd say, look, these are tiny populations by Chinese standards. I mean, ridiculously tiny. I just can't even describe it. It's like some island in Scotland or something. And to have organs going out of a place like
Well, the signage, of course, doesn't, I think, you must look at it again if necessary, doesn't refer to organs as organs, but your case is, or your theory is, that there will have been somebody carrying an organ or organs in a container. Is that right?
Well, or either that or a corpse that's being kept, where the organs are being kept alive through a procedure like ECMO, where you can oxygenate the organs. Look, it is pretty explicit that these are for organs. Yeah. The reason why this happened was there was a very famous doctor in China, a heart surgeon, a very prolific heart surgeon, who was trying to transport some organs on Southern China Airlines. And he missed the flight, or they wouldn't hold up the flight for him. And the organs were worthless, okay? And they were like, I think they were hearts. And he was so angry, he made a big fuss. He's got very good connections with the top leadership. And he got China Southern Airlines to do this, to start making these green passage lanes, these fast lanes. It was direct lobbying, and it actually shows how powerful surgeons are in China. But yes, it was absolutely about organ transplants. That's why the green passage lanes were created. The picture of the first green passage lane has that doctor and same time with the head of China Southern Airlines. They're cutting a ribbon together.
Is there evidence of possible destination in the Middle East of organs? Is the state of organ preservation science such that they could travel to the Middle East?
You know, I'm really glad you asked that question. I mean, there's been a phrase that's been used, halal organs, which people use to describe this phenomenon. We do have two pieces of evidence that Middle East, or rather Gulf state residents are going to China for halal organs, or because they're Uyghurs and Kazakhs and Kyrgyz and Malay are all Muslims. It's more appealing. They don't eat pork. That's the main point. And it's certainly, but we don't really have proof of that. What we have is advertisements from the Chinese side. So, for example, we have a video of a hospital which does do transplants, and they interview an Arabic guy, okay, about how great the care is there, and they show that they have a Muslim prayer room for the Muslims who want foreign Muslims who come, and so forth. So we do have that. We also know, and this goes back to the London China Tribune, which you shared, which is, you know, we know that the biggest hospital in China for transplants, Shenzhen Central Hospital, was filmed by a South Korean filmmaker, and he established that a lot of the foreign organ tourists there were clearly from the Gulf states, or appeared to be from the Gulf states, or were speaking languages that were from the Gulf states. So I think one can say that this is occurring. The wilder things I've heard about them doing charter flights full of organs to the Middle East, I don't think there's any proof of that yet. But that could take place from a place like Aksu Airport. It's big enough. I looked at the runways, and they're big enough to accommodate that sort of activity. But until we actually have some proof of that, I think it's not clear that's going on. And then we don't have, by the way, one last thing, we don't have advertisements from the Arabic side saying, you know, come and get your halal organs. That doesn't mean they don't exist. It means that maybe we don't have a robust research department on the Arabic side.
Mr. Gutman, last couple of questions from me, at least in June. You've been heavily involved in research of forced organ harvesting since the beginning of this century, and you've written extensively about it. We don't have to go through the whole history of forced organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners, but is it the case that the availability of Falun Gong practitioners may have reduced substantially in recent periods?
Well, there's a complex answer to that, because on one hand, I don't believe the amount of Falun Gong in detention of some form in the Laogai system, as who used to describe it, has gone down that much. I believe they're still out there. But the age, they've gotten older. And it's very clear that as much as you can use an older person's organs, I mean, you could use mine in a pinch, but you wouldn't want to. One thing that the Chinese medical establishment prides itself at is very successful transplants. In general, they have a very good record now for successful transplants, and that's why they can charge a fair amount of money to foreigners. So I believe the Uyghurs are they're a younger population, and they're they're there. And I'm not saying that the entire Uyghur, this has never been all based on the profits from organ harvesting. That's not the motive here. But I believe this is there's a lot of money to be made for the Uyghurs, and they are fairly healthy people. And you've got young people, and you've got them all tested. You've got essentially 15 million or 13 million Uyghurs tested right now, all tested. They have the blood. They know what's going on. They could start harvesting them all if they wanted to. They won't, because they will stick to this age group that is particularly successful. But having said that, there are Uyghurs even in the Xinjiang camps, because several witnesses said that to me. 2 witnesses said that to me, and they elicited that information without me even asking about it. So,
finally, from your general research, and given that a single body can provide several organs or body parts for transplantation, have you done an approximate calculation or estimation of the maximum financial return per body?
Yeah, it would be $500,000 to $750,000. Basically, each lung is worth approximately $150,000, and lungs are extremely popular for transplant now, partially because of COVID, but also pollution and so forth. Hearts can be 150 or 200,000 easily. Kidneys tend to be, 50,000 approximately, and you've got 2, and the liver goes for about 100 to 150,000. So I think and then the corneas, which are worth about 15,000, really 10,000 each. They're not really organs; they're tissues, but they can be transplanted. China is the only place which transplants spleens, pancreas, all these other organs that are possible. Those are extremely unlikely and not common, but it's fairly easy to get up to those numbers because depending on the population. For example, Japanese don't tend to bargain so much. We have anecdotally, Japanese organ tourists who paid up to $1 million for an organ. I think that's rare, but I think it happens.
Mr. Goodman, I'm going to see if any of my colleagues have questions for you. Professor Lynch.
Can I ask, is the distribution of HLA antigens and haplotypes similar in the Uyghur population compared to the Han population?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Yeah, is the distribution of HLA types and haplotypes similar?
As far as I know, they're similar. It's not something I've put a lot of time into looking at, but it's, I think the Uyghurs don't have any particular, there's been rumors that the Uyghurs have some particular good blood or, special organs. I don't really believe that. I don't buy into that.
Thank you.
I think they're similar enough to Han Chinese. It's genetically, they're not the same, but they similar enough.
Thank you very much. I was going to say I enjoyed your presentation. I'm not quite sure whether I did. But what I just wondered, you could look at the other way around. Presumably medical tourism is obviously thriving. Is there any way of finding out, first of all, where they're coming from, and secondly, what organ they might be wanting? And I was thinking also in terms of the operations that they're doing, it must be quite a complex task of sending livers and kidneys and hearts to different places. I just wonder whether it all goes to one hospital and it's all done there.
No, they don't. They don't send organs out. As far as we know, they never do. You have to go to China to get the organs.
I appreciate it.
Most people won't even go to. They won't go to Aksu infection hospitals or something like that. They have to go to these jobs. Yeah.
No, sorry, of course not. I meant within China, to the hospital.
Oh, within China.
Yeah, sure.
No, there's no question that some of these hospitals, Wuxi Hospital and Tianjin Central Hospital and Sun Yat-sen and some other places are absolute centers for this. But I think that what the biggest change that we've seen over time, and this is something that our 2016 study with David Matus and David Kilgore showed very clearly, is the expansion into every province. That is, every province now has a major transplant hospital. Do those hospitals attract foreigners at the same rate? No. Foreigners like to go to Beijing or Shanghai or Guangzhou. They want to go to someplace familiar, okay, where they think everything will be modern and good. But there are a lot of other tourists out there. I mean, there are Japanese tourists, and they have a special hospital that's been there for years, which is called the China-Japan Friendship Hospital. Clearly caters to Japanese organ tourists. The Koreans prefer, this is anecdotally, they prefer Tianjin Central and some others. They've got their special favorites, and the relationship is done hospital to hospital. We don't know that much about the Germans, though they do have some special relationships with some of the transplant surgeons in China, which then have allowed the German patients to go to China on a regular basis. We have anecdotally, we've been told that Tianjin Central, the #1 organ tourist in the world, are German. I have no way to verify that. We've tried to go and look at hotel stays and around Tianjin Central to try to figure out if there's a way we can trace it through that. We haven't been able to do that at this point. I wish we had information on it. So it's really hard to tell. But we do, and we know the Gulf states are in there. We don't know much about Russians.
Could I just do a quick follow-up on that? Obviously, in most countries, cardiac surgeons, heart surgeons, other surgeons publish their success rates. Presumably, the Chinese don't. I don't know whether they do or don't. But to attract people, they would have to actually produce some.
They used to. They used to publish a lot of these things, and that's how we're able to do the 2016 report, was because they were bragging about this stuff. The surgeons were bragging about how many surgeries they did a year. Okay, the hospitals were bragging about how many successful kidney and liver transplants they did. They stopped that after 2016. By 2017, that was gone because we'd used that to show that their volume was much higher than they were claiming, about approximately 6 to 10 times higher than they were claiming. And so they've been trained to kind of keep their mouths shut about this. But the reputation was already there for organs. I mean, if you're, the main thing that China offers is speed. You can come in, they've literally done emergency liver transplants with somebody coming in an acute liver crisis and 4 hours later walking out. 4 hours. Okay, for most people who have to need an organ, they can do it within 2 weeks, in many cases within 1 week. I'm sure if you offer more money, you can get it within 3 or 4 days. There's no question about it. So speed is the key thing, speed and quality that they're promoting. But I wish there were those figures. I wish they were still out there talking about their success rates, but they're not. And those days are gone. We have to look to new strategies because we can. This is the same. This is why I'm so interested in witnesses, because it's the one thing that's a little harder to control.
Mr. Goodman, 2 questions for you. One, clearly the Xinjiang is a long way away from Beijing and Shanghai and so on. Have you done any research on the improvements in ischemic times for organs, because I think that has changed quite profoundly in the last 2 years.
Yeah, that has. I'm mainly placing, obviously there are other oxygenation systems that you can use, and a lot of those have come up during the COVID period, but the one I'm the most familiar with is the ECMO system. So ECMO, this basically can be targeted at an organ. You can oxygenate it and basically keep it in a very fresh state before the patient dies, and you can actually remove the organs and keep them in a very high, very good state. Okay, and apparently now this is a matter of controversy here, but apparently you can keep them in this oxygenated state. Some people say that you have to have the entire corpse still resident around it. Other people say no, that's not true. It's hard for me to tell. I've been going mainly with Taiwanese doctors here who are familiar with this procedure. And at least one of them, who seems like a very trustworthy bloke to me, claims that you can basically keep the organ basically in a live state for significantly a long time. The other way, of course, it works is that if you're taking out, you can stop an operation in the middle, for example. So let's say we're all tired, we're doing surgery, it's 12 midnight. We can stop, we can put the patient on ECMO and keep those organs alive. Keep those organs, this is a dead patient, presumably, and come in at 6 in the morning and finish doing it. Okay, there's no question that ECMO can be used these ways.
Thank you.
The question is with transportation. Now, I have something I want to add about that. It's important. China developed its own ECMO mobile machine this year. It's super portable. Before that, they were buying Medtronic equipment from America. Medtronic is the godfather of ECMO technology. But they didn't like it because it was big and cumbersome, apparently. You explain why. Okay, but they started going and started buying it from the Germans because the Germans made a much more mobile version. Now they're no longer buying from the Germans, but we do know that when the persecution of the Uyghurs went up in 2016 and 2017, particularly to 2018, that's when the sales of these ECMO machines, the import of ECMO machines from Germany, exploded, absolutely exploded. Okay, and we have the figures on that. I'm not going to give them here, but you really have to sit down and go through the balance sheet on that. It's very clear what happened. And half of the hospitals ordering these were prime suspects. They're in our 2016 report of major transplant hospitals. So I think one can make a very strong case that ECMO has played a huge role in allowing Xinjiang or East Turkestan to become a viable center for organ harvesting, which then can be transported to these places that people feel more comfortable coming, like Tianjin Central or Shanghai.
Thank you. And the second question is, if you translated the number of organs that became available from a voluntary donation system, say from the US, to a population base such as that in Xinjiang, it would produce a very small number of organs, one imagines. Is there any particular reason that there is a better inclination to voluntary organ donation in this region than anywhere else, China or anywhere else?
Well, I think the big issue in China, I disagree with some of my colleagues about this because they say, oh, well, there's this traditional belief that you have to have all your organs intact when you die. Well, there's a lot of traditional beliefs in China, and the Communist Party's been very good at just getting rid of them and throwing them in the trash and moving on. Look, I think the reason people are reluctant to give up their organs voluntarily is because they think they'd be suckers to do so. I mean, obviously, people are making huge amounts of money off this, right? And so their feeling is, why should I do this for free? I'm not doing this for free. Unless you pay me a lot of money, I don't want to get involved. I think the second point to that is that live organ harvesting is the key here, okay? The Chinese are not really interested in voluntary donors because when are you going to use them? How many car crashes are you really going to have? Not that many. Okay, so the chances of somebody coming in at death's door and then getting their organs taken out are very low, or being dead, briefly dead. They don't want that. They want very fresh organs. They want these organs removed while the healthy person is still very much alive. And they even want to use not too much anesthesia because it makes the organ sluggish when it goes into the new host. Okay, so again, I think quality really, really matters to them. And so that'd be my answer. I'm not sure I answered your question. Was that to your question, Nicholas? Nicholas, was I answering your question?
Yeah, I was. Thank you very much, Mr. Gunn.
Okay.
May we return to the green passage at the airports? I'm not at all clear in my mind who uses these passages.
They are for, as I understand it, they are for doctors or medical teams to bring organs onto planes, or to bring corpses onto planes. That's what they're there for.
And you say, as you understand it, because your thesis is that the whole thing is veiled in secrecy.
No, because we actually know this, because this is why it was created, because this doctor, whose name is escaping me for some reason, I don't want to say the wrong doctor's name, that would be terrible, but it's a guy I've studied quite a bit, and he actually had this, where he was trying to bring organs onto a plane, and they died because they didn't hold the plane up, and so the organs just expired. They were useless. And he thought this was such a crime and created this program. This is matter of record in China. It's
curious to me that the signage would be bilingual and that English would be, we know that if you put the first language above, that's the language of priority. Why on earth would the signage be bilingual?
Well, a lot of things in China are bilingual, first of all. Police are... the word police is bilingual. It's right on policemen's uniforms. It's just as visible as the Chinese. So there's been a long attempt on that. I don't put too much significance on that. I think I would say that there's a lot of pride about these kinds of programs, especially in the medical world. I think this is pretty great and sophisticated, and that China's leading the world in human organ transplants. And they say this. I mean, Wang Jiefu, the master of ceremonies of this whole thing, has been bragging about the fact that China's numbers are going to surpass, instead of America's numbers of 40,000 transplants a year approximately. He says we're going to surpass that, and we're going to be way above it.
I can't reconcile in my mind. On the one hand, you're saying it's highly secretive and the data's not there and it's very difficult to get any information about the hospitals. And on the other, you're saying there's a lot of bragging and there's a lane which is in bright lights, is pasted up, the words... So how do we reconcile these two things? Which is it?
I don't know. China is a very contradictory country. It's always been that way. And we wouldn't really be able to do any research if it weren't. Look, our 2016 report was all based on their numbers. They put them out there.
I'm just left wondering whether the contradictions are China's or whether they're in your research.
No, I don't believe they're in my research. I believe the fact that China. So let me give an example that maybe will clear this up. China for 10 years said we do 10,000 transplants per year, right? That's how many we did. And what we did, all we did was look at what actual hospitals were saying about how many transplants they did, right, per year. And when we added it up, we came up to a number of about 50,000 right there. And then we added in some other big hospitals, and we were able to come up to numbers of 60,000. Then we were able to look at it from that perspective and what doctors were saying. It was obvious that we were looking at least a number of 60,000 and above. Now, both things were being said. Both things were actually in their own media. But the one that the Western world chose to accept was the official number, because it was soothing and reassuring, because it didn't challenge anything. I believe that. I honestly do. And the point was, it wasn't even that hard to come up with the contradictory numbers. People don't choose to. That's all. And that's all. And so I don't believe that's a research. I mean, that's a research dilemma. But I don't believe there's anything underhanded about this. This is all very transparent. The way our methods on this.
Can I ask a further question, which is also puzzling me, which is you've set out that the industry is growing, that it's a hungry beast, that has been in the past a problem with attrition rates amongst Falun Gong. How do we then explain your colleague Professor Zenz's finding that there are measures to prevent births, for example? How do we reconcile that with the fact that clearly there's a need for organs? Why on earth would you want to stem the growth of a population, which is a valuable population, in your thesis, a valuable population for organ harvesting?
Well, I do think there's two things at work here, but I think the key, I don't believe they're necessarily looking at the Uyghurs as the population for infinity, that they're sort of going to grow them and harvest them. I don't believe that. I believe the stronger, if you really ask me what I think, I believe this is a race war. Okay, I think it's that simple. I think this is an attempt to destroy a race, and organ harvesting is one element in that. It's a very profitable element. And what Adrian's identified, and I think proven, is clearly part of that, clearly part of the same structure. So they are contradictory in that sense, but they don't have to be. Look, there are other populations that could be harvested if China wants to. We've never found real evidence of them harvesting political dissidents, but they could easily move to that system if they chose. The Hong Kong population would be, we have an awful lot of dissidents in Hong Kong. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm saying it's at least possible that some down the line, some of the Hong Kong population could be excellent candidates for organ harvesting. That's certainly possible. Taiwan could be excellent candidates. That's up to them, how they think about this. But I think the overall picture we have is of a disrespect for human life in East Turkestan, in Xinjiang. And I think that's the common theme.
Yesterday we heard evidence from ASPI about the mapping of detention facilities across the region. 380 identified. They think that's the vast majority of them. Has there been an attempt to look at those and see if any other crematoria are visibly co-located with camps, or is it just this one case that we know of?
Well, I think there's just one case, but that speaks more to how poverty-stricken our research is, not to the facts on the ground. Okay, it's true. It's hard to identify these things, and I'm really pleased that I was able to verify with a human being that that's definitely a crematorium, and there's no question that the camp is there, and he remembered the Aksu Infection Hospital and the whole thing. And that's a very unusual case, and why I stressed it is because we never had that kind of a case with Falun Gong. We didn't. We never had, sort of everything co-located like this. But because we haven't found them, just means that, researchers aren't as good at it. I think the question was asked, Ethan Gutman, are you an expert in reading Google or satellite mapping and so forth? And I'm not. This is why I ran it by another expert, actually two experts, and said, what do you think? They came back and said, well, I think this, but I also think it could be like this. We did do an effort to do this, and we ran into an awful lot of false leads, because there's an awful lot of things that look like crematoriums and so forth. So I think it's a difficult procedure. I wish there was a computer program which could kind of do it, quite frankly. But I don't think there's no question that the order went out to build 9 crematoriums, and clearly they are of substantial size. We're talking about, if you look at that building in comparison to the others, it's quite an enormous building. And the fact that we have the 50 security guards. So I think that's still very significant. The fact that we haven't found everything is our own fault. I wish we had.
I have 2 quick questions. So the 2 camps near the Aksu Infection Hospital, what are their names, and are they described as high security re-education centres or high security prisons? I have one more question after this.
Sure. The answer to your question is no clue. And the reason for that is because China has purposely, or Beijing, the Communist Party, has purposely gone out of their way to not name these things. Do you know, out of all the witnesses that I've interviewed on this, only a couple of them could actually supply a name for the camp that they were in. They literally don't have a name. And I know that sounds strange, but I think that's done on purpose to just make the whole thing hard to identify. There must be some sort of internal number or something that the Chinese used, but they didn't know.
Okay, we've come in the evidence that we've seen and read, we've come across a number of torture narratives where the detainees have been forced to confess to terrorism, and they've been tortured on various areas of the body, particularly the head, the feet, nails, and violent rape. Would any of these areas of the body affect the condition of the organs of, let's say, a 28-year-old?
No. Not really. And it's one of the interesting things is that, well, I'll get into that some other time, but yes, there's a woman who was extensively raped, and clearly they were still looking at her organs, and she was raped severely and over a period of time and publicly, and I'll be talking about her, writing up her entire story. It's a very important story. But they were clearly still interested in her organs because based on the testing that was being done. With Falun Gong, one of the things that happened was they were tortured very severely, and they often allowed other prisoners to do it who did it in kind of a whatever they happenstance way. I mean, they just, whatever came to mind, they do. This was a problem because it made them sometimes ineligible for organ transplants, to be an organ donor. So I think it's more systematic now. That's my impression, but it's not something one could maybe put numbers on.
And if you starve the prisoners or detainees, does that affect the condition of the organs?
Yes, it does. One of the reasons why hunger striking is so dealt with so severely is to prevent that.
Thank you.
No further question. Many thanks.
Mr. Goodman, thank you very much for coming at some personal inconvenience. Please mark your diary between the 10th and 13th of September, because it is very important that if there is a challenge to your narrative, that you can come and respond to it. Thank you.
Our next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Ms. Rokiye Terdash. She will also be giving evidence remotely. Roge Khanum.
Okay, I couldn't open the camera. Sorry.
Hoş geldiniz.
Merhaba, hoş bulduk.
Thank you. Thank you. Rukia Turdush is an activist and a researcher with the Uyghur Research Institute. She studied history at the East China Normal University in Shanghai. She's the former president of the Uyghur Canadian Society. She studied international development and social work in Canada. In her report entitled Genocide in East Turkestan, she uses testimonials from 135 direct and indirect witnesses, corroborated by secondary information, to outline a pattern of abuse against Turkic minorities in Xinjiang. This abuse includes physical and psychological torture, as well as the existence of a pattern of forced contraception, sterilization, and abortions inflicted on women from Turkic Muslim minorities. This report also examines the possibility of a genocidal intent on the part of Chinese authorities. Mrs. Turdush, do you have a presentation for us?
Because I got Pfizer, so I got very sick. I could not prepare the PowerPoint presentation, but I prepared the presentation based on my report. So should I present right now? Can I? May I, please? So the report that I will present today was written in the end of 2018, published in February 2019, and partially updated in October 2020. I also briefly add some information today from my recent article about Uyghur women in genocide that I co-authored with Dr. Magnus Fiskesjö. I am continuously updating my report, which is titled Genocide in East Turkestan, and I would like to present again, if it's necessary, in the September hearing with more information. I have updated the report with new evidences that published in the media news reports, NGO reports, and expert reports, but I didn't have a chance yet to go back to each interviewee and update information about their arrested or killed relatives, or how many of them were released, or how many of them were sentenced. So the report examined and proved China's intention of genocide, as well as China's genocidal act, at least meet 4 or 5 criteria of in 1948 United Nations Genocide Convention. I am continuing my research to find out if there is enough evidence for China's violation for all 5 criteria. I have focused in this report following methodology and interrelated areas to conclude that how China is well-funded, planned, organized, and repeatedly implemented state policy against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, and that their elimination of these people's group identity constitutes acts of genocide. First, methodology of evidence. I would like to talk about it. The report was prepared based on 135 testimonials in Uyghur diaspora about arrest, forcibly removal of Uyghur children, in in-person interview about sterilization of Uyghur women in 2001 when I visited East Turkestan, and the video interview and the phone interview with concentration camps and prison survivals, eyewitness accounts, and literature. I also used the secondary sources, that literature review of expert reports, news media, and Chinese state media evidences. This methodology was used to obtain evidence about China's mass human rights violation against the Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, as well as to understand escalation of those violences. Among those 135 people who testified about their arrested or disappeared relatives, 56 of them currently live in Canada and Kazakhstan, 79 of them in Turkey. 52 of them were learned they are direct family members who are taken to concentration camps. Some of them's entire family members were arrested. I have submitted to you some of the photos. The rest of them had lost contact, not able to learn whereabouts their family members or their children.
Ms. Turdush, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but just what I didn't mention earlier is that the whole of the panel have received and read your report.
Okay.
So it would be very helpful if you, for example, highlight some of the main points you would like to highlight from that report rather than providing a summary of it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm not going to talk about methodology right now. So I mentioned in the report also historical, I say the historical background of East Turkestan and the China's state legislation that targeted and the implementation of cultural genocide. I have included historical background of East Turkestan as the colonization or the root cause of China's genocidal intent. That's why I included. And I also included cultural genocide, documented the cultural genocide, which is destroying Uyghur language and religion, destroying Uyghur cultural heritage, and the mosques are all analyzed in this report because it's important for China's intention of genocide. Even though cultural genocide was excluded in 1948 Genocide Convention, however, there is no difference between intention
sorry,
of culture.
Forgive my interrupting you and you, Mr. Zamit Border, but I'm afraid you're speaking at a reading speed, not a speaking speed, and there are people in the hall, and I think they've got to be able to understand what they will not probably have read. Forgive my interrupting you.
No, sorry. I'll read them. So I included historical background as well as cultural genocide because cultural genocide is important. It proved China's genocidal intention. We know that the cultural genocide was excluded in 1948 Genocide Convention. However, there is no difference between intention of cultural genocide and the genocide. So I documented cultural genocide as well in my report. I have raised other examples for China's genocidal intent in this report. I will mention separately at the end. Third, I also wrote in this report China's genocidal act that violating Article 2A, Article 2B, Article 2D, and Article 2E. China's violation of Article 2A, which is killing members of the group whole or in part because of their identity and the religion and the culture. As an example of China's implementation of physical genocide, I have included China's killings in Baran Massacre, Golja Massacre, and Urumqi Uprising, and the killings in other incidents, as well as statements of eyewitness accounts. Even though these killings were prompted by China's dissatisfaction, the Uyghur people's dissatisfaction China's treatment against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, the violent Chinese repression during and after each uprising, regardless of whether Uyghurs had participated or not, those uprisings strongly suggested a Chinese intention to destroy the Uyghur people as an ethnicity, not a political reason. For example, one of the Chinese soldiers who participated in the crackdown at Baran stated that time was very entertaining. We shot anybody human in that Uyghur village. The conversation was quoted by Chinese official who wrote the article and posted in Chinese website. Footnote of this quote as the same with the footnote 37 in my report, which is missing. I'm sorry for that. That report was not updated. So China's, I also stated in my report China's violation Article 2B, causing serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group. China's state surveillance policy that controlling every move and the thoughts of Uyghur people, and the twin relationship policy that placed 1.6 million Han Chinese cadres in Uyghur homes, destroy Uyghurs' mental and physical autonomy. The several direct victim accounts statements about rape and the torture is evident for serious bodily and mental harm as well. According to New York Times, 500,000 Uyghur kids were removed from their home and separated from their parents. I have cited this in my report. Separation from their parents and the community creates long-term psychological and physical damage on brain cells. It was proven by many neurologists. We do not yet know how poorly these kids are treated and how many of them are killed or abused, but I assume it's harm those separation is harming those kids' mental development. And China violated Article 2D as well. Article 2D is imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group. I have included analysis of the Chinese state policy about the birth prevention, statements of interviews in my report. Further, China's forced marriage policy and forced marriage policy and the forced labor policy that I argued in my recent article about Uyghur women in China's genocide, co-authored with Dr. Magnus Fitzgerald. I have argued that China's state-sponsored forced marriage, forced labor camps that segregated Uyghur women and the men in different places also contributed to the population reduction, and it has violated Article 2D. China's violation of Article 2E, which is forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, documented in this report as well. China's violation of Article 2C was not included in the report, as I had not enough evidence when I wrote the report in 2018. It should be updated because Chinese concentration camps, forced labor camps, deportation, and the appalling number of prison sentences in the region, tearing families apart, destroying survival, healthy life of conditions in a move that not only could cause a population reduction, but also bring about physical destruction in whole or in part, which is seriously violated both Article 2D and the C of the United Nations Genocide Convention law. Now I would like to give more examples about China's genocidal intent, possible intent. China's genocidal intent was predated before its colonization. All nations in China's territory, including the colonized nation of East Turkestan, are referred to as Zhonghua Minzu, Zhonghua Nation. In China's founding father Sun Yat-sen's press release that was published on behalf of the Chinese National Party in January 1, 1923, he mentioned it, as well as in Mao's later essays in which the term Zhonghua implied the process of becoming Hua. Hua means Chinese, so they would like to assimilate everyone into ethnic Han Chinese. This was cited in several scholars' books. So intention of assimilation was very clear. Forced assimilation exists here and is just another term for cultural genocide. Even though very different according to UN Genocide Convention, there are no difference between intention. I already talked about that. Both cultural genocide and genocide are aimed to destroy the existence of group in part or in whole because of their ethnicity, religion, nationality, and the race.
Thank you, Mrs. Sturder. Because the questions I have for you relate precisely on the question of genocidal intent. And as you mentioned, you have a chapter on this in the report, which the panel and we have read. So I wonder if I can interrupt you at this stage to ask you about this specific question.
Okay. Please.
So in your report, you state as follows: the intent to destroy the Uyghur nation is nakedly verbalized by Chinese leaders increasingly in recent years. However, you also go on to state that even though they have not published or articulated an official written plan to the public about destroying the Uyghur nation, China's intention is clear. And it would be, I think, really helpful for us to hear from you how China's intent to destroy the Uyghur nation has been verbalized by Chinese leaders in recent years.
The Uyghurs also describe it by the Chinese officials that cancer is tumor or weeds, not as a human being with a right to maintain their distinct culture and language and religion, but as also they describe it as a three evil forces, terrorists, which must be eliminated, and also announcement of Chinese officials such as break the origin, break their roots, break the lineage. And these for example, they labeling Uyghurs as a terrorist because of their religious beliefs. It's very similar to how the former Nazi government described Jews as a Bolsheviks or capitalists like that. So each Uyghur, and no matter as just simple person didn't do anything as terrorists for the Chinese government. So that's how they labeling the Uyghurs and dehumanizing Uyghurs by saying weeds, spray the weeds, spray the chemicals to kill the weeds, for example.
That's really helpful. And are there sources for these? So when you say, for example, Uyghurs are referred to as a cancer or tumor, or indeed as spraying the weeds?
I think I have. Yes, I have cited in my report that the sources. It's not in my report? Should be in my report. If it's not in my report, it's article. It was sourced. I cited. If it's not, I will send to you separately the sources.
That is very helpful. Are there, in fact, any other informal phrases, coded phrases, or derogatory, possibly terms, which Chinese authorities may use with respect to either the Uyghurs, Kazakhs, or other minorities? So you've mentioned cancer, you mentioned tumor, you mentioned spraying the weed.
Yes, they categorize like that. They say when they forcibly remove the children from their home, that one of the Chinese officials announced that break the origin, break their roots, break the lineage. So that's explain their intention too, because they would like to cut off those children's biological origin when they remove them to the children's concentration camps, because they can't see their parents, they can't speak their language, they can't practice their religion, culture, anything. They has to be transformed into ethnic Han Chinese. They completely cut off from their background that they may never can find their parents. So this is the break the roots. And so in this way, they would like to completely destroy the Uyghur nation, because these children, when they grow up, they're going to become Han Chinese and they cannot contribute to their community for reproduction. Actually, this is also same time to the population reduction as well. So those kind of words, what they say, this explain the intention. And I have more examples if you allow me to explain about their intentions. Or if you have a question, please go ahead.
Yes, I think some examples of these derogatory terms might be of interest to the panel.
Excuse me? Did you ask a question or?
Yes, so you said you have further examples of derogatory terms.
Oh, got it, sorry. Okay, similarly, the Chinese ambassador in the United States responded to global criticism about mass detention of Uyghurs and other Muslims in China's so-called re-education camps, claiming that is to change the Uyghur into normal person. So they detaining Uyghurs to changing them to normal person. So for them, the Uyghurs are not the person or normal person. Detaining them in the prison and detention centers is changing them to normal person. So they were justifying their torture and the detention and the killing Uyghurs. So this is dehumanizing as well, and this can explain their intention as well. And China's state policy against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims is plainly evident for China's intention, actually. The Chinese government plans do not explicitly advertise the genocide, but are couched in the language of re-education and the pairing families and those kind of policies and birth prevention policies as well. It has a very destructive effect, and forced labor camp too. So those destructive effect is plainly evident. It is achieved by planning, budgeting, and allocating resources and the personnel to enforce and carry out the plans. The Rwanda Tribunal mentioned how this will be the genocide. Explain the genocidal intention too.
Thank you. That's really helpful. A very quick question. So many of these phrases or terms that you have cited, and they are in your report, are, as you put it, either verbalized, they have been verbalized, or indeed are based on secondary sources, although you've also referred to, say, the embassy website, which would be a primary source. And my question Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, these are secondary sources from news media reports, and I didn't phrase it or change it. I didn't verbalize it. I didn't summarize it.
My question to you is, on your basis of your knowledge now of the Chinese government system, do you think, is it possible that any such official plan or policy would exist in writing rather than verbalized somewhere in the system?
Just like I said, it was not exist. None of the perpetrator write down their plan and explain we're gonna kill all of them or whole or in part or destroy whole this nation. They're not gonna do it. Especially the Chinese government, they're trying to hide their crime. Of course, they're not gonna do it. They just, as I said, they camouflaging their policies. They call the concentration camps re-education camps, and the forced labor camps. They said, oh, this is for poverty alleviation, and they removing children to separate from their parents, and they said, oh, we educating them, or this is the orphanage camps. They have very beautiful words, the camouflaging their plans, but and force the birth prevention policy too. So all of them they doing repeatedly, and it was achieved by planning, budgeting, and allocating resources. So this is they doing this repeatedly, despite there is a devastating effect. For example, they know that when they're using the birth prevention policy, it's dramatically reduct the Uyghur population, but they're still implementing. And the Chinese President Xi Jinping said our policy is 100% correct, and that we're going to continue. So they know that devastating effect, but still they are continuing. That's going to explain their intention to destroy.
Really helpful. My final question is a quick one. It relates to family planning workers, which you refer to in your report. And you say that these family planning workers have so much power, they can put you in prison and sentence to life or to long-term imprisonment if they want. They can order sterilizations, contraceptions, abortions. And I guess my question to you is, do you think that these family planning workers act on their own initiative, or are they following a policy, a plan? And if yes, if they're following a plan, at what level do you think that plan is set?
They strictly follow the plan, I think, but they have a power, that's a lot of power, I believe, because some Uyghur families actually can bribe those family planning workers, and they can hide their children, or they can get extra children if they have money. And some of them, if they have family planning relatives, based on my research, they can also, because if they have good relationship with the family planning workers, they can hide their children too, or they can get more children without the government doesn't know that. So they can do that. But same time, if in some regions, if you don't know the family planning worker, it's depend on region and region. It's very, very different, I think. And some regions, some family planning workers are very strict. They do, like, I don't know, they use the harsh policy, following the government's policy. Some of the regions, they can just, I don't know, relax it and hide it, and not all of them, because as I said, if you give the money, so that's how I interviewed the people, and people told me it's based on my research as I learned it. So I think it's like that, and based on the town and the village and the places, and it's depend on who's this family worker. And if okay,
I think you've explained yourself very well. Thank you very much. I'll hand you over to the panel now. Thanks,
Mr. Zamet Borda and Mr. Sabi. It's now 4:15. There's one more important witness to be heard in part of his evidence today. Both he and it's possible this witness, Rakia Turdush, may be sought to come back on the next session. So I'm going to hand the stopwatch to you. If you'll tell me when you would like Dame Parveen or the rest of us to finish, we will comply, but it may be on terms that we'll ask the witness to come back. We don't want to end in a horrible rush with either this witness or the next, each of whom is very important. So planning is over to you.
Just a moment, I consult my colleague.
Yeah. We're taking a break as well. Here we are.
If the tribunal is considering to call back Ms. Derdish, we'll suggest you have a 15 minutes questions time for her, and then we have a short coffee break, and then the rest of the evening we spend with Mr. Sens.
I think that sounds very sensible, and I've got a suspicion Dame Parveen will agree.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your introduction of what you've done. Can I just start off with just one or two questions about the data collection? So the aim was to look for areas which could be labelled or be compliable with the word genocide. So the question I want to ask you is, did you collect the data under the various aspects that would call what you've got as genocide, or did you fit in the data you already had under these headings?
No, I didn't collect the data under that aspect. I was thinking, since 2007, the human rights violation were escalated, I would like to assess the escalation. That's why I collect the data. After I finish my research, when I interviews and everything, then I assess it. It's fit to the in 1948 is United Nations Genocide Convention's criteria. I didn't assess. I didn't plan it.
Okay, thank you. You said the testimonial is based on hundreds of Uyghur civilians, but yet you only give us data for 135. So were they data which were contradicting what you wanted to find out?
I don't think it's contradicting, because I did not only use those witnesses' interviews for my conclusion in my report. My conclusion in this report based on also secondary sources and some of the other information that I directly get from East Turkestan, based on my contacts, and also the media reports, including North American media, European media, Chinese state media, Australian reports, and non-governmental human rights organizational reports, and literature review I did for the expert reports too. So all these research are consistent, and it's linked to the Chinese government's policies too. It's consistent with Chinese government's policy too. I researched the Chinese government's policy as well, and it is fit to the genocide convention. So I don't think it's these cases that interview it are distinct cases. They are prevalent cases.
Yes, no, I have no doubt about that. But what I'm trying to get out, it could be argued that you've not included negative data. So if you had hundreds of civilians you could have got the data from, you've only taken 135. So you've picked up just the positive ones and left the negative ones.
Yeah. 135 was I used structural interview questions, but each person is the same question I used. So these are most of them as testimonial or secondary victims. The 135 of them, most of them are secondary victims, because I categorized the data with secondary victims and direct victims and indirect victims. So these 135.
I'm trying to be the devil's.
I will come to your question, because I interviewed on 19 people. Those are direct victims. I didn't pick up the people. I used both structured and unstructured interview questions. So when I interview with, and some of them I picked if this is those interview, if direct victims I used on the report. Indirect victims that are testimonies, and the most of them. So I didn't mostly argued with that testimony in my report.
Okay, thank you.
You can repeat again.
Sorry?
Did I answer your question?
No.
I misunderstood. Could you please repeat? I can answer again.
Could you just talk a bit slowly for me, because it's the reverberation I don't quite get. Thank you very much. So just going on to one or two other questions within this, what you've told us. Words like Islam is a mental disease and eradicating tumours and the weeds and so on, are these coming from high officials? Are they local officials in counties?
Not from the Beijing. It's some of them as local officials say it, and I don't remember right now in my report. It's a huge 2 articles I have. I was very sick. I didn't have a time to review my report, but I have the sources. I can send you my sources and which ones say it, high official or local. Some of them might be high officials.
Okay. So one of the officials said that the only crime, this lady, is the only crime is being Uyghur.
Officials, honestly.
How official is that? I mean, it's not written down in any of the edicts that are coming from right at the top, are they?
I think that's the camp and police officers in the camp or guard. I think I remember when the Mihrigul Tursun, she was one of the camp survivor. When I interviewed her, her only crime was Uyghur. They say because when she tortured.
So sorry to interrupt, but I'm just thinking that if that was the case, why do they make up excuses to take people into camps like you've got a mother abroad or you send some money somewhere? They don't need to do that.
Because they have to hide the crime. They have to show to the world that they have an excuse. They always do the excuse. Those excuses actually explain their intention too. For example, they have excused Uyghurs are terrorists. And with that excuse, they justifying killing Uyghurs and arresting Uyghurs. Actually, this is explain their intention too.
Okay. Why do you think they got rid of the intellectuals, or they're trying to get rid of the intellectuals?
Excuse me?
So you've got a whole couple of pages on the Uyghur intellectuals being put into jail. Why was that? Why do you think that has an impact?
That's explain China's genocidal intent too, because Uyghur intellectuals are leading forces of the Uyghur people in East Turkestan. When you kill and destroy the leading forces, when you kill the head, body gonna be paralyzed. So that's how they want to paralyze and destroy the Uyghur population. That's gonna explain the intention too.
Okay, I'm just, because of time, I'm going to miss out a few things, but just want to ask you, was the persecution of the Muslims fueled by the China's new anti-terrorism law, which was adopted in 2015? Do you think it got worse? You say there were several aspects. The anti-terrorism law, which was adopted in 2015, do you think that made the terrorism against the Muslims worse, the persecution worse?
Yes, it's that persecution. They would like to justify their killings and execution against the Uyghurs. They just label Uyghurs terrorists, and they use the war on terror as an excuse. Your question is Muslims in overseas and out of China, or like you were talking about the Muslims
in China?
Within China.
Okay, sorry, time-wise, I can't push you more. So just tell me a little bit more about the two things which I think are important. One is the children being sent to camps, and the other is women. So perhaps you could just talk a little bit about the children first, and then we'll talk about the women.
In my research, I have documented 52 children were taken away from their home. Many of them as parents in overseas in Turkey, and I have sent the photos too, and I forgot to send lots of other photos I will send to you. So those kids where parents were arrested first. When their parents were arrested, some family members, even they have grandparents, even they have aunts or nephews, they would like to take care of them. They still arrest those, they still took those kids. And I have one example in my report that Ilya, he's, I think if I correctly remember his name, because I didn't use the real name, so I mixed up. I don't want to say the real name. Those kids, he has 3 siblings. His parents were arrested just because they refused to eat Chinese dumplings that Han relatives bring it to them made with pork, and their parents were arrested. That was happening in Aksu. The person that interviewed is still in Holland right now, before he was in Turkey. And then his siblings, the 14 years old one taken to the boarding school, the rest of the 3, he doesn't know that the government officials taking them too. And another person I interviewed, I didn't put in my report. He had 4 children. The girl, after she fled to Turkey, as his wife was arrested and sentenced to 10 years. His brother was arrested and his parents were arrested. And he had 4 children left. The eldest one was taken by the government officials to the school. That was a girl, 12 years, I think, at that time when she was taken away. Rest of the kids, one of them went to the street and they get the car accident, and another one of them disappeared. Little one, and that came again. The Chinese officials came and taken away because
I just don't want the details because we've got them here, so we can read them here. But you think you have sufficient evidence for that. So if you just go on to the women then, because you published something today about the women and the trying to interrupt their reproductive system. What sort of evidence have we got for that?
Which system? Can you repeat?
About women and their reproduction and abortions and so on. How strong is that evidence?
I think it's very strong because when I went to East Turkestan in 2001, most of them from the Gulja, my relatives and the friends, I interviewed randomly, and they showed me the certificate I sent to the statement. I had the proof. So they showed me the certificate. I have seen the certificate that they were sterilized. And then Kashgar and Kagluk and those places, I didn't see the certificate because women not carry the certificate in their bag, right? But I saw in their door that award certificate. Because awarding Guangrongzheng, they put it in Chinese, and that's award for the family who follow the family planning policies. So that's why I asked, what is this? Why they give it to you? So this woman talked to me and I interviewed them. So that's how I got, it was existed since a long time. I personally myself, I got IUD after my first child when I was in China. And then I could not remove that. The Canadian doctors could not find that IUD, and I didn't get sick like those women, but some women is infected, but I didn't get infected, but I still want to remove to get the second child. So that's why I go back to China to remove that IUD because I couldn't find a doctor here to remove the IUD. And so it is happening to every woman this, but they escalated in 2017 and that strictly control those birth controlling policy, use this birth controlling policy, and women were any woman find sometimes before the women have a chance if they have a relatives, the family planning workers, if they give bribes so they can hide. But since 2017, it's become very strict. They could not do it. They could not do anything. So this policy was implemented. And not only this policy was for the population reduction, not only birth control policy was strictly implemented to Uyghurs. You may say it was implemented to Han Chinese also, but that policy was relaxed to them. They stayed in cities, and Han Chinese can take 2 children. It's become same at the Uyghurs. Before, Uyghurs in the cities can take 2, but Chinese can take 1. So now it's become the same. And
Can I stop you there? We can read that. I think I'm just going to bypass that, but I want to just, before I'm cut off by Dr. Savi in a minute, I just want to go back to genocide. And we've got 2 definitions there. We've got Raphael Ramkin's definition, and we've also got the US Genocide Convention. Now, how does your data fit in with this? Because you end up saying it's probably different, but there's no difference in intention. Could you just explain that to us?
Intention is it's fit the Raphael Lemkin's definition here because in the book of Acts of Rule in Raphael Lemkin's book, he was saying it's not not only you don't have to do mass killing to be genocide. Okay, so you don't have to do mass killing in front of the public to do genocide. You can destroy this nation culturally. It's the same thing because this nation is going to disappear, so it's going to be genocide. But it was not included in United Nations Genocide Convention law in 1948. So I didn't use the Raphael Lemkin's definition as a criteria, which criteria fit is, but I used some pharas of Raphael Lemkin's definition to prove the cultural genocide and the intentions, and not the act. For the act, genocide.
Ask questions. So I was just going to say I'll stop because I think two of my colleagues would like to ask questions.
I suspect we've got to be disciplined. We are not going to leave this afternoon in a great hurry. And providing Ruqyya Turdish is able to promise to keep herself available between Friday, not between, but on one of the days between Friday the 10th and Monday the 13th of September to come back. Can you do that?
September? Can you repeat, please? Because I have fever. I can't hear you very well right now. So
can you make yourself available to the tribunal at some stage between Friday the 10th and Monday the 13th of September?
Yes, I hope so, if nothing
I'm sorry
happens.
You've got a fever. And the next time we'll ensure that you're timetabled so as not to be under pressure, and everyone will be able to deal with your very helpful report.
Thank you. Vaccine, I've become like this. I'm so sorry for that.
Not at all. And I hope that you enjoy the period between now and September. Have a holiday if you can.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sabi, 15 minutes and no more.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasiniki naq maydon programmasi. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot 10 minutlik bir qisqa demilishga chiqdi. Eng oxirgi demilish bu 10 minutdan keyin hammalar tanishib bo'lgan, ya'ni Uyg'ur mecbur emgek meselesini olsun, ceza lagerleri meselesini olsun, tunji bulup dünya aşkarlaştı, nihayet mühim rol oynayan Uygur halkının samimi dostu Adrias Jens efendim ninki guvalıqı bilen sot şunu bilen bu qetimki bu London'da başlangan 6. ayın 4. günü başlangan 4 gün devam kılan sot şunu bilen ahırlıştı aziz qarindoshlar taxminan bir yarım saat, bir saatdan keyin bu sot muvaffaqiyatli ahırlaşkan bo'ldi. Sot ahırlaşqış araliqda biraz sizlar bilan qayta bir ko'rishaylik, didorlashaylik, fikrlashaylik deb bu fursatdan foydalanib turib sizlarga xitob qilyapman aziz qarindoshlar. Mushu ataydan vaqtingizni chiqarib, zerikmay, terikmay mushu sotni haqidagi naq maydon programmamizni ko'rib berganingiz uchun sizlarga alohida rahmat aytaman va biz xalqimizdan kuch olamiz, sizlardan kuch olamiz. Sizlarning mushuni naq maydon programmasini ko'rib berganinglar ekran oldida o'tirib, bu biz uchun cho'ng bir madad, biz uchun cho'ng bir jasorat aziz qarindoshlar. Tekrar rahmat aytaman hammalaringizga mushu vaqtda xayrli bo'lsin. Aziz qarindoshlar, ikkinchi qatimliq sot, ya'ni xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining ikkinchi navbatda guvohlik anglash soti 9-ayning 11-kuni ichiladi. U vaqtda yana boshqa lager shohidlari qatnashishi mumkin. Bu qatim 4 kun davom qilgan bu sotda hozirgacha jami 40 nafarga yaqin chet ellik va Sharq Turkistonlik bo'lib 40 nafarga yaqin shohid guvalıqdan ötdi. Kila qatımlıq 9. ayda ötküzüldüğün ikinci qatımlıq sotqımı yana oxşamagan guvaçılar təklif qılındı. Bəzi uçurlardan qarğa vaxtıda kila qatımlıq sotqa bevosita keldiganlar texim köp bo'lishi mumkin. Çünki bu Londonda koronavirusning bir yangi tipi Hindistondan taqalgani uchun nayt qattiq karantin tadbirlari var. Shuning uchun bu yerga kirishmi, viza olishmi biroz nayt tez, qulaysiz bo'lgani uchun faqat 15 nafarga yaqin Uygur, Kazak, Özbek guvaçlar yani Şark Türkistanlık deyli, Şark Türkistanlık 15 nefer guvaçı. Bevosita Londonga yetib kelib guvalık berdi. Ve 4 günün yağı belki bu sotni izleyen qarindoshlarimiz belki sizlermi ko'rdinglar. Bu guvalık bergen qarindoshlarimiz nayt jasurlik bilan, nayt tafsili, qoyil qilarlik, ta'sirlik, dalil isbatli holda o'zining guvalıqlarini berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Bunun da muhbirlarninki, chet el muhbirlarninki bu sotqa bo'lgan qiziqishim favqulodda yuqori bo'ldi. Tunji kuni nihoyat ko'p muhbirlar bor. Bir 20 necha axborot organininki muhbirlari keldi. Her kuni biz o'tag'an shu ikkinchi qavat sotning qizig'alninki bu yerdami atrofimiz zaten her kundagidek nihoyat ko'p sonda muhbirlar, chet el muhbirlari bor. Angliyada turayotgan, London turayotgan ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz kelib sot qatnashib o'tadi. Chunki endi bu qatimki sot kollegiyasi tomoshabinlarning ya ommaninki sotqa zaliga kelib bevosita qatnashishni bek tashabbus qilib ketmadi. Chunki boya deb o'tganimdek nayt yangi tipdagi nayt ig'ir xarakterli bir koronavirusi bayqalgani uchun nayt ehtiyot qildi, favqulodda ehtiyot qildi. Shuning uchun buni sotqa bevosita odamlarninki bevosita qatnashishi bek tashabbusmi qilinib ketmadi. Nayt orliq saqlagan holda kelgan ba'zi tomoshabinlarmi bor. Londonda yashayotgan va London atrofida yashayotgan ba'zi Uyg'ur qarindoshlarimiz bor, Sharq Turkistonlik qarindoshlarimiz bor. Har kundagidek sotga kelib, bu yerda sotda bu yerga qatnashib o'tirdi aziz qarindoshlar. Baxtiyor efendim, sizning qo'shimcha qilgan so'zingiz bormi? Tugilib qolibdi sot bilan eng oxirgi bir guvoch qoldi.
To'g'ri. Sot bo'libmi sot maydonidagilarni his qila olishi mumkin. Nurg'un ta'sirli ko'rinishlar bo'ldi. Bo'libmi meningki shu sot jarayonida shu yashangan advokatlar, sotchilar hammasi qarsoq chochlarini oq bosgan, 60dan hatta 70 necha kirgan, 80ga yaqinlashgan sotchilarning mishada kuniga 10 necha soatlab o'tirib, nihoyat astoydillik bilan shu irqiy qirg'inchilik munosabatlik dalil isbotlarni tafsiliy so'rashi odamni nihoyat ta'sirlantirdi. Chunki bu yerda aslidagi plandan har qatimda eshib ketadi. Masalan, soat 9da boshlangan bo'lsa, 2 guvochdan keyin bir tanaffus bor, undan keyin yana bir tushlik orom bor, lekin bu yarim soat, 1 soat eshib ketadi har qatim. Chunki savollar qayta so'ralganligi uchun nihoyat tafsiliy bu yerda manda aytgan chog'da vazni nihoyat yuqori savollar so'ralyotdi. Abayqa Ruqiya Turdush xonimdan shunday savol so'raldi Uyg'ur ekspertlarning ichida. Muattar singlimizdan shunday savollar so'raldi. Boshqalar mana shunday abayqa aytgan gotmanmi shu organ tijorati, Xitoyning organ tijorati to'g'riliq nihoyat muhim bilgilarni bildirdi. Bu Uyg'urlarniki shu irqiy qirg'inchiligini bu sotda bağlashda nihoyat yuqori vaznaga ega. Chunki bu o'zi xalqlarda shu Xitoyninki organ tijorati to'g'riliq nihoyat muhim kitob yozgan, ham o'tgan qatimqi ham shu Chaynacho degan sotda nihoyat muhim guvohliklarni bergan bir akademik mutaxassis. Uning kitoblari dunyoda bozorliq. Demak bu sotninki sotchilarninki astoydilligi, tafsiliyligi, hatmishada kuniga 10 necha soatlab o'tirib shu sotni nihoyat injiqlik bilan ilib berilishi bu dunyoning diqqatini tortadi.
Haqiqatan bu nəhayət muvaffəqiyyətli bolğan bir sot dep qaraymiz. Çünki xalqımızda bizga inkaslar, qardek inkaslar kelyapti. Chet el matbuotlarida, masalan, Angliya matbuotlarida emas, bütün G'arb matbuotlarida nəhayət dair deyə aldı. Həm umumyüzlük bu sot qilgan baho nəhayət yuqori hamdi. Masalan, bu Jeffrey Nice efendim oldum günü qisqa bir 5 minut 10 minut atrofida muxbirlar kutilish yig'ini o'tkazdi. Uningda bu sotninki hech qanday Xitoyning deganidek undaq oldin hukm bilan emas, hech qanday oldin hukmga tayanmaganligini va butunlay dalil isbotga qarab chiqayotganligini dedi. Shunga hamda bu masalan Kerem Qarim o'zlari onlar ko'ryaptilar kuni bu sotda 9 kishilik bog'lash hayiti bilan 5-6 kishilik advokatlar hayiti. Bulam nəhayət kəskin suallarını soravatır, nəhayət kəskin suallarımı nəhayət kəskin, nəhayət əstaydı. Aşı dəlil ispatlı koçlab soravatır. Az qırındaşda tünəgün Angliya Uygur Cəmiyyətininki hazırki reisi bizninki tanılğan dini ölümalarımızdan Kerem Zahir Qarim tünəgün qısqıca özünün yürək sözlərini qılğan, nəhayət təsirlik hər günü Allah razı olsun. Bizning kutib kelgan dunyoning qaysi ellardan kelgan 15 nafar Sharq Turkistonlik shohidlarni har kuni o'zimga kelib bu sotda turib degandan kechgisi bizga madad beryapti. Alloh razı olsun. Kerem Qarimni sot tugil qopdi, yana bir guvoch qoldi. Bir guvoch qoldi. Hamda bu eng oxirgi yurak so'zlarini anglasak, mana bu sot sizlarcha qandaq bo'ldi, qandaq tuyg'ular bor mana bu sot. Xudoyim 9-oyning 11-kuni qayta echiladi va qayta takror ko'rishimiz vaqtida yana avar qilamiz o'zlarini kelib.
Assalomu alaykum. Dunyoning qaysi joylaridagi hurmatli qarindoshlar, hammanglarniki mush vaqt xayrli bo'lsin. Sot nəhayət Faratkam degandek nəhayət samimilik bilan yaxşı o'tyapti. Bugun mana eng oxirgi kuni hozir bir odamning nimasi tugagan bo'ldi. Men dunyoning har qaysi joylaridagi qarindoshlarimizga bir iltimosim bor.
Xo'sh.
Oldimizga 9-oyning 11-kunisi bu sot bo'lishdan burun mushundaq ishlarga yana guvohlik berish mumkinchilik bo'lgan bo'lsa, yana guvohlik qabul qilgan ish bo'lsa, ashuna guvohlik berishdan tortinmay hammamiz. Ashunaqa nurg'un odamlar bor, nurg'un tashkilot raislari bor, misol. Ashu odamlar shu guvohlikni berib, mush ishniki teximba g'alaba qilishiga asos solsak, texim yaxshi bo'ladi. Bu faqatla Dünya Uygur Qurultayı boshlatdi buni. Ham Dünya Uygur Qurultayiniki faqatla shularning ishi emas, butun Uyg'urniki o'rtaq ishi bu. Bunun için nurg'un ishlarda keng qo'saq bilan uni man qilolmagandan keyin hech kim qilolmasligi lozim degandek mundaq bir qo'sqimizni tutmasdan millatimizga foyda bo'lgan ish bo'lsa, foydali yerli bo'lgan ish bo'lsa, buningga har qanday qo'sqimizdagi g'um bo'lamda har narsani tashlab mush ishga otilishimiz lozim. Men uni burun guvohlik ishlarini bak tushunib ketmabdi ekanman. Bu qatim nəhayət yaxshi tushundim buni. Mening shu ishlarda bir yozma guvohligim bo'lishi mumkin deb o'ylayman. Bizning bu guvohligimiz balkim nima jiqqandi. Men shu ishga 9-oyda guvohlik berimi deb hozir yozdirib qo'y deb o'ylayapman. Chunki
inshaalloh
mening buna jiqa urtqalarim tutilib ketishlik, uni xabarini oldim shu hukumat orqali. Shu Angliya hukumati orqali oldim. Qo'limda qog'ozim bor. Shuning uchun har birimiz qarindoshlarimizga, urug' tuqqanlarimizga ega chiqadigan bo'lsak, Sharq Turkistonlik xalq qutuldi degan gap bo'ldi.
Aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda shu muhim bir xabarni deb qo'yay. Masalan, shu Angliya parlamentida Uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchiligi haqidagi qaror loyihasini hozirlab sungan Angliya parlamentiga parlament a'zosi Uyg'ur xalqining qadrli do'sti Nusrat G'ini xonim parlament a'zosi boya kelib bizning shu guvohchilar bilan dunyo uyg'ur qurultiyining rahbarlik hay'ati bilan ataytan kelib hol so'radi bizdan uningdagi yana shu uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchiligini qo'llab ovoz bergan uningki Angliya parlamentidagi tashabbusi ham bir parlament a'zosimi boytaq kelib keyin ikki parlament a'zosi kelib bizningki shu arqashallardagi kelgan shohidlar bilan guvohchilar bilan ko'rishib ularga madad berdi jasorat berdi bunimi mishada bu dabqi bumi Angliya parlamentiniki bu Uygur sotiga bo'lgan bir qo'llashi bayim karam qarim deb o'tdilar to'g'ri dilda bu amatning samatning soti emas mana bu yerda ko'rsatib qo'yili turdani ekranda Uygur soti Uygur soti bu ismni biz qo'yganmidik mana shu sotchilar qo'ydi Uygur soti bu ismninki sotninki nomi aziz qarindoshlar shunga buni shaxsiylashtirib olmaslik kerak har zaman biz masalalarga bo'lib da'vo masalasiga kelgan vaqtida hech bir zaman o'zimizning shaxsiy ziddiyatlarini adovatlarini qo'saq ko'pigini da'voninki ustiga qo'yib olmasligimiz kerak u vaqtda biz da'vogar bo'lmaymiz agarjan biz o'zimiz haqiqatan man da'vogar millatchi va yoki deydigan ish bo'lsa u vaqtida biz vatan millat da'vosini butun hammaning ustiga qo'yishimiz kerak herkes şahsi ziddiyatlarımızda bu davanın üstüge koyulmasımız gerek. Bu mu ağır derecedeki bir mesuliyetsizlik. Bu kollaylı sotqa medet birinla. Bu Uygur Adliye Arif Ambır'daki direktörü hürmetlik Bahtiyar Ömer efendim turdu bana 4 gün yağı bildi bu programın takipatımız. Üzüm bayı dep öttene çıkarttım. Kim bu ekran Nahpaydan programısı kirgen karandaşlarımız yani bir dep koyaylı. 9. ayının 13 gün 2. katımlık guvalık veriş yığını yani 2. katımlık sot çakırıldı. Anlaşın ait siz surette mümkün bolsa şu bir iş kaptıgıça guvalık verim hemen kela katımlık sotta deydiğen karandaşlarımız bolsa derhal Dünya Uygur Qurultiyi bilen bu Bahtiyar Ömer yani Uygur Adliye Arif Ambır'daki direktörü Bahtiyar Ömer efendim bilen bevosita aloqalashib bizlarni ma'lum qilsanglar bunu da aziz qarindoshlar biz adam tanlab yurmaymiz chunki biz tanlamaymiz uni masalan mishaga chaqirilgan guvohchilar Bahtiyar efendim deb o'tdi biz tanlamadik o'zlari tanladi bizmi ba'zi guvohchilar guvohlikdan o'tgan vaqtda biz ham hayron qoldik Adliyesi hem kurultayının kim bağırıysa özlemi bilmeydik hemen mesela özleri tanlaptı. Bahtiyar Ömer efendimden haberi yokken tuyuksuz bazı guvaçlar şahitler oturuğa çıktı. Biz bazılarını bana adamla kilidip tasavvur kılgan
haberi yok ama
bexatarlik aşkarlanmagan mesele mi bu ama bazı şahitlarınki haqiqiy ismini bilmedik. Biz tanlamadık demekçi. Benim demekçi boğunum. Bir yerde bu guvaçlık kildiğen adamlarını bir kurultay tallab bekitip bergeni yok. Bu sot özü tallab. Çünkü nurgun adamların kolunda özümü dedi baş sotçu Jeffrey Nice efendim. Kolumuzda nurgun azdalar var. Mesela 300 adam bu nemi sungan, az sungan. Sotqa guvalık bergen. Şularının işledin tallab birinci Türkümde 40 neferge yakın adamını çakırdı. Kilakatim yanı çakırdı. Mesela kilakatim köprek buluşu mümkün. Çünkü korona vaziyeti biraz yumuşu mümkün. Yumuşsa o vaxtada 50 veya 60 adamını çakırıp bir vasıta katlaştırışı mümkün. Yılın ahırıgacha Xudayim bilsa Sot Kollégiyesining nimasi shu ekan plani. Mush yilning ahirigacha bütün guvohliklarni, dalil isbotlarni hammasini qarab chiqib, uningdagi oxirgi hukmini berganga. Aziz qarindoshlar, undan olsa biz gapni tugataylik. Eng oxirgi guvohchi Adrian Siz efendim, hammamiz muvaffaqiyatli Adrian Siz efendimga va Adrian Siz efendimning bu guvohligidan keyin bu sot Londondagi 4 kunning yog'i davom qilayotgan sot rasmiy oxirlashgan bo'ldi va oxirida Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyining raisi va bu qatimqi xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tashabbuskor va bosh arzdori hurmatli To'lqin Isa efendim ninki shu sot haqidagi bir xulosa so'zi bilan bugungi naqmaydan programmamizni oxirlashtiramiz. Balkim yana jiddiy suhbatlar o'qilishi mumkin. Aziz mehmonlar kelyapti, bayil parlament a'zolari keldi ama sot bo'layotgan sharoitning o'zida biz ularni bu yerga olib kirib program ishlash imkoniyatimiz bo'lmadi. Chunki cheklama qattiq bu yerda nima deyman qattiq chek. Ayrim kabina bo'lgan bo'lsa, u ayrimda kabina yo'q. Mana atrofimizda muxbirlar ikki tarafimizda biroz gap qilsak ovozimiz ularga ta'sir etdi. Xo'sh, Bahtiyar efendim sot boshini oldi turdi.
To'g'ri, men birinin gapni qo'shib qo'ydim. Sotchilarni kirib bo'ldi. Keyin ovoz chiqarsak bo'lmaydi. Shu Keremkam degandek hammadan guvohlik berishga tirishish kerak. Bu yerda bir masala o'zining urug' tuqqanlari bilan guvohlik tuqqanlar uchun yo boshqa bir masala uchun guvohlik bergan chog'da bu yer muhim dalil sifatlar o'ttirg'i chiqadi. Lekin nurg'un odamlar ba'zi narsalarga sal qaraganlik uchun guvohlik bermayotdi. Mening qo'limdan nima keldi deydigan bir ideya ham odamda mavjud, lekin tama ko'l bular degandek bu yuzlab, minglab, 10 minglab odam guvohlik bergan chog'da bu vaziyat o'xshamaydi.
Bu boshqacha bo'ldi.
Hozir shu sanoq necha 10 guvohchining kuchi bilan mushunchalik bir vaziyat shakllandi. Har qaysi davlatlarning parlamentlarida haqoqatan guvohlik berish orqali jamiyat taratqular bu narsalarga guvohliklarga astoydil qarag'anlik uchun lekin 10 minglab odamning guvohlik berishi boshqa masala. Masalan, bu Tursunay Ziyovuddin xonimniki lagerdan chiqqandan keyin 2 mashinada kichik bolalarni besib ketayotganligi ota-onasining var. Bu bolalarning qiyachiya jig'zarda ketayotganligi shu sochilar tarafidan diqqat qilinib so'raldi. Yana bir lager shohidiniki lagerga kirgan chog'da suydik tekshirish agar homil bo'lsa shuni naq maydonda darhol tushirish ekanligi. Yana bir lager shohidiniki shunga o'xshash bu yerda börekni bu badandagi qonni almashtirish uchun yeniga so'lya qaltisi suydik qon tozalaydigan qaltisi bo'lgan. Mujning o'zi inchik savollar so'ralyapti. Bu yerda faqat lager shohidiniki o'zining beshidan o'tkazgan emas. Bu diqqat qilmagan nurg'un dalil sifatlar bor buning ichida. Bizmi agar guvohlik bersak, shunday dalil sifatlar o'tirib qo'yildi. Bu dalil sifatlarning ichida shu hal qilg'uch qarorlarni oladigan nurg'un odam diqqat qilmagan guvohliklar bor. Demak, bu yerda organ tijorati, bolalarni orish, irqiy qirg'inchilik hamma narsa nima qilyapti?
Az qarindoshlar, to'xtaylik az qarindoshlar. Undan so'ng mana eng oxirgi sotninki eng oxirgi guvohchini bir anglab chiqaylik.
I may have to go out again in a minute.
Mr. Chairman, our last witness is Dr. Adrian Zenz, and my colleague, Mr. Abraham, would lead this witness.
Thank you.
The witness, Dr. Adrian Zenz, is an anthropologist and academic. His research work and specialisms relate to China's ethnic policy, public procurement in Tibet and Xinjiang, Beijing's internment campaign in Xinjiang, China's domestic security budget, and the Chinese Communist Party's population structure optimization program for Uyghurs. Dr. Zenz is the author of Tibetanness Under Threat and co-editor of Mapping Amdo, Dynamics of Change. He has played a leading role in the analysis of leaked Chinese government documents, which include the China cables and the Caracas list. He is a senior research fellow in China studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Dr. Zenz also serves as an advisor to the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Dr. Zen's work has been cited widely in reports of international organizations, including the United Nations, reports of various NGOs, and media reports around the world. Dr. Zenz has produced a number of publicly available reports that are of relevance to the mandate of the tribunal, and they are all in evidence before the tribunal. Dr. Zen's latest report, which will be published tomorrow morning, and which the tribunal has had advance sight of, analyzes Beijing's population optimization strategy in southern Xinjiang. The population optimization or balancing strategy refers to the means by which the state considers the region's terrorism problem can be solved. High Uyghur population concentrations are deemed a national security threat. Optimization is sought to be achieved in the following two ways: embedding and encouraging the growth of the Han Chinese population, and secondly, reducing ethnic minority population growth. The two together work towards the goal of equalizing Uyghur birth rates with Han birth rates. Dr. Zenz states that based on population projections conducted by Chinese researchers, the population of Uyghurs could be reduced by between 2.6 and 4.5 million persons by the year 2040, in comparison to organic population growth. Dr. Zen suggests this may meet the test for genocide, suggesting that it is the empirical evidence going towards proving that the Uyghurs are sought to be destroyed in part. Dr. Zenz, the panel and council have had sight of your latest report. They've read it in detail. I understand you'd like to give a presentation, and we'd be grateful.
Thank you indeed. I hope you can all hear me well. Previously, we have been able to gather substantial evidence of a campaign of birth suppression and mass sterilization from Chinese documents and witness statements, together with official data showing declines in birth rates. This evidence raised but did not quite answer the question of the ultimate intent with which the Chinese state is pursuing these policies, besides inferring that this would make the Uyghur population easier to control by reducing its size. If these policies continued, they would depress the population. But will they, and what population loss would the suppression potentially cause? Today, I would like to attempt to provide evidence regarding these urgent questions by presenting new research that provides evidence of the Chinese state likely intent to substantially reduce ethnic minority natural population growth in Xinjiang in the long term by optimizing Chinese Youhua, the ethnic population. This refers to a targeted dilution of populations deemed problematic by the state with Han Chinese through in-migration, which results in so-called processes of embedding, Chinese qianru. Besides providing substantial evidence of intent, the research also seeks to quantify the destruction in part that results from this intent. Between 2015 and 18, and this you see on the current slide, combined, or the later one actually, the later point, combined natural population growth rates in the 4 prefectures of southern Xinjiang declined by 73%. In 2019, rates continued to decline in ethnic minority counties. Birth rates declined by 50%, and in Han counties by 20%. For comparison, the national figure is only 4%. These birth rate reductions have a leveraged effect on natural population growth because natural population growth is birth rate minus death rate. And if birth rates decline but death rates stay roughly the same, then when birth rates approach the level of death rates, the natural population growth rate in terms of percentage declines much faster than the birth rate. And we are pretty quick getting to a point where natural population growth approaches 0. Prefectures with data for both 2018 and 2019 and individual counties were weighted by population. Please go to the second slide. In a resulting population weighted sample, the average natural population growth rate in these Uyghur counties fell from 5.19 per mil in 2018 to 1.66 in 2019, now only amounting half of the national natural population growth rate. In several regions, recent or imminently planned birth rate reductions result or will result in growth rates that are near 0 or even below 0. Now, in my view, this growth rate is not a coincidence, and I'm not today focusing on the numbers, I'm focusing on the long-term planning behind them. I argue that growth rates near or below 0 are directly consistent with Beijing's long-term plans for ethnic groups in Xinjiang, and I will now present the evidence. An otherwise unremarkable report about an August 2019 health and family planning work commission in the Uyghur region references an unpublished family planning document issued in 2017 by Xinjiang's new population planning office. Its title is meeting minutes on earnestly and thoroughly implementing the spirit of General Secretary Xi Jinping's important instructions, researching and advancing the work of optimizing the ethnic population structure in southern Xinjiang. This document has not been made public. However, it points us in the right direction and potentially links Xi Jinping himself with this intention to optimize, quote unquote, southern Xinjiang's ethnic population. According to a 2017 research paper by a Chinese academic titled Research on Optimizing Southern Xinjiang's Population Structure, Resources, the central government in Beijing, quote, attaches great importance to the problem of Xinjiang's population structure and population security, unquote. Expressions such as, quote, optimizing the ethnic population structure, unquote, or just optimizing the population structure in reference to southern Xinjiang and ethnic minorities are very common to the academic literature on Xinjiang's counterterrorism, and they're consistently linked to birth control measures. Next slide. These sentiments behind these terms was bluntly expressed by a dean of Tarim University at a 2015 academic event. When discussing methods to solve Xinjiang's problems, Liao said that in southern Xinjiang, the state must, quote, change the population structure and layout and the dominance of the Uyghur ethnic group, end quote. That refers to their numeric dominance in southern Xinjiang. In a 2016 academic publication, the author argues that the, quote, underlying reason, unquote, for Xinjiang's unrest was the high concentration of Uyghur populations in southern Xinjiang. Due to a recent exodus of Han Chinese, quote, the imbalance of the ethnic minority and Han population composition in southern Xinjiang has reached an unbelievably serious degree, unquote. These sentiments are echoed by Xu, a senior research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. In 2014, Xu argued in an interview with the Global Times that to counter the terror threat, the state must, quote, change southern Xinjiang's population structure, unquote. It should be noted that nearly all of this research is funded by the state, often funded directly by specific government projects, some of them directly on the topic of counterterrorism. Xinjiang's most authoritative voice on the subject is arguably Liu Yilei, who is Deputy Secretary General of the Party Committee of Xinjiang's Production and Construction Corps, the XPCC or Bingtuan. Next slide, please. He's also a dean at Xinjiang University. At a July 2020 symposium with over 300 experts and scholars from across China, Liu notes that despite all progress, quote, the root of Xinjiang's social stability problems has not yet been resolved, unquote. That's quite remarkable after all that they've done so far. To quote directly from his speech, the problem in southern Xinjiang is mainly the unbalanced population structure. Population proportion and population security are important foundations for long-term peace and stability. The proportion of the Han population in southern Xinjiang is too low, less than 15%. The problem of demographic imbalance is southern Xinjiang's core issue. And just to note, in the four Uyghur heartland prefectures of southern Xinjiang, this share, the Han population share in 2018, was only about half of that, 8.4%. Liu included Bayingol prefecture in his definition of southern Xinjiang, which you can do either one. Both are common. Next slide. In 2018, Liu had argued that Xinjiang's population structure and ethnic structure are unreasonable, and that Xinjiang must afresh analyze its population structure and ethnic structure from a viewpoint of national security, unquote. One of the most sophisticated accounts of this perceived population problem or threat is found in a 2017 research paper by Li Xiaoxia, director of the Institute of Sociology at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences. She's published major reports in Xinjiang population and also was used to write attack pieces against myself. She's very high profile and defends the government's birth prevention policy. Slide 6. In her paper, Li argues that the population gap between ethnic minorities and the Han continues to widen, which has made the concentration of a single ethnic group in certain regions more obvious. The lack of interaction and exchanges between different ethnic groups has caused the three factors of ethnicity, religion, and land to become superimposed, thereby strengthening the viewpoint that one ethnic group owns a particular land area, thereby weakening national identity, and identification with the Chinese nation, adversely impacting peace and long-term stability. Consequently, controlling the growth rate of the ethnic minority population and adjusting the regional ethnic population structure are considered to be important ways to achieve long-term peace and stability in Xinjiang. Written in 2017, the very year when this, the crackdown and the birth prevention really took off. Similar to Liu Yilei, she argues that the problem of the ethnic population structure in Xinjiang is, quote, one of the roots of Xinjiang's problem, unquote. Soon after this publication, in 2017, Xinjiang set up new initiatives to implement systematic birth prevention campaigns in ethnic minority regions. An increasingly common specific outcome indicator of these initiatives was the mandated target to, quote, optimize the population structure, or more commonly to, quote, balance the population structure. To this end, next slide, county family planning officers are required to formulate the county's mid- and long-term population development plan and annual plan, be responsible for the macro control of the county's newborn population, manage the county's information system for women of childbearing age. So by the end of 2018 or 19, Xinjiang was fully equipped to control and forecast population growth at an extremely detailed level. And you find some more information on that in my full paper. The region had created the preconditions for optimizing its ethnic population structure. A detailed review of this literature shows that the perceived threat arising from concentrated Uyghur population centers around the four following themes. Next slide. First, excessive minority population growth creates a growing rural surplus workforce that suffers from underemployment, creating risks to social stability. Large numbers of unemployed young Uyghurs constitute a, quote, severely excessive, unquote, rural surplus labor population created by lax family planning policies that pose a, quote, latent threat to the current regime, unquote. Latent can also be translated as potential. Point two, high ethnic minority population density combined with low mobility breeds a, quote, hardened, unquote, society with a dense religious atmosphere, creating a breeding ground for religious extremism and terrorism. Third, high ethnic minority population concentrations create a dangerous sense of identification with their homeland, weakening identification with the central government. Four, high ethnic minority population ratios and the resulting low Han population shares are a national security risk in sensitive border regions, especially southern Xinjiang, which borders several countries. Other Chinese researchers have argued that the foundation, quote, foundation for solving Xinjiang's counterterrorism problem, unquote, is, quote, to solve the human problem, unquote, Chinese rin de winti. Specifically, this requires, quote, diluting the proportion of ethnic populations, unquote, by increasing the Han population share and reducing shares of populations with negative energy, referring to religious or traditionally minded Uyghurs. This process of targeted ethnic dilution was first proposed by Xi Jinping in 2014 at a work conference in Xinjiang after declaring the war on terror in Xinjiang, and is referred to as population embedding, Chinese renkou qianru. A 2017 paper, next slide, published by two researchers from the Xinjiang Police Academy, argues that population embedding is the key strategy to eradicate terrorism by rapidly optimizing the population structure. That's a quote. Quote, rapidly optimizing the population structure, unquote. I believe you need to go to the next slide. Yes. Yes. Quote, to completely eradicate terrorist crimes in Xinjiang, it is necessary to completely eradicate the soil, the growth conditions, and the environment in which terrorist mobs produce crimes. To do so, it is necessary to rationalize the population structure. And a couple other things, including economic development. Specifically, the academics suggest that the establishment of embedded communities requires a careful balancing of desirable versus less desirable populations. Next slide. To quote from them, therefore, optimizing the proportions of the population and improving and enhancing the quality of the population, which is to solve the human problem, Chinese rin de winti. is the foundation of solving Xinjiang's counterterrorism and other problems. Embedding the population is one of the simplest and most direct ways to solve the human problem. This will achieve the goal of diluting the proportion of the poor population, the proportion of the unemployed population, the proportion of low-educated population, the proportion of certain ethnic populations, the proportion of the population with a criminal history, etc. So we see embedding involves a targeted dilution of undesirable population segments, such as low-income, less educated, more traditionally minded ethnic minorities, who are seen as more susceptible to religious extremism and other so-called crimes. In a 2019 publication, Chinese academic Li Ming argues that the establishment of embedded communities requires, quote, calculating precise embedding targets, unquote. The Han to ethnic minority population ratios should range between 50 to 50 and 40 to 60. He's not the only one. That's a very common ratio that you also see in government documents. The goal of targeted embedding is the creation of a cultural counterterrorism, Chinese wenhua fankong, a multi-ethnic environment where religious extremism is unlikely to take root. Next slide. To quote from his paper, for example, according to the village's cultural counterterrorism needs, the scope of the population with positive energy in the village should be expanded to 80 or 90% in a planned, step-by-step and methodical manner. And the scope of the population with negative energy in the village should be reduced to 7% or less than 3%. Here, persons with, quote, positive energy or a positive culture even, Chinese zheng wenhua, are those who are more highly educated, more secular, more resistant to the creeping influence of, quote, religious extremist thought, especially Han, while those with, quote, negative energy, unquote, Chinese fu nengliang, are susceptible to extremist thought, meaning Uyghurs. Researchers argue that planners must achieve cultural counterterrorism outcomes on these problem regions based on specific quantitative indicators, quantitative ratios, population ratios, and detailed target indicators. This is not mere hypothesis. Starting in 2014, Kashgar and other regions, Khotan, established embedded communities, often at a cost of several billion Chinese yuan of investment, but involving thousands, tens of thousands of population each. This continues, and much money continues to be spent on it. The Associated Press visited one of those in 2018, etc., etc. To boost Han population shares, Beijing has to get millions of Han to move to southern Xinjiang. By 2022, it actually has a specific plan already to settle 300,000 Han settlers to southern Xinjiang by 2022. But there's a problem. The south is also Xinjiang's ecologically most fragile region. Arable land and water scarce, urbanization, industrial development vastly increased the per capita resource utilization, the ecological footprint. Chinese studies, there's a bunch of them, I only cite one here. They say Xinjiang as a whole was already overpopulated by 2.3 million humans in 2015. Significantly exceeding its ecological population carrying capacity. One study funded by the government found that Khotan Prefecture, the Uyghur Prefecture in southern Xinjiang, started to enter a red alert state in terms of exceeding its carrying capacity in 2008. Most of the so-called overpopulation is in rural southern Xinjiang, meaning Uyghurs. That means the state cannot simply transfer millions of Uyghurs to southern Xinjiang. It has to, of Han to southern Xinjiang to optimize the population structure. It has to find a different solution as well on top of that. So part of the population optimization is also achieved through labor transfers of Uyghurs. Labor transfers, one form of forced labor, do not have to imply physical relocation. They primarily refer to a transfer of agricultural surplus laborers, Chinese fuyu laodongli, out of the primary and into secondary and tertiary sectors. The program was extended to all of Xinjiang in 2005, so it's been going for a while. But it became increasingly coercive, especially after 2014 and then 17, as I have documented. It's conceptually different from the forced labor of released internment camp detainees, who are often called jiaozhuan renyuan, from the internment camp, the re-education. The latter, the re-education forced labor program, began in 2018, came into really full force in the later half of 2018 and then 2019. The forced labor linked to the camps targets predominantly men, given that over 85% of such detainees are typically male from different database sets that we have. Whereas the coercive labor transfer targets persons who typically were never detained, with a particular focus on getting women out of traditional household roles and into full-time work, especially in textile industries. Slide 12, please. The next slide. According to official figures, Xinjiang had 2.59 million rural surplus laborers in 2019 and 1.65 million of them in southern Xinjiang, the 4 Uyghur prefectures. In the first 10 months of 2018, about 13% of all labor transfers, 364,000, were brought people outside their home prefectures. 25,000 of them, or 1%, were to other provinces. Labor transfers have intentionally and disproportionately displaced persons from Uyghur majority regions and especially targeted the southern Uyghur heartlands and poor households. In 2018, the overall percentage of labor transfers from Xinjiang to other provinces was only around 1%, while labor transfer efforts targeting poor households, and therefore mostly ethnic minorities, transferred 11% to other provinces. Even so, labor transfers that displace ethnic minorities by coercing them to work outside their home region, so outside of southern Xinjiang, they help with this problem to optimize the population. But in themselves, they only have comparatively small numbers. They are entirely insufficient to achieve the above-mentioned population optimization goals. They help to alleviate the pressure on the land by reducing the Uyghur population in southern Xinjiang. A Chinese academic report called the Nankai Report admitted that labor transfers are a method to, quote, reduce Uyghur population density in southern Xinjiang, unquote. However, the numbers of transferred laborers are too small, especially given that annual transfer numbers often involve the same persons who are transferred again each year, sometimes twice a year, and then they double the number. Labor transfers do not necessarily constitute permanent relocations, in fact, often refer to seasonal labor such as cotton picking and harvesting of different kinds. Evidence of longer-term relocation does exist. It's very limited, though. Importantly, the Nankai report notes that Uyghurs with problematic or criminal backgrounds are typically not accepted. They're not eligible for cross-provincial transfers, meaning that labor transfers leave so-called focus persons concentrated in southern Xinjiang, which is not in line with population optimization needs. And they do that for security reasons, because other provinces wouldn't accept dangerous, quote-unquote dangerous Uyghurs. As a result, nearly all of the cited academics and officials strongly urge birth prevention as a primary means to optimize ethnic population ratios. Quantitative analysis confirms that indeed the only way that the state can significantly increase Han population shares without having to transfer unrealistically high numbers of Han to southern Xinjiang, which would be very expensive, difficult, and cause severe overpopulation. The only way to avoid this is to limit ethnic minority population growth. Slide 13. Next slide, please. My analysis shows that the most ideal range for this growth is in fact negative, around minus 2.5 per mil. By 2040, the state could boost Han population shares in southern Xinjiang to nearly 25% by settling 1.9 million Han there. This would dilute Uyghur populations concentrations in line with counterterrorism targets. 25% Han means the state can embed half the Uyghur population at a 50-50 ratio, which we have heard about above, diluting so-called problem populations and neutralizing these concentrated ethnic minority populations, which are considered a human problem. This would also align southern Xinjiang's Han population share much closer to 25% to the currently 34 Han population share percent for all of Xinjiang. So what is the ramification of all this? As a result, ethnic minority population in southern Xinjiang would shrink at the minus 2.5 per mil scenario from currently 9.5 to 9 million by 2040, which is a decline that could pass unnoticed by outside observers. A smaller population is also easier to control and to assimilate. The destruction in part resulting from these aims is assessed as the difference between A, projected natural population growth without substantial government interference, although still some level of family planning, especially now that everybody can have 3 kids, supposedly. And B, reduced growth scenarios due to birth prevention, in line with the state's intent to achieve counterterrorism goals by optimizing the ethnic population structure. Next slide, please. Based on adapted projections that were recently published by Chinese researchers in a peer-reviewed international journal, southern Xinjiang's ethnic minority population could increase to an estimated, and this is a somewhat conservative estimate, there could be higher estimates than this, to an estimated 13.1 million by the year 2040, without severe measures to prevent births, broadly based on existing family planning, especially now with 3 children. The 4.1 million discrepancy between 9 million and 13.1 million can be understood to constitute a destruction in part caused by the state's intent to optimize the ethnic population and dilute the problem populations. This would reduce the projected ethnic minority population in southern Xinjiang alone, not in other parts of Xinjiang. In the 4 prefectures of southern Xinjiang alone, this would reduce the projected ethnic minority population during the coming 20 years by 31%, nearly 1/3. How realistic is this plan? My paper goes into more detail on that. Natural population growth, firstly, in southern Xinjiang is already trending in this range, in a range between plus 2.5 to minus 2.5 per mil, towards that at least, in some cases has reached it. Recently, Xinjiang told family planning officers to optimize the population structure and to carry out population monitoring and early warning, also with a view to avoid overpopulation in relation to the ecological carrying capacity. The region has created all the necessary preconditions for optimizing the ethnic population structure. And the final point, it no longer reports birth rates or population counts by region or ethnic group, leaving researchers in the dark and covering its tracks. These findings shed important light on Beijing's intent to physically destroy in part the Uyghur ethnic group. Other measures aimed at achieving ethnic population changes, such as Han immigration and Uyghur outmigration, are by themselves insufficient. There has to be systematic birth prevention, and it's a matter of national security. The whole thing here is a matter of national security. This also distinguishes the situation in Xinjiang and southern Xinjiang from China's general policy and population control measures to other ethnic groups, including the Han. The new findings should be seen in tandem with other pertinent aspects, such as a targeted internment and imprisonment of leading community figures and elites. Many intellectuals have been sentenced to long prison terms. Internal documents that show families by internment status show that the re-education campaign mainly targets heads of households, the main influencers within families. In some regions, between 25 and 50% of heads of households were shown as detained in camps in 2018. This strategy enables the state to use the absence of men, husbands, and fathers to separate children from parents and subject women to birth control surgeries. According to official data, the number of students in Xinjiang who live in boarding facilities increased by 77%, from 500,000 to 880,000 between 2017 and 2019. Evidence from non-public Xinjiang government spreadsheets shows over 10,000 children just in one county, Yakan County, as having at least one parent in detention. 10% of them have both parents in detention. Some are being kept in orphanages, although this is mostly achieved through boarding schooling. Next slide, please. I'm nearly done. Beijing's population control strategy consists of a combination of internment and imprisonment, coercive labor, parent-child separation, and birth prevention. All 4 of these key intellectuals and community influencers have been sentenced to long prison terms of around 20 years, removing them from cultural transmission. Forced labor separates families and enables greater state control over the next generation. Again, a generation to adulthood is also roughly 20 years. Birth prevention is the cornerstone of raising Han population shares and neutralizing the minorities through embedding and dilution. Over the next 20 years, all of these aspects can be expected to work in tandem, just to set a sort of foreseeable time frame. Within this time frame, we can expect a substantial destruction in part resulting from birth prevention, together with a severe impact on the distinct identity and unique characteristic of these groups as groups. My final statement is that the most concerning aspect of official and academic discourses about these minorities is that they're demonized and framed as a problem that threatens an otherwise healthy society, quoting from Sean Roberts' book. Some Chinese scholars even call it a human problem. This language is akin to purported statements by Xinjiang officials that problem populations are like, quote, weeds hidden among the crops, unquote, where the state will, quote, need to spray chemicals to kill them all, unquote. While this statement itself refers to re-education in camps and not directly to mass slaughter, it's a metaphor. Mind you, a very problematic one. The framing of Uyghurs and others as a human problem and their concentrated population and growth as a threat to China's national security is a cause for grave concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zenz, for that presentation. You've referred to the so-called second generation of ethnic policy and the calls by CCP officials from 2014 to equalize minority birth rates with Han Chinese birth rates. Can you tell us whether such equalization policies are necessarily discriminatory?
So Uyghur birth rates have for a long time been substantially higher than Han Chinese birth rates. And one could interpret which is due to both preferential policy, meaning they were officially allowed to have more children, and a laxer enforcement for cultural sensitivity regions, because it's a Muslim region. And so on one level, if the state would say, okay, we now equalize this, which it did officially in law in 2017. In 2017, the Han were also allowed in Xinjiang, if they're urban, to have 2 children, and if they're rural, to have 3 children. So the equalizing was achieved by increasing the Han birth rate quota. And of course, Xinjiang also says that the stricter enforcement of birth control is a form of equalizing. However, if you look at the birth rate statistics and how they decline, and how southern Xinjiang's birth and natural population growth rate is by 2019 now significantly lower, less than half of Xinjiang and half of national. You're looking at a situation where the prevention of Uyghur births is going to a level that is extremely dangerous for maintaining positive population growth, and of course states in complete contrast to the promotion of babies now having more children among the Han. Han are now encouraged, almost semi-coerced or exhorted to have more kids, and now everybody can have 3 kids. So that the contrast between that and also the nature of the enforcement, that Uyghurs are put into internment camps as punishment for exceeding birth control, not just paying fines, etc. And the drastic insertion ratios of IUDs, and also the plans for mass sterilization in specifically in 2 Uyghur counties documented by my research, of between 14 and 34% of all women of childbearing age. These are really unprecedented measures.
You've stated that indeed from 2017 onwards, the birth policy in Xinjiang did allow the same number of births between Han and Uyghurs. And you've also stated that family planning policies since 2017 have been draconian. I guess my question is a clarification more than anything. Can you clarify whether the policy of equalization itself is draconian, or the means and methods by which it's enforced or implemented?
So if you look at the evidence, you know, it's a little bit like what they did with the re-education. So with the re-education campaign, right before it started, they put out a new legal amendment which legalized re-education, and of course called it like psychological counseling, etc. We all know, of course, what re-education actually is. And the same is going on here. So they put out a new law equalizing ethnic birth quotas. The reality, both in terms of the policy enforcement in Uyghur regions and the resulting birth rate and natural population growth declines, speak another language. They speak of a suppression of ethnic minority growth rates significantly below the Han, and continuing to decline even further in 2019 after they already fell by huge margins in 2017-18. And the draconian punishments to suppress them and targets to keep them low, very low targets, in complete contrast with the policies for the Han, now leading to a level where these Uyghur natural population growth rates are below the national average, not equalized to even the national, which wouldn't be realistic actually. You would expect Uyghur birth rates to decline gradually, and maybe with development, and maybe adjust a little bit, and then align a little bit. No, you have it like this, and you have it so draconian that the belief that this is just a mere equalizing is just like believing that a re-education camp does just like psychological counseling.
Okay. It is possible, is it not, to have a very draconian implementation policy, but still have a reasonable policy objective of lower relative birth rates between the two populations, is it not? Even if that's theoretical.
You have to define for me reasonable. So if you use so if you said, okay, Uyghur birth rates were very high, they were several times, no, maybe twice as high, 3 times as high as Han, maybe 4 times as high in some regions. So if you say that if you define a reasonable policy as gradually lowering them to the Han level, then that's one thing. But if you see that within 12 or 24 months, they're in free fall, and then now most recently going below that of the Han, then the equivalence that you are making here between a draconian enforcement of a potentially reasonable policy, I would question the definition of reasonable policy, because I think a draconian enforcement of a reasonable policy might bring it down quite a bit, but not below Han levels. And even so, it would not be at quite a speed, even if it was draconian. Because if you're aiming for really low, then you shoot lower faster. If you're just aiming at equalizing, I think you would have at least a slightly different trajectory.
You've selected southern Xinjiang as the focus of the report. Is that because all the Uyghur majority prefectures, i.e. 4, are in the south as opposed to the north?
Yes, that is correct. The north has individual counties with significant Uyghur population shares, and approximately 80% of the Uyghur population is in southern Xinjiang. And I did this in order especially to focus on the projection. If you're trying to extrapolate the Chinese population projection from Hotan Prefecture beyond southern Xinjiang, I think you end up with more problems. And also in the narratives, so there's a quantitative analysis reason for doing so, but there's also a qualitative analysis reason, which is because a lot of the narratives specifically focus on southern Xinjiang, which of course has been the location of acts of violent resistance, bomb attacks, etc., and the highest concentration of Uyghurs.
You've stated in your report that academics associated with the state or state officials see the population distribution in northern Xinjiang as reasonable. Now, would it be correct to say that draconian enforcement of the equalization policy is therefore not as pronounced in the north as opposed to the south?
Yes and no. We see a significantly draconian enforcement also in Uyghur counties that are outside of these 4 Uyghur majority prefectures, such as in Bayangol. In fact, some of the threats of internment we see in some of these Uyghur majority counties. But on a whole, it's quite clear that the enforcement and the targets are specifically focused on southern Xinjiang.
And would it be correct to say that there's a clear distinction here between equalization of birth rates and equalization of population growth between Uyghurs and Han?
You mean equalizing birth rates and natural population growth between Uyghurs and Han?
Yes. So I guess what I'm saying is there's, on the one hand, you equalize birth rates, and on the one hand, you equalize the proportions of the population. So there are two distinct concepts, right?
Yes, the academics and official statements make a very clear link between the need to optimize the ethnic population ratio, which means to increase the Han population, and the need to achieve so, not just by Han immigration, but also by curbing, some say drastically curbing, Uyghur population growth. So yes, there's a very clear link between the two.
Just to be clear, is it correct to say it's not official state policy to equalize population numbers, i.e. to equalize the number of Han and the number of Uyghurs within a prefecture?
The officially stated policy target is to optimize or balance the population, which leaves open a number of things without directly saying that this refers to reducing the Uyghur proportion, except for the statement by, for example, Liu Ilay, although that's not a policy, that's not a written policy statement. So we are making some inferences. We're making inferences from a substantial body of discourses and statements and constraints, and from what's already going on. So it's very common. It's like with the re-education camps and other things. We often don't have like the one single smoking gun sentence that says, we are doing this.
Okay. And is the decline between 2015 and 2018 of combined natural population growth rates in southern Xinjiang of 73.5%, is that consistent with an equalization in births, or is this in practice tending towards absolute decline in the population growth?
So this decline is in some ways both. It does bring southern Xinjiang closer to Xinjiang as a whole, but at the same time, so I think by 2018 we see, up until 2017 and 18, we see a strong alignment through this decline. But starting especially in 2019, but for some regions already in 2018, we see that it goes below, that southern Xinjiang goes below Xinjiang, below the national. And there are some Uyghur counties in 2018 already had a growth rate that was either slightly negative or just above zero. So significantly below.
Okay. Neatly leads me on to my next question. Is it not possible that the authorities, for instance, could forcibly sterilize the vast majority of women in one prefecture, or even in most of the prefectures in the south of Xinjiang, but that overall they can maintain an equalization policy for the whole of Xinjiang?
So if you sterilize up to a certain percentage of women, then you technically still could, of course, have plenty of other women to still give birth and achieve an equal birth rate. We also have to take into account, however, that the Han birth rate in Xinjiang was negatively affected, for example, by a Han outmigration leaving Xinjiang. So we also have seen declines in birth rates among the Han that can be attributed to some of these population shifts and population dynamics, which can be corroborated with witness statements published by media and others from Han who say, we're getting out of here. So the question is, what is your baseline? Yeah. So if you would set the baseline a little bit before that, the difference becomes even more pronounced. Plus, you could try to set the baseline to the rest of China. But even if you did that, the question is, and my projection or my quantification of destruction in part is based on the manifest intent of the Uyghur population. The Uyghur population has sought and wanted to have certain numbers of births of children that are significantly higher than the Han population. So in my opinion, the baseline for Chinese government policy to assess genocide is not just, or maybe shouldn't be, the Han birth rates, especially under certain circumstances. but they should be the demonstrated historic intent of the Uyghur population.
Okay. And
sorry if that was like a counterpoint
that's
to your
fine.
question.
You quote the Deputy Secretary General of the Party Committee of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps saying the 15% Han Chinese population in southern Xinjiang is too low and it needs to be higher to achieve a better proportion. Now, assuming that policy is pursued, do you think a proportion of 50-50 Uyghur Han would satisfy the ex-PCC and others who've raised concerns about population imbalance?
So, in my research paper, I have narrowed it a little bit to the 4 prefectures of southern Xinjiang, where this share is not 15%, but 8%, even much more problematic. And in my opinion, taking various things into account, to satisfy these requirements, it would, at a minimum, have to increase to 25% in these 4 prefectures. And that means in the 5 prefectures that Leo Ilay referred to with the 15% Han share, that Han share would then have to increase probably to 30 or maybe 35% and be more similar to the average in Xinjiang, which is 34%. And I've argued, so I argue in the 4 prefectures under consideration, I argue it has to be at least 25%, which is still lower than the whole rest of Xinjiang. But at least you could embed half of the Uyghur population, you could sort of embed in some way in a 50-50 setting, for which you would have to have 25% Han. So that's how I argue. And I think I would stand by that. So 25%.
So if the percentage stopped at whatever percent, would you still maintain then that the intent was to physically or biologically destroy the Uyghurs in part?
I think at that point, a crucial objective, a minimum level would have been achieved. Then the question is, it's unpredictable how the intent would change. But there's a possibility that the intent would then be achieved. And they would not let the Uyghur population grow significantly. There's reasons to speak against that. Namely, the policing cost, the assimilation problem, the surveillance and everything. So they might then allow for a natural population growth that's a little bit above 0, or a little bit higher, or maybe slightly similar to the Han. I still think they would want to reduce it, because I think within 20 years, and even at 50% embedding of 50% of the Uyghur population, there still are risk. And people who've been traumatized in internment camps, there are significant doubts that they would stop at that, but they would review their policy, they would review the whole situation. If there were more problems, if Uyghurs started to again conduct violent terrorist attacks, they might go for much higher. They might not stop till it's double that. But we don't know. We don't know. So, but I think there's a good chance that they would continue to suppress Uyghur birth rates. Well, I'm almost certain that they would suppress Uyghur birth rates significantly below what they used to be when the Uyghurs could have more freedom to have as many children as they want.
I don't have many more questions, you'd be pleased. Just a few more, if I may. Is there a risk that with such widespread sterilization in southern Xinjiang, that the population may collapse completely?
So I argue in my paper that it's unlikely that they will reduce births to 0, because that would cause a collapse of the education system, became very obvious to any outside observer. It would cause a collapse of society in many ways. It would go against. I've always maintained that the goal is to brutally and totally integrate the Uyghurs. I think the complete annihilation of the Uyghurs is, physical annihilation is unlikely. And therefore, unless there was a major emergency and they didn't think they had much of a choice, I think they would always try to maintain a Uyghur population and a certain birth rate.
Okay. You've looked into the carrying capacity for Xinjiang and identified that southern Xinjiang can only absorb a certain amount of Han Chinese, and that the current population of Xinjiang is almost at capacity. How is that consistent with reducing Uyghur population numbers, but significantly increasing Han Chinese numbers without birth restrictions subsequently on the Han Chinese?
Han Chinese natural population growth has been very low. So they have stopped to report the distinction between Han and Uyghur population growth a while ago. But for the XPCC regions, which are predominantly Han natural population growth in the last 7-8 years has been below 1.5 per mil, very low. In fact, that's been a problem. So it's more expensive for them to bring in Han, to attract Han, prevent them from leaving. It would be very attractive. I mean, they'll be extremely stupid to try to prevent Han births in those regions, even though birth control policy also was applied to the Han and is being applied to the Han. I think they're trying to maintain some level of consistency. But of course, the Han natural population growth is actually below the quota. It's below the upward adjusted one. And it's completely below the new one of 3 for everybody, 3 kids. They want to bring in Han. Of course, not 10 million Han. About 1.9 million is enough to achieve the 25% goal if they can reduce Uyghur population growth and slightly reduce the Uyghur population.
My final 2 questions are on the empirical basis for meeting the test of genocide. Do you accept that you can have measures intended to restrict births, but that not all measures intended to restrict births are necessarily intended to destroy a group physically or biologically?
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, they were not trying to commit genocide like on the Han majority, even though there were drastic curbs. It's a matter of interpretation and of the relationship. I think you need to look at what is the relationship or what is the percentage, for example, of the destruction in part that could result from long-term birth prevention. And in this case, if it's like possibly between 20 and 30, possibly over 30%, that is very, very significant, especially if you combine that with other measures to attack the group, as in attacking the elites, separating parents from children. If you look at it in tandem, I think that's really huge in terms of a genocide determination. But I would agree, of course, you could have measures to prevent births that it depends on the magnitude and the intentionality. So I would subject it, what is the resulting quantifiable destruction in terms of loss of life, firstly, and secondly, what is the intent behind it? And the intent to dilute and embed is actually not just a physical destruction through birth prevention, but there's also an identity destruction of a group as a group is also reflected in the embedding and dilution. So you have kind of a dual thing, and I know some view the genocide determination a little bit more physical, others see it a bit more of the distinct group as a group, and yet others see both of them significant. And the population optimization relates effectively to both of them.
My very final question. I have 4 short propositions derived from your report and then a question. First one, you state that it's unlikely that that births would be reduced to 0 because that would quickly become noticeable. Second, you state that there's likely to remain some restriction in Han birth rates due to carrying capacity in the region. So the Han will be subject to some form of birth restrictions, even if less disproportionately than the Uyghurs. Third, you've intimated that the state does not wish to see societal collapse or educational collapse, or indeed heightened international scrutiny. So the population is managed rather than eliminated. And fourth, you've accepted that forced labor programs and re-education programs do not permanently render Uyghurs estranged from Xinjiang. Are these 4 propositions consistent with an intent to physically or biologically destroy the Uyghurs?
So the second point, I would seek some correction, actually. I have said that birth prevention, family planning restrictions have also been applied in Han regions. However, firstly, we now see the promotion of up to 3 children and even policies designed to promote that, which is significantly above the current Han birth rate. And for southern Xinjiang, I think they would be especially not interested to suppress Han birth rates because of the targeted embedding. So I would sort of disagree with that statement about apply family planning in southern Xinjiang. I think that's basically irrelevant, especially with the latest policy of allowing 3 children. Generally, what you say, it is not likely that they will try to, through birth prevention, eliminate physically all Uyghurs. I don't think so. They're not going to go bring them down to 0. That's not the goal. I think the goal is to cut them drastically, substantially, especially in order to manage their identity and who they are for assimilation. And as a means, we see a very likely, very substantial birth prevention. Now, genocide determinations is a different matter, and I'm not an expert on a genocide determination, so I would ask to not actually answer your question, because I understand that genocide determinations can even be made if I don't know if it was 10% or some figure of a population was being destroyed. I'm not sure that you don't need, and I think a lot of experts would say that on genocide, and I'm not an expert on genocide, a lot of experts would say that the complete physical destruction through like a 0 birth rate over 100 years or whatever, that is not necessary, apparently, for genocide determination because it has a wider sense and a more complex meaning. But I would question whether these 3 points that I have left standing of yours contradict a genocide determination is not for me to answer.
Thank you very much for your evidence. I'm sure the panel has many questions for you.
Dr. Zenz, thank you very much for making yourself available. I think at some inconvenience, especially with the publication of your latest research this very day or yesterday or tomorrow. It's quite late in the day and there are 9 of us, so it's late in the day and there are 9 of us, so I hope you don't mind. We're going to treat you a bit like pass the parcel. Everyone will have a couple of questions and then we'll see how much is left after that. Professor Lynch.
All right. Your focus on birth rates is predicated on stability of the mortality rate. Could you confirm that that really is stable in the Uyghur population? And could you tell me the sensitivity of the mortality rate analyses? What sort of change would you be capable of detecting?
The reported mortality rates in Xinjiang can fluctuate in quite interesting ways, not all of which I would say might be consistent or I fully understand. And I would not say that mortality rates is my area of expertise. I would very much preface it by saying that. However, the numbers are relatively stable, more or less. There's a stability to those numbers. On a whole, some individual regions have some fluctuation, maybe slight declines. So I do not think that mortality rates are sort of coloring this analysis in an overly drastic way. But of course, they would influence it. And this would be ideally subject to further research.
Thank you. How confident can we be that the quotations you've made from Chinese academics are a true reflection of central party policy?
So several of them come from so-called scholar cadres who are both scholars and government officials, some in a fairly high position. Also, these institutions where they work at are closely affiliated with the government. In some cases, like the Chinese Academy of Sciences, is strongly affiliated and funded by the central government and has historically influenced central government policy. These academic studies inform policy. They make demands. And if you see Of course, these are not free of censorship. They all follow an official line, official thinking. And if you see a high degree of consistency between statements, discourses, and conclusions and demands made by these statements, it is often a matter of time before they become policy, or if they, especially if it's more sensitive, if they already reflect policy. We see the same pattern, for example, the calls for counterterrorism measures to change thinking. We see the same sort of pattern with the labor transfers, the labor problem, and then labor transfers become more and more enforced. And the problem of them, the Uyghurs not sticking with labor transfers and leaving them and not being enforced, and they're not skilled enough, and they're not good enough for the Chinese bosses. That's happening now. Same with counterterrorism, re-education, eliminating, rooting out the extremism. That's also happening now.
Thank you.
So I think, yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you short, but thank you.
No, I should be short.
That's me done, Jeffrey.
Just one question. Thank you very much. It's been very interesting. So if at the moment all the women are almost having compulsory birth control, there's got to be a time when you won't have enough women to take them out of the household to go to work. How's that going to play out in the long run?
You're saying that compulsory birth control leads to women to not be able to go out of the house? I'm sorry.
But, well, in time, if you have compulsory birth control, you're not going to have very many babies. Yet you're just saying you need the workforce, and you're trying to get the women out into the textile factories or whatever. You haven't got enough people there anyway. It seems you're having difficulty getting them in. To my mind, there seems to be a labour problem in the future.
Well, yes, it would, of course, create an imbalance between generations in terms of the workforce sustaining how many elderly, which China currently has. But the main goal of the labor transfers and the forced labor is arguably not, the number one goal is not economic or cheap labor. That's a side benefit. The main goal is to control the population and shift around the population and prevent the threat of Uyghurs being idle, and hanging around and not being busy. It's about shifting Uyghurs into controlled factories where they can't just leave. There's a fence around the factory, there's a camera in the factory. They can't go to the mosque on Friday because they're working. The kids are in boarding school, families are separated. The main purpose of labor transfer is not economic, and therefore I would say the argument that you make is severely impacted by that fact. Of course, long-term generational demographic imbalances would be created by such low birth rates. But I think they would accept that and let the old generation die out, and a shrinking, smaller population is easier to assimilate and indoctrinate. The population dimension, and I think my new research shows this, the primary consideration, the national security consideration for a Chinese state is to manage the population.
Thank you.
Dr. Sens, can you impute anything into the suspension of the data about birth, the number of births as split between the indigenous and the majority population?
Yes, I believe I have imputed, and I can be more explicit, no longer reporting births, birth control measures, population counts by prefecture or county, breakdown by ethnicity, means there is no independent way. Well, it's not independent, but there's no academic way to ascertain based on official data, which of course they could make up. Technically, the Chinese could publish new data and it's made up and doesn't reflect reality. But I think they prefer to not report it. And by doing so, they make it impossible for us to assess. Like these birth rate projections that I've shown you and that other researchers are showing, they're impossible. 2019 will be the last year, quite possibly, where we can have any meaningful subsample of any kind. And that's it. And after that, we are left to get a date. Ministry of Foreign Affairs will throw around some propaganda number that cannot be verified from statistics and has no breakdown. And that's what they want. They can cover the tracks. And that's why I also think, just a slightly negative population growth that slightly over 20 years just reduce Uyghurs by 450,000 or so. That's so easy to cover up, and if you don't publish detailed data. So it's direct. I see it as a direct link. It's a piece of evidence for what they're doing, in my opinion, to be blunt.
May I ask about the process of review of your paper? We've had the benefit of reading a draft, and my understanding is that the paper was then published at some speed. Can we be certain as a tribunal of the robustness of the refereeing process for that paper?
Yes. So the peer review was expedited, but not by reducing quality, but by asking peer reviewers if they could please turn this around in a shorter time frame than the usual several months, where typically what happens in peer review is it sits on your desk till you get around it. And then, most academics, I'm sure, read a paper over the course of a couple of days and then get around to write a report. This is a process that you can condense down to a couple of weeks if you cut out the slack. What happened in my case was the opposite. The journal, upon hearing how this would be publicized and feature at the tribunal and everything, the journal went to the other way and slapped me with a couple of extra peer reviewers, which also meant I almost wasn't able to testify on this today, but thankfully they made it possible. So the production is not happening yet, but the manuscript has been accepted for peer review, and the final version will be copy edited now and come out in a bit, not in a rush. But the peer review had 4 peer reviewers. So instead of 2 or 3, there were 4 peer reviewers who looked at this paper.
I'm well aware of how refereeing works. What I'm asking is what the particular haste was with this paper. What was the reason for the haste?
So I asked, I'm not sure that the word haste is the best to use. I asked if the journal could do like a speedy peer review that would give reviewers appropriate time, but not drag it out for several months. Because I felt, and I hoped that it would be published in time, as genocide determinations are being made. It's just a significant piece of research. But the main consideration was quality, and the journal also did that. The journal said, yes, we will ask peer reviewers if they can review it in a certain time frame, but not at the expense of quality. So at the expense of quality was never a consideration. Then they did the opposite. Then they invited more peer reviewers to look at the statistics and to look over the whole thing again. So I think we ended up with a more thorough peer review than is normal as a result.
A broader question, based on your broader work, not just this report. It must require an enormous amount of financial resources to be running the policies. We've been hearing about the surveillance, the detention facilities, and so on. Do you have any sense of budgets that may have been allocated to these purposes?
Yes, in 2017 and 18, I published 3 articles in total with the Jamestown Foundation on China's domestic security budget, especially on the near doubling of this budget in Xinjiang between 2016 and 17. And then a follow-on piece looking at a multiplying, I think in one case, was it a quadrupling of the expenses on specific categories, like detention center management, and then some larger spending items which you would use for the surveillance system, citywide surveillance system, and then quite likely on other infrastructure, including quite likely the internment camps. So these papers were published, and they contain quite detailed breakdowns of the cost. It's been somewhat more difficult to trace the spending since after 2017 and 2018, because some of these budgets are no longer published. But there were staggering percentage increases.
Thank you. And the officials and academics that you've drawn to our attention, and others that you know that have that you have evidence of what they've said on this population optimization policy. Which is the most senior, the highest authority amongst all of those?
I would say Liu Yilei from the XPCC. And I would also mention Li Xiaoxia, who is a very high-profile academic, and she wrote the main kind of new population report of Xinjiang that came out in 2021, which was largely a refutation of my sort of work from last year, and really sought to challenge, you know, the international criticism. And she mentioned, you know, based on her report, the Chinese embassy in the US then did the tweet about Uyghurs being no longer baby making machines, famously. But Liu Yilei, undoubtedly, I would say, is the highest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to draw on your experience with long-term plans in China. Amongst the material that the tribunal has been presented with was one document said to be a 40-year 3-point CCP plan. My question, as I detail it, is how credible is it? And if it is credible, what could be its, what you speculate could be its source? So it's a 3-point CCP plan. The first one, it broadens into geopolitics, and it overlaps with some of what you have been saying. So the first part is 2014, assimilation of ethnic groups.
I know it.
You know about it. So how credible? Can I just say the main points for everyone's benefit?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So an elimination of those that don't assimilate in the south of the region, and 2016 to the north of the region. That's the first point. Second point is 2025 to 35, controlling neighboring countries, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and other borderlands due to the BRI. And the third point is 2035 to 2055, China to focus on extending influence in Europe. So could you tell us what you think about that document? How
yes.
credible is it?
So to preface this is not my own research, and I have not really spent time on verifying it. I can state some limited points on it, but I would not be considered a main authority on it, and that's a limitation for what I can say about it. However, what I would like to say about it, firstly, is that a somewhat similar statement, albeit with some difference, was published by Bitter Winter through interviews with Kazakh witnesses, which was the testimony of a person who attended the regular flag-raising ceremonies. And this, some sort of broadly similar scheme was taught to ethnic minorities during flag-raising. I've also been told by the publisher of the German book of this witness, Sarah Sot Kollégiyesi, I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name, that who testified to the scheme that you mentioned, that there are one or two, possibly two others, who have made a similar statement against which this could be corroborated. And I then proceeded to request from, sorry, not the publisher, from the author, the German author of the book, if I could maybe take a look at that, because it's obviously quite interesting. What I think, based on this limited available evidence and what Mrs. Southbay has herself said about this, she said she believes this was done in order to scare and discourage the detainees, to show them that China has a plan to dominate the world, especially starting with Central Asia, which is significant because Central Asia might be the only hope for in this Kazakh majority region. So it's very strategic to say, oh, we're gonna influence these countries so that they have to do what we tell them to do. But then it's gonna go to Europe, you know, and etc. So you can't put your hope in these countries. We control you. You're ours. And if you collaborate with us, you'll benefit from it in the long term. For me, that makes a huge amount of sense. However, that in itself is, of course, not a corroboration of this document. So further corroboration would be helpful.
Who could we go to get further corroboration?
So I can put you in touch with the respective person, and I would recommend that you seek out and seek to further corroborate this, and that you consider the interpretation given by Satbei and the others as to why they think this is being taught.
And if it is credible, where would it have come from in the CCP?
So this is a difficult and interesting question. In terms of the general authorship of this whole internment campaign and crackdown and plan, I have done some speculating in my February 2020 paper on a Karkash list, where I argue that this was premeditated and must have come from Beijing. We have some other corroboration of that, scattered bits of that. So telling detainees something like this, I'm not sure if the government in Xinjiang, someone like Chen Quanguo had the authority to single-handedly say, okay, that's what we'll do, whether it's true or not. They could tell this to detainees, regardless whether it's an actual real plan or not. It could be a psychological strategy. But who knows? Who knows? Or whether this would have to be authorized by the central government. If I look at Xi Jinping and his leadership style, I think that a lot of things, especially significant things, have to be authorized by him. I'm not entirely sure how much free reign Chen Quanguo has or had. I think he had some, but my impression is, but this is speculative, that quite a bit was ultimately authorized by Beijing.
Okay, can I ask one more question? So in your report, you talk about incentives to bring Han people into the region with promises of free land, housing, education, and government jobs. When did these incentives come about? And is there some kind of way we can link this with the confiscation of land, property, and those people who lost their government jobs who ended up in detention or prison from 2016?
So starting in 2016 with Chen Quanguo, you had a real increase in the advertisement of police jobs, but then also of Chinese language teaching jobs in Uyghur regions. And a lot of them targeted Eastern China. And of course, that would be a way to get people in. Some of the teaching jobs especially promised free housing and other benefits. The police jobs, they came with different benefits. I don't think, certainly not all of them would have promised free housing. Then we find more dedicated advertisements, and I would have to look out of my head, it's a bit difficult, but I'm pretty sure this would be in 2017 that they really ramped up some effort to attract Han to the XPCC through promises of land, housing, education, etc., like a direct colonial settler strategy. And then, of course, in 2018, we have the official policy published. So ideally, a bit more research would be done on that to see if that aligns. And then, of course, land confiscation, where we have, I'm sure, much more anecdotal or limited evidence to find correlations. I think that would be, that should ideally be a bit of a dedicated research effort, which I've not conducted at this point.
Is anyone doing that? Do you know that research?
In fact, I get so many requests, but it seems that I have gotten some requests by somebody, and of course I couldn't disclose this publicly. I think some work is being done on this.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to follow on from my colleague's reference to the 40-year plan that she raised. The PRC is well known for its long-term planning. Your research, I think, draws a line or makes a relationship between academic study from leading Chinese academics and state policy. In your opinion, and from that you infer intentionality. In your opinion, does a further link need to be made between existing policies and long-term planning to determine intentionality?
Intentionality specifically on birth prevention, right?
Intentionality on questions around genocide, for example.
In general, yes. Well, as an empirical researcher, I always love to see more empirical evidence and as much as possible. However, for the purposes of a genocide determination, I think the evidence is probably quite sufficient. And the reason for that is that a genocide determination arguably is not being made against a country as it is against an individual human being. You convict a human being of being a perpetrator of genocide on the highest bar of evidence and the presumption of innocence and all these safeguards. But to determine whether a country could be engaged in an ongoing or planned genocide, in order to meet obligations to prevent genocide, so make a determination of a country doing a genocide in order to fulfill obligations, treaty obligations to prevent it, that's quite a different standard, as I'll be arguing with a colleague, Aaron Rosenberg, actually. And so I think if we take the latter, which I think is the more appropriate one, although legal experts would speak better to that, I think to determine this intentionality on that level, rather than trying to convict an individual on the presumption of innocence, I think the evidence is quite strong.
Well, good evening, and thank you very much. Two questions, if I may. One, we've heard from a number of witnesses that faced with forced abortions for having the possibility of children above 2 or 3 in Xinjiang, there was possibilities of paying fines or money to escape from that. Can you explain, is that an official system? Are you able to maintain the increase in your family by paying a fine or money in other form? Or is that something that happens on a more informal basis?
It is an official system that you have to pay a fine if you have a child in excess of a birth quota. The system also, at the same time, this sort of formal system was exploited informally, allowing Uyghurs to pay officials off in order to have more children. And that's how oftentimes that's how they were able to have more children. But it also was a formal system, but it was, of course, the formal system did not exist to enable the Uyghurs to have more children, just pay money. It was meant as a deterrent and and other problems could come with it. We see that changed significantly, even though fines remained, they were increased but remained. We see a number of other factors starting in 2017 and 18, including the threat of internment. Now, I think the strategy has completely shifted. In the past, both with policing and preempting attacks and with birth control, the state was kind of running behind. There's a knife or a bomb attack, and then, oh, you have to come in. Or there's too many kids, so you come in. Now, the state works preventative policing, preventative birth control. You plug the vaginas. So women technically cannot physically have children without state permission. IUDs are non-removable except by surgery from an state-approved institution. Or you sterilize, or you do whatever is needed. So the preventative method, I think, greatly changes the dynamics of the whole system by preventing unplanned births outside of state control from taking place in the first place. That's why you have the zero birth violation policy, a term I use in my research from last year. And I think I cited again in this current research, zero birth violation policy. That's how you achieve that, not by running behind and collecting fines, you're achieving through preventative birth prevention.
Thank you. One very quick question, which goes back to one that was raised earlier. I'm just trying to work out this linkage between academic statements and policy. Is this because, on the one hand, in a state like China, it would be impossible for academics, certainly senior academics, to publish statements like this unless they reflected government policy, but still gives the government one step of deniability, so to speak? Or is there a policy around somewhere and we just haven't found the statement of it by a government official formally?
So, if the Chinese state would publish as policy that it's reducing the Uyghur population, it might as well put out a policy that says they're putting millions of people in camps. Just to preface my response. So there are, of course, things the Chinese government will never say officially. Oftentimes we find the precursor to actual policy in academic statements, as I've said before. And so the answer is yes to one of your points. We find, for example, calls for much more coercive labor transfer, systematic labor transfer in academic publishing. We find calls for much tougher counterterrorism and re-education in publishing. So yes, but then you also have, yes, and they cannot just wildly throw around their own ideas. Of course, they can to some extent, but then if 20 of them agree on the same thing, more or less, of course, you can see a pattern. That's within the approved. But then you also have the scholar cadres who have much more, like Leo Ilay, for example, who have much more direct political power also. And their statements, I think, especially in front of these experts at the symposium, have to be taken at a different level. That's the second layer of evidence I would argue for. And the third layer of evidence is actual policy. And we have actual policy evidence. It just doesn't say, we're going to do what I wrote in my research paper. You know, there's the directive from Xi Jinping about optimizing the population structure in southern Xinjiang using the exact same terminology as in these academic papers published before. We have the mandate for family planning officers to optimize or balance the population. Again, referring to the same, can of course refer to other things. You know, balancing the gender ratio can refer to a number of things, but also certainly refers to that in the Xinjiang context. We have the data point of the birth rate declining, and we have also further policy evidence of officers to forecast population growth, population early warning system. You know, in my one chapter in my report, I make this really strong link between the carrying capacity research funded by the early warning project, and then the early warning project being implemented after that, and officials saying it. So there the link is even stronger. For population carrying capacity, we have even the strongest link to policy. So I think we have evidence on three levels.
Dr. Zenz, before we plan the way ahead for this evening or possibly at a later date, one very simple question from me. Your report seems to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that there may be legal ways of forcing birth control. Is that, am I correct in that?
You mean that China has legal...
No, generally. Is your report premised on the fact that people can be forced to have birth control, to have their bodies invaded by these particular IUDs? Is that legal?
So you might find that the report contains very little of my personal opinion on such matters.
I just wondered if your broad research, because I can imagine how difficult with one particular religion that particular proposition might be to discuss. But is there any country that has forced birth control on people? And if tested as lawful or in compliance with human rights, been found to be acting lawfully and compliantly?
So firstly, my research does not assume that anything that China does is necessarily legal. It does not evaluate the legality or the morality, either specifically in Chinese law or generally. I also keep my personal opinion out of this, as you can tell. I am certainly not one who morally appropriate to insert IUDs into women, especially against their will, of course. You know, of course, women might absolutely be willing to have that done to them. Against their will, I'm of course of the opinion that it is entirely inappropriate and morally abhorrent to do so. That's my personal opinion, which I've kept out of the research. Questions of legality, I would again be very careful. I prefer to be quite careful to remain in my own field of expertise, and I do not feel that I'm up to commenting on the legality of things.
It's not for us, but I know it's for some people. The question, were there to be any inclinations soon or fairly soon on the part of the PRC to become fully compliant with such things as human rights, what sort of change in policy could meet their objectives? Any?
If China did nothing at all to prevent Uyghur births, we would see a significant increase. And of course, I have sought to quantify this based on Chinese researchers' own research. And I've taken their lowest projection and cut it by an additional 30% because we're extrapolating from Hotan to 4 other prefectures. Several very conservative caveats built in. It is entirely possible that the ethnic minority population by 2040 would not just grow to 13.1 million. Of course, it could be below that for various reasons. People can change their mind, but it could be 15 million, 14 million. It could be higher, you know. And of course, if you go beyond that, because the longer you go out, the more imprecise the projection becomes, which is one of the reasons why I limited 2040. Also, to have a more imminent policy, you know, I think in 20 years you can have a policy horizon. So absolutely, it's absolutely inconceivable. How many million Han would they have to bring in to achieve 25% or more of Han? And then the carrying capacity, it's in my opinion, entirely inconceivable, which is the argument of my paper, is they have to systematically prevent births, millions of births.
Now for something practical. With your experience, is your report just being published bound to draw criticism either from the PRC or from your fellow researchers and academics? The reason I ask is to plan whether I should allow my colleagues any more questions or whether we should say it looks like it might be sensible for you to come back in September if you're free and if there's been challenge to your report. So is it likely or certain? You don't know?
I'm fine either way. I think there might, I mean, we see some sort of denialist, a growing denialist corner who might try to launch various criticisms. And of course, with the population projection, you can always criticize something. You know, nobody, including myself, claims it's 100% accurate. It's a broad estimate, just like many other things about internment figures. They're very broad estimates. They give us an impression of scale. So if you say I might anticipate significant justified and constructive criticism on this work, I would say I'd surprised, given also the peer review process that I've seen and other informal comments I've received in the process, I'd be surprised if there was a problematic level of criticism. But I'm happy to be back either way.
Because we've got 4 days between the 10th and the 13th of September, and if your diary has a slot, I'll see if I can obtain a consensus as to whether we'd rather go home at 6:30 or come back in September and meet you again when we're all a bit fresh. Come back? No. Come back? No. It's either come back or we'll go on now. Remember? Dr. Zenza, I know you're a very busy man and extremely in demand, but I'm afraid without the slightest hint from me, my colleagues are almost unanimous in favour of September. So can you make arrangements if necessary for September? And if my colleagues wish to ask you questions in writing, and providing not too many of them, might you be able to reply to those in order to assist in the meanwhile?
Yes, I'll be happy to reply in writing. And I can say with some certainty that I can testify or be available again September for sure by video. If it had to be in person, I'd have to think first because I'm already going in early September to England. And there's a 10-day gap between the two events, which might be too much for family purposes. But if it's by video, I'd for sure be available.
You're a very real presence on video, and that would be fine by us. Mr. Sabi, can arrangements be made?
Yes, sir. We'll organize that, and we'll thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zenz, for coming today.
Well, thank you. I hope this has been helpful.
It has.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sabi, I think that's the end of evidence, isn't it?
That brings to an end our presentation of evidence for this session.
So before we all depart, let me say this. We separate to meet again on September the 10th. Members of the tribunal and those watching congratulate you, Mr. Sabi, and your team for presenting in 4 days a collection of evidence that allows those starting as the tribunal itself does, with a blank sheet of paper on which to write evidence, to reach a stage of very considerable knowledge and understanding. The September hearings will complete that process. This has all been achieved in a year or a little less, with almost exclusively unpaid contributions by people with no personal ambitions to serve, as I observed 4 days ago, beyond achieving a correct and just judgment. Governments that spend time and energy avoiding deciding on grave issues in order to avoid dealing with the possible consequences of any such decision might consider what this exercise reveals. Countries, even countries of moderate size like the United Kingdom, could, with the resources at their disposal, have reached the position that the tribunal has reached in an even shorter time. They could then have gone on, as the tribunal will by December, to make decisions that might serve well the interests of those who might benefit from governmental action consequent on those decisions. The tribunal's judgment, whatever it eventually concludes, will be available to guide all those interested at a time when no national or international body or court, except one government, will even have started to establish an evidence-based account of events sufficient to trigger performance of international law duties that might save the innocent. Eliciting truth, in the case of the tribunal, truth being facts proved beyond reasonable doubt and nothing less, may not be a comfortable experience for 2 reasons. First, truth-telling is for the brave, as we have seen, not for the faint-hearted. And the telling, even by those who have set out their personal histories on many occasions and in many settings, is each time an experience possibly beyond the comprehension of onlookers. It is their courage that drives the process. Second, truth-seeking allows of no assumptions or presumptions, and to be effective demands that those on the receiving end of what may be harsh messages in due course, the PRC that would be in this case, must see truth-seeking not being treated as a binary exercise of accepting in full or rejecting in full what witnesses say. Truth-seeking demands acknowledgement that accuracy of the whole of any narrative from memory, especially in circumstances of extreme and distressing difficulties for witnesses, cannot be guaranteed, even where a witness is honest. The truth-seeking process requires the testing in detail in witnesses of all kinds. The tribunal can deliver no interim judgment. It can, however, observe, from what has already been heard, that there will have been decisions made by the PRC about how the Uyghurs and other groups in Xinjiang were to be treated. Identifying those core decisions, possibly a single core decision, will be a focus of the inquiry at the September hearings, although further witnesses giving accounts of personal experience will also be heard. Core decisions made by the PRC or the CCP determine the short or long-term fate of Uyghurs, Kazakhs and others, and may be critical for the assessment of criminal culpability for any crimes that may be found to have been committed. With no single document setting out these core decisions, the tribunal will have to decide what they were on the basis of all the evidence, a difficult but not an impossible task. However, it must repeat how it will be much assisted by governments releasing what they have and know, given that none of them has established a mechanism to provide an evidence-based record to guide national or international action responsive to the allegations that have been made. The tribunal has reviewed the position about legal advice it should receive, given the possible legal issues that may be emerging. The vulnerability of lawyers in the United Kingdom to sanction has made it appropriate to seek advice from further afield, successfully, and the tribunal will be properly advised on legal issues it will identify as requiring advice at the September hearings. Questions may be asked between now and September of the PRC. PRC has not accepted the several invitations to contribute to these proceedings, and it may decline to answer specific questions. But some may be identified that would be of particular value to the tribunal and possibly of great value to individuals. And if questions are asked and provided of such value, answers to them will be announced in September. For example, the possible questions that might follow from evidence given in this very morning about relations of witnesses said to be imprisoned with uncertainty could easily be resolved if the PRC was willing. This afternoon's evidence of marked reduction of particular age groups from camps, the existence of the camps seems not to be challenged, must be easily provable on the basis of documents the PRC will hold and could provide. But failure to answer any of these questions will not be held against the PRC, the tribunal continuing to work on the basis of the evidence it receives and nothing else. It will have been noted, today perhaps in particular, that it is essential to take note of all possibly relevant evidence, and where, as one of the witnesses this afternoon, the theory is quite new and as yet untested, it's essential for it to have been heard today in order for it to be critiqued by other experts or by the PRC before or at the September hearings. Second, it is very important for the tribunal to have access to available material and opinion that may be relevant to and valuable for its work, and the tribunal's website is open, as it always has been, for contributions of evidence. This is People's Tribunal. It will not simply filter out material on arbitrary grounds. Before I finish, and I hope before you leave, I wish to read out a list of those to whom acknowledgement is due, most of them having given of their time, sometimes for a whole year, unpaid, all of them having contributed in a way that could properly be decided to be essential to what this tribunal has done. Those here at the venue have, it is unarguable, provided extraordinarily good facilities given very difficult IT problems. And they include Vedran Adansarel, Susan White, Ike Achim Ika, 12 security guards, catering staff, and also coronavirus mitigation cleaning staff. Up in the gallery, I think, Bradley Hill, Ben Palmer, Louis Clark, Tony Sims, Paolo Iadiciccio on the console, and Martin Braithwaite on the camera. Supporters for the Uyghur community include Enver Totti, Mayera I Sigva, Etles Restaurant, and Nimet Veli. There are the councillors, Charlotte Burke, Gillian Hughes, Julia Granville, and Julia Nelke. There are the ushers, Samira Grotto, Gloria Chiaccio, Rowan West, Alison Snedden, Claudia Hyde, Stephanie, Nick Garati, George Skinner, Yasser Tahir, Ian Hancock, and Andrea Jakova. Closer to home, the long-term supporters of the work of the tribunal include researchers, operators, interpreters, Frankie Vetch, Kirsten Sinclair, Jackie Jarnell, Rahima Mahmud, who you've seen very much interpreting here on the ground, Mustafa Aksu, and Lily Vetch. Marilena Stegbauer, Holly Armstrong-Cowley, and Kondwani Nyirenda. The researchers include Dr. Nena Tromp, Sapan Deep Sigmani Thompson, Anouk Ware, and Yasser Tahir. And I'm sure all those in the hall would wish to join us on this table and at Council's table in acknowledging the contribution that those people have made to this week's hearings, which are now concluded.
Assalamu alaikum. İkra altındaki Şarkı Türkistanlık aziz kırındaşlar, emulanılmış vakti tekrar hayırlı olsun. 6 ayının 4 günü başlangan ve 4 gün devam kılgan Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesi'ninki tunji guvalık аңлаш yighini mana bugün hazır muvaffaqiyatli аңлашты aziz kırındaşlar, ben bu gapni uzatmay 4 günün yağı devam kıldırıvatkan Dünya Uygur Qurultayı tor televiziyasının naq maydan anlatışını biz Mışı Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesi'ninki teşebbüsçüsü ve baş erzdarı Dünya Uygur Qurultayı'nın reisi hürmetli Dolqun Aysa Efendim'nin xulası sözü bilen ahırlaştıraydı. Hürmetli Dolqun Aysa Efendim, merhamet.
Rahmet, demek 6. ayının 4. günü başlanğan Uygur Sot'u hazır muvaffaqiyat ahırlaştı. Bas Sotçu Jeffrey Nice Efendim'nin yapılış nutqu bilen ahırlaştı. Bir yıldan artık vaktin bu yan her xil materiallarni toplash, iqtisodiy safarbarlik qilish o'xshaydigan uzun muddatlik bir tayyorliqlardan keyin 4 yuzdan kutgan bu sot nayt muvaffaqiyatli o'tdi. Xalqaro matbuotlar, BBC, Association Press, Erkin Asya Radio Stansiya ve şunun o'xshaydigan Reuters ve El Jazeera'ga o'xshaydigan xalqaro matbuotlar bu sotni naq maydondan taqatdi. Şunun bilan birga Dunyo qurti to'l televiziyasi Erkin Asya Radio Stansiyasi naq maydondan taqatdi. Bu sot nurg'unlagan tillarga, dunyodagi tillarga tarjima qilinib taqtildi. Bu sotning xalqaro insonlarning bilinishi, dunyoviy diqqat qo'zg'ash nuqtai nazaridan nihoyatda muvaffaqiyatli bir media nimasi bo'ldi, taqtishim bo'lib o'tdi. Bu sot jarayonida 38 şahit guvohlik berdi. Bunun içinde 24 Sharqiy Turkistonlik şahitler, bunun içinde jazo kamplarida öz beşidan keçirgan qismatlarni so'zlagan shahidlarimiz var ve ailesi yo'qolib ketgan har xil qismatlarga duchor bo'lgan shahidlarimiz var. Onundan başqa 14 xalqaro mutaxassis o'zining Sharqiy Turkistondagi bu jazo lager masalasi haqidagi fikrlerini o'tirib qo'yib o'tdi. Demek 4 gün jarayonda ciddi, keskin bir sot bo'ldi. Xalqaro o'lchamga, xalqaro qonunlar doirasi ichida sifatli yuqori salohiyatli bir sot bo'ldi. Temennimiz, bu sotdagi maqsadimiz Xitoyning Sharqiy Turkistonda olib borayotgan bu zulmini irqiy qirg'inchilik deb insoniyat qarshi ishlangan bir jinoyat degan bir xulosaga kelish. Albatta bu sotning ixtiyorligidagi bir masala, ammo hozirgacha sot anlagan uçurlar, guvohchilarning ma'lumotlari insonni haqiqatan nayte kaygı salıdı. Bu sot jarayonida nayte hayajonli minutlarga şahit bulduk. Guvohchilarning ki şahitlarning bergan ma'lumotlari nurg'unli bu sot qatnashuvchi insonlarni, advokatlarni nayte hayacanlandırdı, hatta göz yaşlarımızın tutanmagan vaqtlarımı bo'lib o'tdi. Bu münasebet bilan bu sotqa bir yıldan buyon kuch chiqargan, bu sotning vujudga chiqishi uchun moddiy, ma'naviy yordamda bo'lgan bütün Sharqiy Turkistonlik vatandaşlarımızga, teşkilatlarımızga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat aytamiz. Shundaqla bu sot jarayonida bütün 11 saat, 10 saat müdürmay oturup tercümanlık hizmetlerini kılan qarindoshlarimiz var. Tercümanlarımızga, müşayak bivasıt kelip, bayak tor alqırıp tercüme işi yardım kılan qarindoshlarımızga bularga rahmat aytamiz. Ve şunun bilan birga yuqori degandekidek bu sotning tayyorlanishi uchun guvohliklarni ag'a vaqtida buni inglizchaga tarjima qilib ratlash ishlari qatnashgan nurg'unlagan fidoyi ziyolilarimiz va tarjimonlarimiz va yozma shaklda qilgan ularga bu yerda alohida rahmat aytamiz. Va shundaqla sot jarayonida logistik şu mimarlarni kutib olish, tamoq ishlarini o'rinlashtirish, yugutim ishlari aqsab xizmatlarda ko'p fidokorlik qilgan Angliya Uygur jamiyatininki reisi boshliq idora hayatlari va bularga alohida rahmat aytamiz. Sot texi oxirlashmadi. Sotning birinchi bosqichi oxirlashdi. Ikkinchisi 9 oyda bo'ladiganligini, 9 oyning 10dan 13 chislarigacha bo'ladiganliklarini bas sotchi Jeffrey Nice efendi bugun e'lon qildi. Demak, ikkinchi qatimliq sotimiz 9 oyda bo'ladi. 9 oydami mushunga o'xshash yana shahidlar o'zining guvohliklarini berdi. Bu qatim guvohlik berganlarning bir qismini sot yana qayta taklif qilishi mumkin. Undan boshqa yangi shahidlarni sotga taklif qiladi. Uning uchun bu 4 kunlik sotimizni naq maydondan ko'rgan bütün qarindoshlarımızdan ciddi tayyorlik qilishni hozirgacha buni ko'rgandan keyin o'zida yana qimmatli materiallar bor qarindoshlarimiz vaqtni o'tkazmasdan biz bilan aloqalashishni, o'zida bor ma'lumotlarni, beshini o'tkazgan qismatlarni biz bilan o'rtoqlashishni 9 oydagi sotning texmi kuchli paketlar bilan elib berishiga yordam qilishni talab qilamiz. Shuning bilan birga yana bu sot jarayonining o'zida yurtdoshlarimiz ko'rib, o'zi his qilgan har xil kamchiliklar va taklif fikrlar bo'lsa, unimiz yozma shaklda bizga vaqtida yetkazsa, biz bunu sot heyeti bilen alakalışı arkalık bu kıtım saklangan bazı kısmen kemçilikler ya ki severliklerinin 9. ayda tekimi mükemmel şekilde elip verilişine Türk buludu. Şunun için sizlerin hazırdan başlayıp bizge üzerinde materyallarını teminlep bir işinlerini şununla birge 9. ayda müşahedemde nurgulluğun insanlar şu şahit olduk. Halisanı işledi. Halisan bir xatarlik meseleleri Xitay hükümeti sot başlayışını aldı da bu sot katmışlık kegellerge psikologik besimler kıldı, tehditlerini kıldı. Her xil oyunlarını oyunda ama şununçilik besimler karmay şahitlerimiz, guvaçlarımız nek meydan kilip ayak tordun yüzünün cesaretini kösetti. Ve Xitay'nın bu epağın bütün suikastleri mağlup oldu, nait muvaffakiyetli oldu ve şundakla miyadın nurgulluğun Uygurlardan başka muş sotda keçi gündüz hizmet kılan nurgulluğun pidai insanlarını gördük. Muş Engeliyerlik pidai insanlarını gördük. En azından muşu sotun bexaterligini qoğdaş için 20-30 kişilik bir bexaterlik xadimler orlaştırıptı. Onundan başka muşu sekretariyatta 15-20'den artık insanlar hizmet kılatıdı. 19 tane sotçu 11 saatten 10 saatte müşahede cepalı hizmet muşlarının hemmisini ne bir insanperverlik duygusuyla bir sınıf hakkanmay durup elip verildi. Ama 9. aylık sotumuz için yanına yurttaşlarımızdan bu meselede iktisadi seferberlik ihtiyacımız buludu. Bunun gibi kırındaşlarımızın bir yerde ifade kılaylı. Şununla hemimizge mübarek olsun, milletimizge mübarek olsun. İnşallah 9. aydaki sotumuz tekimi güçlük deliller bilen, paketler bilen ötküzülüp en ahırda bu yılın ahırgıca sot heyeti en ahır kararını verdi. Şununla bütün millet seferber bulaylı, bunu kollaylı, kuvvetlaylı ve ekran aldıdı mı 10 saatlep zirikmeye oturup muşunu kögen kırındaşlarımızga mı köptün köp rahmet eytime.